Welcome everyone to yet another round table session here. I'm Toby, I'm joined by Fex and Gustav from FaZe Clan, ready for the PUBG tournament here at EWC. So you're both, playing on FaZe Clan now. You just won the qualifiers to come here, or finished first in the qualifiers. Congratulations on that. Was there anything in particular, I'll start with you, Fex, was there anything in particular through the qualifiers where, because the grand finals, they won. Kind of I don't want to say bad start, but mid start. But then you really, scaled up into the final days. Was there anything that kind of clicked that just worked out for you over the course of those 3 days?
I can't remember exactly. It was a little bit ago, but I just remember we were all like, I don't know, any fight we took, we just stomped the fight. Like it was just so clean and easy. And it was like we would just take fights or have to breach a compound or something, and we would just roll the other teams. I think everyone was just like on top of their game and like full confidence because we were just winning, and it just builds, And
are you coming into this tournament, you feel like with the same amount of confidence that you finished that in, or has it kind of scaled back or like humbled you seeing the teams that you're going to be going up against and whatnot?
Not the teams. We played like 2 little tournaments before this. We weren't like as strong as we were, but I think we are looking like very strong. We are.
Yeah, I kind of feel the same as Fex. Like I think we are like one of the peaks that this team has been in right now. So I'm feeling very good going into this tournament. I think one of the things that worked in the qualifiers was like, we've had a few problems within the team that like often 2 guys plays well in an event and then the other 2 doesn't play that well. And the qualifiers, it kind of felt like we all just played extremely well. And if we hit that same level in this tournament now where we all 4 peak at the same time, I definitely feel like we are like a big contender to win this tournament.
Yeah.
We just need all 4 to play well at the same time.
Play well at the same time. I can tell you, I was on the flight with Corexia and he looked like he was feeling good. And normally he's like very laid back, but there was some smiling, there were some good vibes in there. Like,
I don't believe that. He's Finnish, so like smiling doesn't come easy.
It doesn't come easy, exactly. So maybe, who knows, maybe this will be the time to turn things around. Now, obviously you guys have been on the same team for quite a while. I want to, again, go back a little bit and see where, if you look back at your initial entry to FaZe Clan Fex and look at where you were then as a team and where you are now, how would you say like the journey has been, and how, like, if you were to compare the 2 like still frames of first day on FaZe now, how have you like progressed, do you feel like, as a team?
The team is so different from back when I joined. The only same player is me and Gustav. It was like, I don't know, it's just a completely different team. It was like Fuzz was IGLing. It was a lot more like a laid-back team, I would say. Okay. Back then, it was kind of like, I don't know, I felt like we just turned up and played. And now it's a lot more like strategic, I guess. We put in a lot more effort. That's, yeah, it's really hard to say. Like, yeah. I can't really...
There's no comparison, effectively. Yeah. Anything for you that you feel like going back and looking at the first iteration of when you were on the roster to now, how things have, obviously rosters have changed, but just the team vibe, team mentality, how you approach the game. It could be for you, like individually, where you were in your headspace coming into FaZe then to where you find yourself now.
I would say when I joined FaZe at first, like we had a few problems, but then we had like maybe 6-9 months where we were like one of the best teams. We were really good. One in Europe, one a little bit internationally, but and now with this team now, I feel like we have reached the same level as we were back then. Like I feel very confident in the team. But we're also very inconsistent on this team. So like we have really high peaks and then sometimes we tend to go very far down. But,
what do you think, off of that, talk of inconsistency, because we see it time and time again in tournaments where a team comes out, flying, winning the whole thing, next tournament they don't even make grand finals. What do you think is the hardest in PUBG compared to maybe some other esports titles in order to stay consistent? Because only very few teams have really kind of unlocked that ability to continuously sit top 5 in global tournaments.
I'd definitely say with like, it's a little bit different from team to team with playstyles, but like we're a very aggressive team, and so is some of the APAC teams and also the Chinese teams. Like when you play like we do, you need everyone to be on top of the level because you're going to be taking so many fights. If you look at like someone like Twisted, they seem like way more that they play a little bit more calculated sometimes than we tend to do. And that's why I think they can be more consistent, but it's also so difficult to play like them. I feel like they're the only team that can play like that. So that's why it's like, it's so much like on your fights if you're winning them or not, and then it's just a snowball effect.
How do you feel? I mean, Fix, obviously, I feel like you came in when you first joined Fix. It was like, oh, it's the Welsh Dragon, oh, the fire, like just the guy with unlimited firepower potential. How do you feel that let's like talk mechanical skill as a whole in competitive PUBG at this point where we sat? Is everyone just mega fragging, or where are we like in terms of mechanical skill these days in PUBG?
It's so much different from what it was back in the day. Like back in the day, there were so many like I don't know, the players were just nowhere near the level that we are today. I feel like back in the day, it was like, it was so easy for me to just go in and like dominate fights. Like, but nowadays it's like everyone is literally just on the top of their game. It's so hard to like even get multi-kills in fights unless you're in like the best position. Like players are just so much more advanced nowadays, and people like practice more as well. Like probably seen people like playing 1v1s and team 4v4s. It's just evolved so much, so it's like, I don't know, it's just on a different level nowadays.
And it kind of takes me into my next question, Gustav. I'll start with you. What do you think in competitive PUBG right now, I mean in this tournament, but also just competitive PUBG as a whole, what's the biggest challenge for a team that maybe sits there on the cusp of breaking into the top echelon of teams, but aren't quite there yet? What do you think is like the toughest, at least or for you has been, the toughest hurdle to kind of get over?
It's a difficult question.
I know.
It depends on what level we're talking about. If we're talking about just breaking into the competitive scene.
No, we'll talk high level.
High level. I mean, I would say the game is definitely a lot in the IGL, like being confident and being able to take charge of the team. There's a lot of players out there who are just so like into shooting and just like want to shoot their gun and just frag and stuff. But like, if you want to be when you're in a top lobby, you get so taken advantage of if you're just a team that only fights. Like you need to have a good game plan. So much on the IGL and try and help him figure out like a proper game plan for the team.
Anything that you want to add to that, Fix?
Yeah, I mean, Gustav's right. It doesn't like, and nowadays in PUBG, it doesn't matter like how good you shoot. Everyone can shoot
do that.
insanely well.
It's taken for granted at this point, yeah.
It's more just, like Gustav said, positioning, getting into better spots, scouting. That's pretty much what it comes down to at this level, I think.
Is there anything off of that? Like, obviously I don't know exactly how the day-to-day is for a FaZe Clan player, but which part of your preparation for the tournaments do you enjoy the most? Is it like talking over positioning in fights? Is it looking into team specifics on opposing teams? Which part of it do you find the most motivating than like going in and incorporating to a competitive tournament? If anything in particular.
It's probably bad to ask James, to be honest. He's the one who does like most of the prep, but
I don't know if anything of that is enjoyable.
Yeah,
like that's just the hard work, to be honest. But like that is mainly also James doing it. Thank God for that. But we did go over some stuff as a team, looking at teams that loot around us mainly, because they're mainly the teams you run into the most. It's not really that enjoyable to do, but I guess if you do end up and some of it actually works out, then it's gonna feel enjoyable when you actually play. But mainly just get in the pit and fight the other teams around you and show them that you're better.
Yeah, of course. Lastly, before I let you go, now we have had this conversation before, but that was when it was still predictions. Now we're here. Rondo has been added to competitive PUBG. We had a talk about what we thought it was going to be like. Now you've had a chance to play it. Gustav, I'll start with you. What are your thoughts?
Oh, okay. I think the map is not very
optimal.
Not very optimal. It's like PUBG has this thing with every single new map that they add, that they need some rocks that are just extremely OP that you can get on top of, and then I don't know if they sit in the office and laugh while we're just being completely destroyed. But Rondo has a lot of that, which makes it not that fun. I think without it, it would actually be like, it wouldn't be the best map. I would always have Erangel as the best map. Like that map is just so goated. But without it, it could actually be a pretty decent map. So just remove the rocks, please.
I had the same conversation with the Falcons boys that I interviewed earlier today, and we were kind of debating putting this up against, if you remember OG Miramar, like before any changes were made when it was put into esports, so much open space, you couldn't drive your car anywhere that wasn't on a road because it would just instantly flip. Do you see this map as the same, where, I mean, as you said, remove the rocks and we could be good, like 1 or 2 patches down the line with some small overhauls, this could actually be like a top esports map?
I should say, like, I doubt they're ever going to remove the rocks, but if they did that, it could be a top esports map. But it's also, the map is very, very, very big.
True.
Which sometimes can be fun, because it means you have a lot of different zones. Like on Miramar, Erangel, you see a lot of the same zones, also because we played the map for so long. But Rondo is always something new. It's very hard to like sometimes you're just gonna be in an area you've never been in before. You have no idea what's in front of you.
Yeah.
You just look at you press M on the map, you see what's in front of you, you think, oh, this is a shack. You go there and it's just 2 barrels.
And lastly, for you, Fex, any thoughts? Anything to add to the Rondo talk?
Obviously the rocks aren't, the rocks are so bad, but also a lot of the compounds are so like, you can play out from so many of the compounds so well compared to other maps. It's pretty weird. It's like all the compounds seem to have nice ridges favoring the compound. So even if the rocks were gone, it's so heavily compound dependent. Like it just needs, yeah. In time, I think there'll be like more cover added and more playable stuff outside the compounds, but for now it's still so compound heavy, the games. Like if you're in a compound, you're having a good game.
Cool. Well, you know what? I think that's all the time that we had to go over stuff. Nice to talk to you. Again, congratulations on qualifying through in first out of EMEA. Impressive performance there, and best of luck in the tournament.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Toby.
Thank you, guys, and we'll see you guys later.
Hello, PUBG fans. Or, I suppose in this case, PUBG clans. Because this month is all about giving you new tools to rally your clanmates, so you can rise together and survive together. Starting with update 31.1, you'll have access to clan missions, a new clan supply airplane, clan tokens to purchase rewards from a new shop, and other clan exclusive rewards. You'll start by ranking up the new Clan Supply Airplanes class as your clan completes clan challenges together. You'll have a full week to complete challenges once they appear. Planes downgrade a bit each week, so make sure you're always contributing to keep them in top shape. As your clan upgrades your airplane, your clanmates will earn better rewards for opening the clan loot caches they earn by completing clan member missions. Rank it up and rake it in. We'll also be running clan mission events throughout the month, with ways to earn other cool rewards. Finally, in August, we'll be running the PUBG Clan Cup Summer 2024. This regional tournament is your clan's chance to shine above all others and earn some great rewards. More info about what to expect from the PUBG Clan Cup will be coming out soon, so keep your eye out for more details. Full details on all the Clan Month features can be found in the Update 31.1 patch notes and on the official website. Summer is heating up, so remember, the clan that burns together, earns together. Complete missions, rank up your supply airplane, earn cool stuff, and show the rest of your region what your clan is made of. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Hello, my name is TN and I'm here at the Esports World Cup and I'm joined by Reigning from T1. My brother, how are you and how are you feeling? Let's start off really simple.
지금 너무 만족하고 있고 대회할 생각에 설레고 있습니다.
And how has preparation been for this tournament in terms of lead up? Have you done anything differently? Have you kept it the same as you might have done the rest of the year?
리야드 오기 전부터 준비는 열심히 하고 있고 여기 와서도 잘 적응하려고 준비 잘하고 있습니다.
Sounds good. And in terms of region, now obviously your team is from the Asian region. There's teams like Twisted Minds from the EMEA region and also Lunar Galaxy from the American region. How do you feel as if the difference, if there are any differences in play styles or approaches to the game, or do you just take it as it comes?
제가 세계대회가 첫 세계대회라서 아직 다른 팀들을 영상으로만 봐가지고 아마 붙어봐야 알 것 같아요.
And with that in mind, who would you say the best team is of the 24 teams here?
PGS4 우승한 트마가 제일 유력한 것 같습니다.
And what does this mean to you? Obviously, being at the Esports World Cup, it's such a big event. It's such, a global event, a big prize pool as well. What does it mean to you personally and to your team?
아직 제대로 다른 팀들하고 연습한 건 아니지만 여기 와서 환경도 좋고 모든 게 만족스러워서 지금은 잘 하고 있는 것 같습니다.
And being a pro PUBG player, some would say you're living the dream. Would you ever talk to your friends and family about home, about what you do, tournaments like this, and do they come out to support you?
원래 집에서 프로를 반대하긴 했었는데 제가 열심히 하고 또 준비를 잘하고 프로가 되니까 그때부터는 다시 가족분들이 응원해 주시긴 했어요. 다시.
Solid. And now give me almost an elevator pitch. What do you feel like you bring to your team that is unique?
팀원에 대한 위험한 각을 막는다든지 팀원들이 위험할 때 백업 같은 걸 잘 해주고 있습니다.
And of the teams of the 24, are there any that you are looking forward to taking on or running into?
첫 세계대회인 만큼 모든 팀들이랑 다 기대를 하고 있습니다.
And in terms of your team, you've been together for a while now, roughly around, I'd say maybe 9 months. How do you think the progression has gone and the teamwork has gone from obviously the beginning leading up to this? Do you feel like you're a solid team now, would you say?
아직 그렇게 많이 오래 맞춘 건 아니지만 지금 다른 팀들만큼 이상에 맞춰 왔다고 생각하고 아직도 노력 중이긴 합니다.
And my final question to you is, do you have a message for your fans? Any messages?
EWC 열심히 해서 올라온 만큼 또 여기서 준비 잘해서 좋은 성적으로 보답하겠습니다.
Perfect. Well, thank you for your time, Rainin, and I'm wishing you all the best of luck in your tournament.
이 자리에 초대해 주셔서 감사합니다. Thank you.
Thank you.
A big update to the clan system, some new and updated weapon attachments, and a new ranked season. All this and more as we dive into the Update 31.1 patch report. First up, clans are getting a big update as we head into a full month of clan-related fun. Your clan will now have weekly clan challenges to work towards, and individual clan member missions to complete for various rewards. As your clan finishes clan challenges together, you'll start to rank up your new clan supply airplanes class. As your supply airplane improves, you'll get better rewards from the new clan loot caches you receive for completing clan member missions. Your clan airplane's class will degrade a bit each week, so make sure you keep at those missions to ensure the best possible rewards. In addition, clans will earn new clan tokens each time their clan reaches an XP milestone. These tokens can be used in the new clan token store, which lets you purchase things like new clan tag plates, sandbox mode tickets for clan members, Hunter's chest tickets, and more. Finally, we've got a brand new weapon attachment coming your way. The new muzzle brake can be attached to ARs, DMRs, or shotguns, and will significantly reduce camera shake while firing, while also helping slightly with horizontal and vertical recoil. Some existing attachments have also gotten an update, so check out the patch notes to see what's new. There are also some performance improvements, improvements to Rondo's terrain, a new ranked season, and more. So make sure you check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.1 is here, so assemble the team, upgrade your supply airplane, and trick out your gunplay with the new and updated attachments. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Hey everybody, quick shout here, the host of EWC Central. Yesterday we kicked off day one of the PUBG group stage, and many notable teams in contention for the top spots have already entered the battleground. Let's check out how they fared and its impact on the EWC Club Championship update, brought to you by STC. Now, while Team Falcons may have already secured the club championship title, that does not mean that they are not taking this week serious anymore, as they finished day one of PUBG in first place. Now, for 10 clubs like FaZe Clan and Game Gladiators, it was a very disappointing day one. And if they want to secure any more points from PUBG in the overall standings, they will have to step it up massively over the next 2 days. Na'Vi and Twisted Minds have an average day one, but they are expected to perform at a higher level in future, and if their club wants them to climb in the overall standings, they have to deliver. Today, T1 is entering the stage with their last game title and a chance to secure any more points after getting eliminated from Tekken yesterday. Last but not least was Luna Galaxy. They're in dire need of a top 8 finish in PUBG in order to convert Jafonzo's 1,000 points from EAFC last week into actual prize money and get them to be officially on the table. Now you need 2 top 8 placements to be eligible. That's why you see BDS and Luna Galaxy grayed out for the time being. If you'd like to be kept up to date on the EWC Club Championship, as well as every other game happening here at week 8 at EWC, why don't you tune into our show? I'm the host. We have specials from every single game. We have interviews, mini games, lots of action, and we broadcast from 3 until 7, Thursday to Sunday. Twitch.tv/EWC and YouTube.com/EWC. Thank you for listening. This has been another episode of the EWC Club Championship Update, brought to you by SDC.
Hello and welcome to PUBG at the Esports World Cup. My name is Barney Banks, and you may be wondering to yourself, what is it like to be a player at an event of this scale, of this size? I've just walked through the main gate, and I'm going to give you a walkthrough of everything that a player goes through before they get to the main stage. A short walk over from the main gate, and we have arrived at the player lounge. So I'm going to take you into here because, of course, you want to see where the players hang out, where they unwind prior to going onto the main stage. After you, my good sir. Now, when I enter here, of course, as a player, I've got to scan my badge. Safety first, my friends, safety first. Quick scan, and we are in. Right. First and foremost, when you walk through into this area, we have a beautiful coffee shop right in front of us with a barista and, of course, all the snacks that you can muster. Whoa, that was close. Right. Can even grab one of these pre-made ones to go. A nice little shot. And, of course, nothing to see here but snacks. And after all that coffee and all those sweets, you're ready to take on the main stage. Oh. Speaking of main stage, let's go see it. And just a stone's throw away from the player lounge is the STC Arena, which is where PUBG is currently being competed. It's an absolutely phenomenal arena. We got 24 of the best teams from all over the world going toe-to-toe for $2 million. It's going to be an absolute bloodbath, and we cannot wait to see who comes out on top. And just like that, we are in the STC arena. The lights, the camera, the action, all of the players ready to go toe-to-toe. I absolutely cannot believe how the scale, the size, the amount of effort, the amount of people that goes into creating a production, a tournament like this. Don't forget, $2 million on the line. And you know what? I think it's my call. I'll see you up there. There is a key in here somewhere. I just need to... Hello. Welcome to day 2 of PUBG at the Esports World Cup. Today, Groups B and C will take to the main stage to try and accumulate as many points as humanly possible. Remember, Group B, it's their final chance to accumulate those points and to try and make it into those finals. There's going to be drama. There's going to be tension. There's going to be smack talk. And I'll see you on the main stage. Come on.
Yesterday, we had a rip-roaring start of the tournament as we had Group B coming out absolutely swinging. We had Falcons transcending a spot for a #1 so far, and basically, let's be honest, guaranteeing themselves in the grand final already. This time around, though, for today, for Group C, they're going to have to be the challengers. That's what it's going to have to stand for, as we have the likes of TSM, BB Team, T1, even the surprise of 2024 in E-Arena, taking 3rd place in the power rankings, making their way to the field again here. Today is B and C. Let's get it going. Joining me, we have Toffees as well as Cameron to talk about this one. Toffees!
Yes.
Oh, yesterday was awesome. I want some more of it.
Yesterday was exactly how you want to start the event. We saw Falcons, has been a perennial favorite across all of these clubs, events doing really well and stepping up. We saw teams like Twisted Minds, who are still apparently second often, but I think that's fine in group. That's fine in group stages. That's fine in group stages.
They're a bit lower than second.
But the fights were great. Like the way that our teams played, it set us up for a great event.
Well, yesterday we have our top 5 coming on in. Inonix and Danawa. Seemingly they might be back here, Cameron.
Dude, not even just Inonix, though he is leading the charge, the in-game leader of the team. Loki especially pulled out so many kills this yesterday, that group stage. Granted, a lot of it was from one game, got 9-1, but regardless, still not the only team to surprise us. The Expendables as well. 4th place? I didn't expect this out of this squad.
I don't think anybody expected this out of this squad. But again, that is the thing about 12 games, right? Sometimes teams are going to surprise you. They get 1 or 2 good games that work with their circles, and they put up some numbers. We saw Cerberus. These guys played a little more flexible today. We saw that roster change. I was curious how YMCook's going to actually work out on the team. It seemed like yesterday they're sort of getting their feet under them, but I don't hate it.
No, Duckmine's always a great addition to the roster and seeing how things are going to end up going. Of course, Kwangdong Freaks will be able to take one of the top spots too. I mean, they only got themselves 27 points in total, Cameron.
Yeah.
So they're definitely kind of in the danger zone as one of the teams.
Yeah, it's frustrating because they had a couple of okay games.
Yeah.
But then those final 2 Miramars, they got 1 point each individually. And you can have one bad one, but usually you want one good one, one great one to balance out the skills, but 2 poor and only 4 average. I don't know if that's going to be enough.
Here's the issue with them. They go back, they're far too variants, right? When you talk about PGS3, they finished at 7th, at 4, they finished in 20th. They've got perennial legends, right? They picked up Salute. He looks good on the team, but they really, I think a lot depends on Bean. He's a newcomer. They called him up from Eagle Owls, right? A team that most of us are unfamiliar with in any context. And he came out and did really well at PGS. I think the key to them passing is they need him to play well.
They're one of the teams I made the most fun of their name.
100%,
All
right?
through 2023. I'm like, what is an Eagle Owl?
Eagle Owl?
Turns out it actually exists. There is an Eagle Owl. Anyway, never mind.
It's a D&D thing.
No, it's a real...
That's an owl bear.
Never mind, it's a real creature. Let's move on to another creature. Falcons here, of course, as they've got themselves first place yesterday, and they were soaring high, let's be real. I don't know if I expected them to come out in #1 for day number 1 here, but the fact that they've been here for a week, Cameron, all ready for prep, it seems to have paid huge dividends.
Absolutely. They got acclimated to the environment. They had a lot of practice here. Didn't have to worry about jet lag or any other travel that some of the other teams did. But we have to remember they did get 2 wins, which they earned both of those wins. They didn't really get fed as much as perhaps other teams have in the past. But at the same time, that is going to boost your score a little bit. I'm curious to see how they're going to perform today, especially with the lead that they have. It gives them a fair bit of wiggle room.
He says it hasn't been fed like other teams in the past. He means it hasn't been fed like the Falcons
in PGS4.
Because they do. They have traditionally been blamed for ratting and catching circles and getting lucky, but I don't think that's the Falcons that we're seeing here right now. This is a new, vibrant, excited Falcons. The way that they've working together, moving in a bubble, focusing on themselves, I really like the attitude off and on the field.
Scary potential as well, because today they have an opportunity to have huge impact on this lobby. We've heard rumors, murmurs of potential moves around on some of these battlegrounds, as Falcons might want to try and contest for some of their regional locations. So we'll see how things go. But overall, that's the Falcons. Let's move on to another team, of course, here, as we have Na'Vi representing. Honestly, I call these guys the prodigies of EMEA at the moment. Young guns. They came into PGS3 and PGS4 with really not much expectation, and they knocked it out of the park for their first internationals.
In a way, I think that helped them. Not having expectation as a young gun team, that gives you the freedom to do what you want to do. Now, the real question is, can you take that to this level, right? Now we know. We expect performance from them. Can they handle it when the pressure's on?
Yeah, and they performed very well yesterday. What's interesting is that they actually went away from the playstyle that they performed with in the qualifiers, which was more central, 2-2 splits. Here they were focusing towards spreads along the edge, and that's one way that they will pick up so many different kills. Diffx, especially high scorer on the day, but that doesn't mean that the rest also can't follow through with scores of their own.
Hey, if Valley Tai wasn't on top of that roof at the end of Miramar, they could have quite easily bagged themselves a load more points in that game, but it was not to be. It's just too much of a vantage point that Valley Tai had, surely.
Absolutely. I mean,
and yet, almost.
Right, they almost pull up. Is that not the Valley Tai story? We'll get to that later, this idea that like they're there to cause problems for other teams. But Na'Vi, I think the future of PUBG potentially if they keep developing the way they are.
Well, we got the Freaks as well. We already kind of mentioned that they're a little bit in the danger zone here, Toffees. 27 points to their name. They do have some members of their roster that we have high expectations of.
Absolutely. I mean, especially when you talk about Yeoman and Heaven together for so long. They know each other very, very well. And I think that what we're seeing is growing pains, right? We talked about a new member coming in for a call-up. We talk about a legendary player like Salute joining the roster who's going to have years of his own style that they have to adapt. And I think the key is, can they do it today? Because they don't have any more time. 6 games left, danger zone, you got to move.
Yeah, for Heaven specifically, I just think back on previous events where he was able to output so much damage, but in a 3-protect-1 sort of setup, his numbers are a bit more diminished now that he has to play with the overall full squad, but still Bean as well, especially stepping up here. If they can get everyone up to that level, I think they're going to have a really solid shot, but with being a mediocre placement after day 1.
I believe in Bean. He's young, he's scared, but he will do well.
He's got a lovely name.
He has big potential.
There you go. All right, well, let's talk about it. We now have our C teams entering the fray. virtus.pro, BB Team, Arena, All Gamers Global, Petrichor, Road, Lunar Galaxy, TSM, and T1 will be now making their entrance to the stage here, going up against Group B. I think one of the problems that Group C comes in with here, Cameron, is the fact that Group B, for the most part, had a really strong start against Group A here. So Group B might want to flex the muscles a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, one of the advantages of coming in after day one is that you have more information. You kind of know more or less what you need to do. There's an advantage for every single group depending on when you play day 1, 2, or 3.
Of course.
But it's about understanding what advantage you have in playing into it. But absolutely, when you're up against a team like Falcons, 17, Na'Vi as well, it's in the mix at the top. You have potential spoilers there.
Well, let's take a look at those Doritos top reactions coming out from yesterday as well and see what's what. Of course, as all of these teams first entered the stage, that's the flex. Oh, yes. Everybody was really ready to go yesterday. It was a great opening ceremony, of course, Toffees, for all of these teams to get under the gun, under the pressure here at the Esports World Cup.
You know, I think as much as opening ceremonies, you love them, you hate them, you think it's a waste of time, you think it's wonderful, it doesn't matter. It's a chance for these players to get attuned, to get out there in front of the crowd for the first time, to start feeling comfortable. And I think that it worked well. It was nice, fast, and all of them said, hey, I'm starting to feel good where I am, and I'm ready to play here. That said, I do think it is a bit of a challenging environment for these guys. They do have a crowd that is not in most of these teams' favors. There is a lot of Falcons fans sitting there at all times. And every time that you make a mistake against the Falcons, they let you know about it.
Yeah. Cameron?
Yeah, I mean, there was a small pocket of Sonics fans, but I don't know how much help it did them. But they're not playing today, so we can talk about that tomorrow.
No, definitely so. So all of these guys coming in strong. And again, a lot of big reactions coming out from Falcons. They understand what this means. Again, technically speaking, yes, we already know our club championship winner, which will be Team Falcons across the whole of the Esports World Cup. However, I think it's very important for Team Falcons to come here to PUBG to show, hey, this you took us for a reason.
Yes.
Let's prove to you that we are worthy of being Falcons on a stage like this.
I mean, say it without saying it. There's no reason they get to keep being Falcons unless they prove that they get to keep being Falcons. This brand has proven at this event in itself that they take winning very, very seriously. That said, they've made a statement, and now they get to play bully today if they want to, which I'm fascinated to see. This is a group of guys who is willing to be that guy when it comes to finding drop spots and getting what they want out of this game. They had a hard road. A is a tough group, and they managed to still come out on top of that. I'm terrified for C.
I do want to talk about this team, though. Luna Galaxy, talking about the club points. They got one top 8 finish. They need a second one to get any actual club prize out of this.
They won a championship, 1,000 points.
Well, yeah, no, they want as much as possible, but they need a minimum a second top 8. Wait, let's be frank here. Luna Galaxy, they're not in my short list of championship teams. This is 2 of their members' first global event. The other 2 went to PGC in 2022. This is Vinny and Haven, and then PNC 2023. And one of them was in 2022. So it's been a while since we've seen them on the global stage. I don't know how that experience is going to help them perform. But I think they have potential to at least like throw some punches.
If they get a top 8, their organization will be over the moon. But anyway, of course, we got a chance to check in with some of the players here before we actually get into the groups today. So let's take a listen.
Right, I'm here with Diffix from Na'Vi now. You played day 1, day 2. What do you think you guys need to do differently first and foremost?
I think yesterday we did all good, but and zones was really bad for us. And I think today we should like keep doing our job, what we did yesterday. And I think like luck will be on our side, and we will get like better zones, and we can play better.
And talk to me about the group stages a little bit more from a team perspective. Is it about just making it out the top 16 and then making your mark, or is it about making your mark throughout the tournament?
I think it's more about making like top 16 for group stages, because like first of all we are playing like about groups. Like right now we want to advance to finals, and then we'll think about finals.
And finally, you've played this game at a high level for quite a long time. What can you apply from your career into this tournament, do you feel?
I don't think I have a long distance career, because I started to play on Pro PUBG last year.
Yeah, but you know, you still.
Yeah, so I think like all my skills, what I had before, I will apply on this tournament, and like they're already like better than before, but I will do better on this tournament too.
Well, keep it up. I'm sure you will, and I'll catch you very soon. Right, I'm here with Luke 12 from Team TSM. First of all, how are you feeling? Obviously, you didn't play yesterday, but day 1 for you, basically.
Feeling pretty good, feeling confident, and just excited to play, really. Yeah.
Nice. And what's the main focus for you guys going into these next couple matches?
I think we're just going to focus on ourselves and look at the teams we've looked at and make sure we're just on top of our game. So.
Nice. Good to hear. And obviously, with this being 2 days of grand finals instead of the 3 days, do you feel a bit more pressure to almost perform?
Yeah, we just have to start off strong, and that's what we're looking to do, so we can carry out a good performance. So, yeah.
Nice. And anything you've learned from your career up to now that you feel like you can apply into this tournament?
Just the experience. You play a lot of games. You know, PUBG is a very random game sometimes, but you know, you've got the experience over a couple other teams, and you just use that as confidence. So.
Nice. Well, good to hear, and all the best, my brother.
Come on, Luke 12. I want to see him do well, do a shoe-in at the end of it all. It'd be fantastic.
Not quite the Aussie that I would expect from, but
No, okay,
hey, we can dream.
We can dream. We can dream. We've got plenty of great Aussie players, I'm sure. All right, let's take a look at the standings so far. Now, do bear in mind our 17 through 24 players are currently in Group C, so they haven't put any points on the board just yet. However, we're expecting that theoretical cutoff at the end of our 3 days to be around that kind of 55-point mark or something like that. So one thing is great for Falcons that they've already been able to do it. But again, teams like 17 who have already got second place so far are in a really strong spot. But let's quickly talk about Group C here, because we haven't talked about them properly much at all. Who are you looking at to really come out of the gate swinging here?
To come out of the gate swinging, honestly, we just saw them in the interview. I think TSM could come out very, very strong. They added Sparking to the roster. He's even given up skateboarding so that he can be here with this team in his full. They told me, if you want to play with us, you got to stop skateboarding so you're safe and your hands are
Don't
in
injure
good shape.
yourself.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the reason for that is he is one of the best mechanics, I think, in the entire Americas, and has been incredible since he's joined this team.
Oh, he's been one of the hottest commodities for a long time, right? It's fair to say. But let's talk about today's schedule. Starting things off with a reverse of yesterday. So Miramar to get things going. Tego, Rondo, Erangel afterwards here. So we do start on the desert. Cameron, anybody from Group C that you're focusing on?
Eyes on Petrichor Road.
Yeah,
they're a team that they're always in the conversation for a top-ish spot, but never quite the conversation for the top spot. A bit hit or miss at times. I'm interested to see how Axel can lead the squad, or at least, you know, front the squad with performance and frags, because he is always going to be the star player that you look for in the team. How he can deliver here with Summer IGLing.
Petrichor Road is actually a really good focus point for Miramar when we look at the drops, right? Because they're going to take advantage of the fact that Twisted Minds isn't here.
Exactly.
Let's go to Power Grid and just have some potentially easier rotations to get things going.
For a team that I would say is chronically middling, it's nice to see them actually in the middle and be able to play out of it. You say hot and cold, I say it's just mediocre. But I think Power Grid is a great jump for them, and if they are going to make a move, this is a huge early game potential because they're going to get a shot at the circle, and they don't have that hard of rotations out of there. TSM is going to have a sort of quiet loot and an early movement, and they do have open transitions.
So Power Grid is actually arguably one of the stronger positions on Miramar, stronger even than Picado. Teams are sort of realizing how the meta is developing, but when it comes to TSM being so close to it, TSM love their early game cams. You see it a lot more on Erangel, but don't discount it here. You've seen it on Los Leones when they've dropped there regionally, so I'm excited to see, or interested to see if they can.
So you're saying if we get a circle up in sort of that north side, that they could potentially set up a camp on the power in this one?
100%. 100%.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
Now, are they mean enough to try to camp them in a different direction? Like, if that circle goes to the opposite side, would they try to wrap around and lock them?
I mean, the timing just usually doesn't work out for that, but the plane path, everything can affect each other.
That's fair.
There's so many things that impact the game state. It's all about calling something on the fly. Just, you can't really plan something that far in advance.
I get you. I get you. My eyes might be on the arena for multiple reasons, of course. You guys at home, if you've got your eyes on them, you can go over to stcplay.gg and give us a prediction as to who you think might be taking it. But let's get this underway. We have got ourselves B versus C. Rack up those points at the group stage and get yourself to the final.
The bar has been set. As the smoke clears and two groups emerge from the first day of competition, we get a sense of the preparation that our teams have made leading up to this tournament. So welcome to day 2 of PUBG Battlegrounds at the Esports World Cup. My name is Dawood Sandstorm, and alongside me is the bombastic Barney Banks.
For one of our groups, today is their last chance to make it through to the finals, so they have to make sure that they come out swinging in order to set the standard for the rest of our competitors. Then they must sit, watch, and wait.
$2 million lies at the end of our journey. This trophy, and of course, the title of Esports World Cup champions. Now, some of our teams will be coming into today's games supremely confident, but don't forget, there are 15 other teams with their sights locked on you.
One high kill victory can turn the tide for you and your squad and secure your spot in those coveted finals. So with that being said, it is time to welcome our teams, in fact, from groups B and C to the main stage, kicking things off with 4 angry men. Your hometown heroes, Team Falcons! Na'Vi! Guangdong Freaks! FaZe Clan! Cerberus Esports! Seventeen Gaming! Valley Thai Esports!
And now, Group C stepping onto the main stage for the very first time, starting with TSM! T1! Petrichor Road! BB Team! E Arena! virtus.pro! AG Global! And finally, Luna Galaxy! Group C have watched from the sidelines, waiting patiently for their chance, their opportunity on the main stage. Just 12 maps that decide your fate. And when you think about it that way, it's really no time at all.
It really isn't, and it's getting spicy here at the STC Arena.
It really
and
is.
For Group B, if you're experiencing any teething issues coming into day 1, you'd better hope that those are fixed, because once again, this is your last chance to secure a spot in the finals, the trophy, and the lion's share of $2 million. So it is time to kick off day 2 of PUBG at the Esports World Cup. Casters, over to you.
Thank you so much, Barney. Thank you, Sandstorm, for a phenomenal introduction to what will no doubtedly be a phenomenal day as well. I'm Toby, joined by Godspeed, and we've got a set of great matches lined up for you for today. And as they said, Godspeed, Group B, you played today.
Group
you
B.
Bad, you're going home.
This is it. This is their last chance, and with only 6 games left, we saw some mistakes from some of the teams. Those cannot happen today, especially with a brand new group coming in. There's a lot of mix-ups that can happen, especially with rotations, drops, and so this is it. This is do or die if you're Group B.
I mean, the bottom of Group B right now, FaZe Clan, 4am, 2 Rusters that I think hold a pedigree of not necessarily always winning tournaments,
just a little bit,
definitely always up there in the top. They need to step up today in order to secure those spots.
I agree. And for Group C, actually, one of the teams that I'm most excited to watch is E Arena. The amount of consistency that that team was able to show through PGS 3 and PGS 4
was beyond what I expected for them, to be
Definitely a
honest.
team that has been surprising
Yes.
not only us, but everyone in the community, saying, where did these guys come from and how did they all of a sudden start playing this well against the top echelon of teams in the world? We will wait no further. We will head on in to Miramar just a moment as the players are getting ready. We get yet another view at this amazing trophy where a couple of days from now, one team will get to put their triangle in the middle of the trophy and lift it up high as the champions of the Esports World Cup.
I think that's so cool. The
yeah.
trophy system is definitely so cool, but another thing is that we are starting with my favorite map, Miramar. So yesterday we got to do Erangel, the tried and true, the classic, if you will, and then we got to have a little bit of fun on Rondo, but now it's time for Miramar, and then we head to Tego after that.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely amazing. Navi, we see her, the young guns out of Ukraine, had a phenomenal day yesterday. I talked to Alrain, their coach, who stood behind them there on scene. How did it go? How did the boys feel coming into this? And it was like, you know what? You're never going to play a perfect day, but they were like a solid 80, 85 out of 100. Every chance they were given, they took. And in all fairness, as we heard from Diffix in the pre-game interview as well, there were definitely moments where everything went against them. And even despite that, they still came out with positive results.
Navi was 100% chasing circles, but again, the important thing, as you stated, is that they were able to salvage quite a lot of those situations where normally they should have probably gone out with less points, but they were able to get quite a bit more. And that's, I think, what Navi has done really well in the past. And to echo the desk and agree with them, they really are kind of the young team that's coming in, the new blood that's starting to really shake things up.
And honestly, I mean, in a best of 12 scenario, that is what you need. Those extra couple of points in what could have been a 0-point game, now maybe getting 2 or 3 in each and every one of them, that might be 6, 7, 8, 9 points in the grand scheme of 12 games that you're adding to your total, which could be the difference maker in whether you make grand finals or not.
Hey, we've seen 1 point be the difference maker between getting to grand finals and sitting on the sidelines, which is the worst feeling in the world, especially when you know you can make an impact in those finals.
It's gonna be crazy, it's gonna be dicey. You see full focus in the eyes of Purdy and the boys at TSM. They're ready. They want to get this show on the road. The countdown timer on the screen is gonna tell you exactly how much time is left, as smiles on the faces of BP team as well.
And something to also note, you actually caught up to T1.
I did. I had a chance to talk to T1. They're a phenomenal team coming into this match. We will get a chance to break them down further as the day goes on. But now let's get it started. Let's get on over to our first match of the day over on Miramar.
I cannot wait to get started on Miramar. This is going to be so much fun. But the adaptation, the adjustments is what I'm really looking forward to, especially from Group B now that C is coming in.
Definitely. Definitely. As we said, there are a couple of teams down there in the bottom of yesterday's leaderboard that need to fare well today in order to secure their spots for the finals. There's no second elimination, no more chances. You play today, you fail, you're out.
And it's brutal, but really it does show the teams that are able to adjust and adapt at the highest level. And we've seen teams that have been able to do that in the past fail in other events. And so it's the consistency that we're really looking for.
Definitely.
As we now go to this plane, it is fairly even a little bit to the north side, but hot drops, I don't imagine we're going to see, Toby, but what I do imagine we'll see is rotational pains in the early game.
I have to get used to a green petrichor road. I'm looking at the map
Always
and I go,
blue,
wait
right?
a minute, that's new to me. But I'm sure we'll be fine with it down the line. Petrichor, as we heard from the desk, getting Salute Power Grid. They've fought forward with TSM forever. Today, TSM ain't here. So they're all happy that they get to take this spot for themselves.
Well, TSM will actually just go off to Northern Martine.
Yeah.
Won't even have to deal with them, as you said. And Luna Galaxy will get the majority share, or actually all of El Pozo. And then you even have BB Team just up there to the north in Cabrera.
Chilling towards the north. I love what we heard from, nice Eastern Circle, but I love what we heard from Cami during the pre-game desk as well, in how TSM has oftentimes set up these sort of camp positions. And we only have to go a tournament and a half back to when Petrichor Boat was fighting FaZe Clan in and around Puksansa and Takeover.
Right there.
And who was always over there peeking? It was TSM. So I think Petrichor, knowing that TSM is in the nearby vicinity, they're definitely going to have an extra eye open just to make sure that Purdy and the boys don't come looking for.
And to credit Purdy and the boys, I mean, those are adaptations that they've been making over years of playing this game and setting up those traps, learning other teams' tendencies, and Kurt has been doing this for so long, so it's still good to see the evolution as a player who is so old.
But now, as the players are so old,
I love
wow. What is he, 4 years younger than
He's
me?
a vet, man.
Yeah, well, I mean, he is. He definitely is. Now the players are on the ground and have started their looting game. Relo is going to start rotating further towards the east again. I mean, Falcons, there's at dead center in this first circle. And I will encourage everyone, of course,
this time,
to have the map stream open and pay attention to what happens there as well. Because while it's, of course, amazing to watch the rotations, all the cinematic views of what we're getting here, it is also crucial to keep track of exactly how all these rotations pan out.
As we stated yesterday, I mean, one of the big issues when you're given center circle in first circle is where do you actually set up? Where do you play? How do you want to split? Is this risky? Can we cover the other split from this position?
I mean, to answer your question, Falcons had this exact scenario yesterday on the eastern side. It wasn't a wrangle, not a Miramar, but they came up victorious. So let's see if maybe they pick the right spot this time again.
Exactly. I'd love to see them replicate that success from yesterday. As you said, they were looting over towards the east side, really towards Lipovka, and they managed to make that work for themselves.
Definitely did. Definitely did. Again, the teams are getting looted. We have had no early contest, not even fight for vehicles. Actually, a little bit unusual.
This is a little more docile than I expected.
I would say. E-Arena's Lyrics here on the eastern coast, a bit further north than his team, but I like the fact that he's actually gone all the way up here. He wasn't here initially, but opts to move further north early on. Where he's currently positioned is a spot that teams tend to set up these sort of gatekeep positions, ambush sites if you want. And Lyrics being here early on is here to make sure Na'Vi doesn't come down, set up a trap towards him, and effectively allowing for his teammates to rotate when they get the loot that they need.
Exactly. It's a perfect foothold for them to rotate in and look for E-Arena to do this as well. I mean, yes, we saw them with a lot of success with E-pickups in their last couple events, but if they don't get those, they tend to play on the slow side. They tend to go towards the edge, look for a window in, similar to the way that we used to see Falcons play in the past, where they would find that perfect opportunity and then send it in. And so I have very much been impressed with the way that they have kind of evolved and even just been consistent over the last year.
Well, Guangdong Freaks set currently in 27. It looks good because they're 12th, but of course they want to stay up there in the top. They're spotting one, and it's Flood early on. Caught out of position, was getting ready to rotate, but Freaks had other plans in mind. They come up, they take him out.
And Bean was so phenomenal yesterday for this team, and he really saved them in one of those last Erangel games, so look for him to continue that success and pulling the Freaks forward.
Allowing to rotate forward, and crucial timing for the side of Freaks as well, because they heard the vehicles from Valatai. They knew that there was another team in the nearby vicinity, but able to jump on it early. Flood, of course, caught out in the open, not where you want to be in this situation, but in all fairness, not really a whole lot he could do to avoid the situation. He heard the cars from Valatai and realized, now it's my time to move. The car was parked in the right spot, but little did he know, Freaks was already there, ready and waiting.
And we're already seeing quite a few teams now start to bunch up towards the center of this circle, and this one can be somewhat tough. I mean, it's the center direct where we see Falcons currently sitting it's very mountainous, right? There's a lot of ridges, there's a lot of spots that teams could overlook and potentially cut off rotations. And speaking of which, we now are with 17, chasing a very alone Ibiza.
Yep, he's running around the open fields by himself, but suppressive fire is being applied as shots come in from the north. The VP teammates trying to get their, well, tallest guy in the server, I should argue, back towards the rest of them, 17 Gaming. So, you know what, fair, you can stay up there. We're inside the circle. We'll chill on the southern side for a while before we move further.
Southern side is getting a little busy. You also have Valley Ty there, Na'Vi just off to the east, but I'm now looking towards the north side of this as we see 17 just comfortably rotating in. You now have TSM actually rotating right there on Death Road with all gamers just above them to the north, and we know how difficult this trench can be to play.
And just to stay on TSM for a bit, as we saw that rotation come through, we actually saw it from him yesterday, where many teams will send out a scout, kind of prepare a trail for the team to follow. For 17 Gaming, yesterday it was pretty much exclusively rotate on the go. No one's the spirit of this operation. We just go as a bunch, and then we pull up on teams if we have to, which yesterday on the Stalker game worked out perfectly. On the Shelter game, not quite so much, because sometimes when you run into a fight early on and you're opting to go for some of these center positions, you get into a lot of trouble early if you just full commit.
Well, perfect example was 17 yesterday in the very first game. They were trying to rotate past and they got absolutely shredded.
Yep. Exactly. T1 on your screens now, and as we are watching them, and as we were alluding to before, let's break them down a bit, because this really is, in my opinion, the roster, and it's going to sound rude, but it's not meant that way. This is the roster of leftovers. byproduct of the Danawa explosion, or implosion if you want. These are the boys, and I mean, Zenith and Deva, they get dropped by D+ Kia. Soul comes in, he wants a whole new roster. He says, D+, I'm gonna make my own team, boot the rest of them. Then you have Ian, he was on Freaks, but then all of a sudden Salute comes in. Ian, we don't need you anymore.
Bye-bye.
Salute is gonna do his thing, and then him and Raiden, of course, joining forces on Beyond Stratus, having Zenith and Deva come in as well, and then due to good results on the side of Beyond Stratus, go T1 wants us.
Hey, come
Beyond
back.
Stratus goes, wait, you don't want to stay with us anymore? You want T1 instead? And, well, I mean, for good reason. Now they're T1. A lot more can be said, of course, by Rainen. In Korea, we have seen it before where top-level players are forced into military service. Happened to Rainen as well. He was, I don't want to say at the prime of his career, but playing really well on a good trajectory, forced for a year and a half out of competitive play, gets a chance back in with La Vega again, and fortunate for him, got to play longer, and even more so fortunate for him, able to play here. And not only am I looking forward to see what this T1 roster can do, but they have Alphaka as their coach. You might remember him as a former player for Gen G when they finished third in PGIS. I think it's amazing to have some of these former players with not just kind of players that couldn't keep up with the game and left the game, but players that were actually at the top of the game, turn coach with a full understanding of what the players go through on a global scene. I want to see him be there for the boys in this tournament.
And that's
curious.
And that's the most important thing that you bring up, is that they all have experience.
Exactly.
They all have experience at a high level, and they have a coach that has experience at a very high level, placing well at global events. And so this is going to really be an opportunity for them coming together, as you said, kind of the leftovers, to prove that, hey, we're actually a very good entity on our own.
Yeah, definitely. Here they come. Down towards the southern side of this first circle. Again, not in a hurry so far. I love the fact that Takeoff Me Arena's all the way down the ocean, or out in the ocean, picking up a crate right now. You might as well do it. I mean, if you can't scout while you're driving, might as well scout from the
could
water.
be trouble, though.
And they would have wanted to scout because, as we just saw a peek of there, 17 Gaming has actually opted to set up on the shorelines.
And they definitely see this, so this could very much spell trouble for E-Arena, as two of the members, as you stated, still very far off in the ocean.
Yep, definitely our Takeoff out there by himself for now. In the meantime, towards the western side of, well, I guess the circle center, Chewy is going to try and get out of this one. Hurt the vehicles from virtus.pro coming over the hillside, and for good reason, not really enjoying the spot that he was in with a shack and nothing left to play. So he's going to dip, try and fall back, and fortunately for him, just in time before they peeked over.
Meanwhile, virtus.pro has found some members of Petrichor and now putting a little bit of damage out there as well to make sure that they kind of rotate away and just leave them alone. This is a good position there, and I like the split as well. You have EB on the west side, and look at that shift. So much water is still in play.
One thing is water, of course, making it hard to rotate east, but look at the rotations all these teams have west. Look at the congestion of teams towards truck stop right now. They're all rotating over a hilltop. This is a perfect overhead view. Petrichor trying to make their way south around. This road that we're seeing going east to west is it's unscoutable of what's on the other side. So you're playing full face first into these fights right now, which is why Chewy is going to fall. It's impossible for Petrichor to scout it, but Ixleft able to take down Heaven on approach.
Oh no!
Gets taken out, Guman. I mean, just bumped off the rope by Summer.
And Heaven with two beautiful knocks will immediately get turned around with that run over. Ixleft now will get a flush, and it's just down to Salute.
What a fight. You would imagine Quantum Freaks was ready for this, but I think, I mean, Petrichor, they came in from so many different angles that it was just impossible for them to keep track. And now, caught with the flash in hand, Ming finds that one easily. Salute down, Freaks down, and that is not the start that Freaks were looking for here on day two.
Not at all, and we saw it yesterday. The Sonics were in a similar position when it came to New Happy, but you'll take that one-player trade for 4 all day long. And so Petrichor, although losing Chewy, will have 4 kills to start this one off.
Yep, losing 1, but again, I mean, an unscoutable approach, so incredibly hard to really know exactly what you're running into. You see 4AM initially looking to do somewhat of the same thing. Now stuck on the hillsides down towards the Impala fields. It's not a fun place to be, especially not phase 2, and especially when you're coming in from that north side and you haven't had a chance, well, really clear the area at all.
Right. And there's really nothing to play there at all, especially in those fields. And with Impala just looming in the distance, I mean, there's a lot of angles you can get shot from. As 4AM now will find themselves dead center of this circle in a position that is somewhat holdable, but very open, especially if we're talking about their west side opening.
Yep. Cerberus as well, rotating on through. Had themselves a, I'd say pretty decent day yesterday. 32 points, of course. I mean, for Cerberus, then that's not perhaps the result they were looking for, but fielding a new player in Dogmeyer and the Rust, and obviously some things that still has to be figured out. I think they can be, albeit maybe not satisfied, but also not disappointed with a 32-point first day.
Oh, not at all. As we now see E-Arena, who have dislodged themselves from that scuffle that they were in with 17, and so they've actually got themselves in a position here now where they're starting to harass BB Team, and that's going to be a knock on Bestalach.
Yeah. Damage done early on, of course, not going to amount to a whole lot more, but it feeds info across to E-Arena of what's happening in front of them. And I think that, I mean, goes straight into what you were saying before coming into this game. E-Arena is playing extremely calculated.
Yes.
PUBG not taking chances. You had Lyrics up there scouting first. Now they sent one more forward, get a knock onto Bestalach. It's going to set them up for the rotation to come in the meantime here. TSM spotting Quasi from virtus.pro, now in the vehicle, in the open as well. Sparking is able to take him out.
And we've spoken so much about Sparking and the mechanical skill that he has, and he does not disappoint, as that's going to be a knock and an easy finish for TSM, and a great position as well for them to take at least this early. They're going to be on the west side, and they can use this to wait to see what the next circle shift is going to be, and they can either go north or south if they so choose.
And it's so incredibly inconvenient to lose a guy in this situation. Look at the amount of control.
But look at the split
Pro had on this western side, and that's the thing, right? They had all the space they knew. A circle potentially like this was bound to happen. So having one guy on the low ground, a couple of guys up on the high ground as well. We talked about that whole hillside. It's hard if you don't have control of both sides. You can't really see over the other. So for virtus.pro in a phenomenal position just before, losing one here, that is a big loss for them.
And Falcons, meanwhile, although they find themselves in a good position now, they will have to contend potentially with FaZe or All Gamers, although they're pretty comfortable in truck stop, all things considered. Now E-Arena again finding that window, and I was going to say getting through unscathed, but Jacob will fall.
Yep, Hagatori, phenomenal playing yesterday. Top damage dealer, I believe, in all of yesterday's games. Now kicking things off early on here as well as Fairist is able to find one more. Lyrics goes down.
And T1 now starting to crash a position of 17. Xiao Wu will be turned on by Zenith. Raining and Alpaca now coming into the bottom of the building with Xiao Bei is there to receive.
17 full up on this one. T1 trying to defend as Rainin comes creeping on forward, able to get the first one down. Xiao Bei fall and will get the flush onto him as well. Where do you go from here? He spots the nade, has to fall back. Suju fully flashed on this one, and Rainin goes down, but it's Himas from the other side.
Himas, huge reprieve there given to the team of 17, as now Raining is done and dusted.
Yeah, this is tricky. There should be no way for Ian to come over and get him back on his feet. Solo player left alive. All he can do is see the guys on the other side and go, oh, that's my teammate down
and
there.
These long buildings are notoriously difficult to push through. It's really, truly a pain. You have one long hallway. Essentially, Ian has to be careful. Only 1 HP on this tree.
Na'Vi, of course, very, very quick, realizing what's happening to the south, down towards their south. We'll look down here, we'll get eyes on, and it's actually going to be Little Ghost able to take out Ian, so that's T1. First game for them here in this one, but not the start they would have wanted either.
Meanwhile, VP has dismantled TSM. What has happened there? Ibiza going down, but that should be an easy res for them.
I mean, they lose one to TSM, sorry, and then they go,
payback.
I mean, we lose one, you want to fight us 3 or 4? Sure, come at it, we got a P90. What you gonna do?
Clearly nothing.
Not a whole lot. I mean,
clearly not a whole lot.
They knocked EB, fair enough, but that door was shut very quickly, immediately after, as Lugowix found himself the double, and now towards the center we go. E-Arena in control of this building, which has, control of this dip on the other side of the road from 4AM. 4AM, of course, want to get rid of them, but knowing that Na'Vi is in the compound just to their east, it's really limited what they can do from here. Outside of just, again, I mean, as you see here, try to keep everyone at a distance.
Yeah, that being said, I do like their split with GodV and HSMM watching the east and west sides of this, and then you have Zhao Pian and Bobo just kind of keeping eyes on the other two members of E-Arena they saw rotate in.
Yep, we'll see now as Circle Pups. Gustav and FaZe trying to defend their position against Lunar Galaxy. It will swing down towards southeast. Na'Vi sat dead center in this one.
Yeah, meanwhile, you also see BB Team just kind of entangled a little bit with Cerberus, and that's going to be on the very east edge. And BB Team, this is very much like them, right? They take their time as well, similar to the way that E-Arena does. They are very comfortable on the edge. If they find an opportunity to go in center, they will. But generally, this is where we will see BB Team control their side of the circle, then slowly start to push their way in as it shifts.
Couldn't have said it any better myself, Sir Godspeed. As we look over to Sir T. Sir Thomas, if you want, as AG Global makes the way up the hillside. Falcons, a brave move trying to get off this hillside, right into the open arms of FaZe, but they will make landfall down to the containers on the southern side of the compound.
FaZe is a team that desperately needs these points. They did not have a stellar day one. 22 points though now, still. Opportunity is there. The door is open.
Now over towards AG Gaming, All Global Gaming, trying to take out E-Arena in the step we saw just before. Sissy instantly peeks on over, finds Test early on. Whereas Tycon in this fight, they need him to be the spearhead of this operation. Sapao able to get one in return, but this is what we're talking about just before 4 a.m. Wanting a piece of this action. They've been waiting for this to happen, and now they will engage as well.
And great timing as well. They will find quite a few kills, quite a few knocks, some points there to be had as AGG is just trying to recover at this point. Tycon and Surti, the only ones still standing with Zest knocked, trying to stabilize in this position, and they still have to get rid of Zizzy.
They could just clear Sissy. They would know that this entire dip was free for them to play around Sissy with them.
That was a nice molly. That should be
it's going to be down to 1 HP. Didn't get connected onto by the molly. Initially, I thought it had him, but not to be. That nade, though, should have his name written all over it, and it does. Tycon takes out Sissy. E-Arena out in 13th place.
Good night, sweet prince. Did what you could, Zizzy. As we now move back to the Falcons phase now, with some very noisy neighbors here just above. Snaker's gonna peek over with that MG3, and that is a disgusting gun to be using up close. Fax will fall.
They're in a 4v2, but now it's a 2v2. One goes down in return. Gustav peeks on over, gets the eyes on Torello, but it's taken down by Tycon at a distance. They clear Falcons, but not without taking a lot of casualties off their own.
And the cost was huge. Luna Galaxy has been watching over this position, just waiting, and that is it. FaZe is out. What a pickup from Luna.
Luna Galaxy peeked down, they sent Posa in to scout. They lose one, they go, oh no, we can never get in there. But wait, what if we stay on the hill and wait for them to move? All of a sudden, with the engagement coming in from the side, Falcons pushing up, Luna Galaxy, I mean, they knew exactly how to take advantage of that position. Solid plays coming through, and a good thank you note for taking out one of their teammates earlier.
Yeah. A little payback from way back as we see Petrichord Road here on the west side of this circle, currently holding out VP, who is in quite a bit of trouble. Valley Thai as well, just to their south, with a position to move in here and a nice ridge to play.
Yeah.
Especially with Petrichord now rotating to, never mind, as that circle shifts, it goes all the way south. So now Valley Thai with the opportunity to be gatekeepers.
You see surprisingly many people in vehicles right now. That's because that's all the cover they have. There is nothing on that hillside to really play, especially when it comes to north and south. The hills in this area on the southern side of Navi's compound work well to protect you from east and west, but when it comes to like the northern and south sides, it's practically impossible. It's just lines running vertically on the map for you to try and grant yourself some cover in.
And if you're Navi, you could not be happier right now as 4 a.m. now gatekeeping all gamers just to their north, and this is going to be a difficult approach because even if they want to go to the west side, they're still going to have to contend with Valley Tide. The north may be a long wrap, but then they'd have to run into BB Team or Cerberus, and so a fight may be the only option is look at Ike's left.
Yeah, they're all creeping forward. Finally, we will see the fall of Nixie. A little more space now, granted a little sigh of relief for Valatai as Kiss is able to take him out. This is where it gets tricky for these teams that have, I mean, there's been so much commotion through the mid-game that I would imagine some of these teams have lost exact track of the kill feed. Therefore, always got to be extra careful for snakes. Every time you peek over into a noob dip, there might be a guy lying there waiting for you.
And how many times have we seen a snake just absolutely ruin a game for a full four-man?
Oh, yeah. Ike's left now, lining up some util. They know that they have AGG over on the other side, and that nade had Seth's name on it. Takes him down instantly, and that should come with a push to follow.
Hell of a start, but they have to be careful of 4 a.m. who do have angles onto this, and you see them starting to flex out with the opportunity there. Tycon stuck between a nade and a hard place, and he will go down.
Yep, Ming falling though. Nice timing on the side of Valentine to peek over as they started their rotation. Ike's left nothing he can really do to avoid the loss of a teammate there, but again, they got further towards the circle. I don't think they would have imagined themselves getting in there with 3 up, but for Summer, for Ike's left to try and make this cross now with just them two, it's going to be incredibly difficult.
Now the rest of Luna, the last two members, Haven and Kraken, trying to just find an opportunity, a way in, and that knock on Ike's left will help him. Nades coming out, as well as quite a bit of utility. the approach is there if they can just get rid of Summer.
Yep, Ike's left down. Summer almost dismantled as well as Kraken tries to see if he can take him down on the other side. He still has Haven inside the circle. There's not much space for them to really maneuver, but he has to clear his west side first. I love the priority that we're seeing here from Luna Galaxy. They know, yes, we're not inside the circle, but we don't want to share the space with them either. We've got to tank a bit of blue. We've got to set up for the circles to come, and we can only do so if we deal with Petrichor Road.
It's the exact opportunity we were talking about just a moment ago, and so they at least have somewhat of a safe haven, no pun intended there, just on the north side. They're going to have a few ridges to play, but the biggest issue is still going to be 4AM and Na'Vi. Looks like BB has found their way on the east side, but still contesting with Cerberus.
And to go off what we were saying before, look at the circle. Look at how much space 17 Gaming has on the southern side. Because
it's absurd.
Teams have not been able to look south, and in all fairness, this is the best case scenario for everyone, maybe even including 17 Gaming. They have no one behind them. They know that for a fact now, and now the teams to the north can stay up here. They can fight their way forward as nades get closer and closer to Bestalog.
And most importantly, they don't have to deal with that field that 17 was just sat in. They do have quite a bit of ridges to work with. As long as they can just get there, Bestalog will find Duckmai, and that's a pretty big knock there for BB team.
Duckmai was pushing forward to try and deal with Bestalog, but forced back by Luna Galaxy. He hears the footsteps on the roadside. Bestalog peeks on over, finds him with his back turned, and now gets the flush on him as well. So nice reaction play from Bestalog, who had very limited things to really work with on that side of the road.
Yeah, but the problem for him right now is he's very far from his team, and not sure if he has a vehicle. He's still trying to do as much damage as possible before he potentially does go down. As it looks like he does have, oh, never mind. That is not the Bronco you want to be taking in this situation. So Cerberus will fortunately move away. He might have a window, but Na'Vi is still watching.
How does 17 react to this if Cerberus swings all the way south side? Haisaki, Sololsi trying to make the play on in. Haisaki had a phenomenal start to yesterday's games. We'll see if they can continue the same trajectory here. It's just them two alive. Full level 3 gear on Sololsi to potentially keep them in this race for a little while longer.
Yeah, but look at the problem. It's Suju. He's very actively looking on the east side, looking in their direction.
Oh, they heard the cars too, yeah.
And they definitely heard the cars, and 4AM, Na'Vi, for all the circles they didn't get yesterday, are very happy that they've pretty much been in a catch-9 situation in this game.
Oh yeah, definitely so. They would not want it any other way. 4AM now, again, still 4 alive, not in a hurry whatsoever. I'm surprised that they have opted to play this passively, but of course, that every time you peek out in any given direction in this dip, your head just have a big circle around it going, shoot me, shoot me, shoot me. So, I might want to take back what I said. It makes perfect sense to me now
exactly,
that I think
and they tried.
I mean, they've been more passive.
They have tried with, especially with that Petrichor fight up to their north. They did poke their head outs, but also Valley Tai with angles as well have really been shutting them down, and so that's a nice position for them as well. Valley Tai will be able to move east as the circle closes and just move ridge to ridge, and so they put themselves in a very good position for this as Summer will throw what he can and fall.
I was going to say, if he gets one with that second nade, that would be so rude. He's taking one down with him. Haisaki will go to blue now on the southern side of the circle as they try to keep for the forward. You might just want to deny here, but no, the point will go over to Phil first. Cerberus down as we hit top 6.
17 now starting to become in the crosshairs of Valley Tai, and Unique will find Xiao Wu. That's the first member of 17 to get knocked here as they're only down to 2 left, and again, Valley Tai with a wide spread, actually keeping a 2-2 split, looking at both 4AM and 17.
I mean, widespread, but playing full control there. I mean, the fact that Latai and Kiss can effectively just force 4AM to do nothing, they have played this west side of the circle for the last 3-4 circles incredibly well.
And it's a problem for 4AM because with the position in the circle like this, you want to flex out. You want to be able to get those kills, but they really haven't been able to do so.
Nope, their understanding of what to prioritize at any given moment has been absolutely perfect. Now Sushu will fall as well. Knock comes through from Bestalog, but Megalos says, thank you, I'll take that one.
This is a hell of a start for Valley Tai. Is Na'Vi now just slightly having to move, at least some of the members like Hakatori and Sosed, but still so much control in that compound. Now the onus really is on to BB. Are they going to move more into the crosshairs of Valley Tai? And you still have that snake of little ghosts in the south.
You have Bestalog just on the edge of the circle, trying to get at least a bit of a foothold for the rest of the boys. Get inside the circle. Spiro looking on the southern side as well, trying to potentially do some sort of a sweeping play down around the southern side, over towards Little Ghost, further towards the west, but I'm not sure if they're going to full commit to it, because I think they know that there might be a Na'Vi player or two peeking over the ridge line, should they opt to give it up.
But this is also the issue if you're a team like Na'Vi in the center of the circle. They really haven't been able to get much in the way of points. I mean, yes, they've had the best position. Yes, you're safe, but even for a team like Na'Vi who does like to flex out and who does like to go more aggressive, they've kind of been shoehorned into staying there.
I mean, if to put it into perspective, if they fall here, it's a 5-point game. It's definitely not amazing should they go, but I definitely do not believe that they will be the next team to fall, especially not now. No. We see Little Ghost under fire. 17 Gaming will be taken out. I like the ideas of them, like their approach to the initial fights. They were able to survive in that longhouse for a while with a lot of chaos happening around them, but in the end they will fall in 6th.
Yeah, maybe the adaptation there was just trying to play a little more aggressive on Valley Tai when they still had 3 members up, but that's for their analysts to talk to them after this game. Meanwhile, Bet Boom now starting to make their move on the southwest side into the sightlines of Megvalos, as Luna now have to make somewhat of a trek. There still might be a little bit of that dip in, but they're currently being bombarded with quite a bit of utility.
Blue Zoneception is upon us as Luna Galaxy somehow. 2 players able to stay alive. Ooh, the peek on over from GodV. They both caught it. Nice timing on that one. Xiaopian fighting the other direction now to now. 4AM is starting to try and creep out of this pit. They find themselves in, but Kraken is able to find 2.
Kraken really fighting back here. He's already knocked out GodV. Bobo down to just 1 HP, and finally they will deal with Luna, but that was a lot of damage done, and here is the flex out from Na'Vi.
Exactly, now is when Latai has to make a decision. Do I go for Kiss? Do I try and punish 4AM? But no, he has to fall back, especially now the BB team is pushing on the other side.
BB team now with an opportunity here to take control of the south side of the circle, and that would give them quite a bit of room to flex, especially towards 4AM. Never mind, they will fall.
Yep, all taken down. Ferris locks it in. 6 kills now for Na'Vi as they start flexing out of that position. A lot of damage was done by Valatai towards 4AM, but it's going to be Na'Vi to sweep around to clean them up, and they now find themselves in an EMEA sandwich. Valatai, that is, with BB team on one side, Na'Vi on the other.
That's a very good point. They were so comfortable earlier with all that control, but now that there is no more 4AM for Na'Vi to contend with, they can really flex out. Fortunately, a knock will slow them down. Ferris will go down, but here comes Bet Boom. And if Valley Tai can hold off these 2 teams, that would be more than impressive.
In all fairness, I mean, if Kiss can do his job here, there might be a world where Na'Vi tries to backfill BB team on the ridge line and put them in a third-party position. So for Valley Tai right now, don't aggress, just hold them off. Of course, if you get a knock, you push on it. But until then, try and just fend them off and hope to dear God that Na'Vi comes and helps you out.
I am so impressed with the way that Valley Tai is playing this. Still cautious, still making sure they have control. They're not really giving up that much space. And in a situation like this, when you're fighting multiple teams, that is very difficult to do.
And it is. Megalos peeking around the side. It's only heads that he can see on the other side, and he will take a bullet straight to the dome himself. Has to fall back, has to try and heal on up as Phil's first. Is really running through his util quite rapidly. They're down to just a couple left to play with. 3 flashes. Gotta commit them to this fight, you'd imagine.
And you can see it's just a cheeky little flare being fired off, but you can see Bestlock is very much worried about the team behind, which is Na'Vi starting to push up the backside of that hill. They have to be constantly aware, as a lot of that pressure, as you said, Kiss doing his job.
With a win here, Na'Vi knows they're in. I don't think they're going to try and risk it for a potential kill or 2 extra. They want the win. They want to have Valatai and BB team fight one another. They don't want to engage before they see the action pop off in the kill feed. Wise on Na'Vi, play it smart. They understand where they're on the leaderboard in this group. Play it smart. Get up on the ridge line, apply pressure, but do not over-engage.
At the very least, a very strong start for Bet Boom, as Valley Tai's Unique will find Phil first. And so that's 1 to fall. And 1 trade goes back and forth. It's just Spyro.
They're taking out all of them. So far, no casualties taken. BB team will fall, and they have Na'Vi down to 2. They had their backs towards the blue, but they are fighting back. This Valatai team has so far played a phenomenal edge play. They've been playing slow, they've been playing quiet, but now they're playing with all thrusters on.
And Kiss has been unbelievable, but So Said will finally find some sort of retaliation. Kiss backing up, and no! Just like that, Na'Vi will finish it in a 2v2 situation at the end. That happened so fast.
What a finish to that game. I had Valatai counted completely out when BB team started sweeping around the southern side. Na'Vi able to close it out, but I don't think it comes without a bit of a scare that Valatai was doing a little more than they thought they were going to there.
That was... that got very sketchy towards the end of that game. It ended up in 2 members left for each team, but a very quick cleanup. But man, what a heck hell of a job holding multiple teams off on that edge. I have to give it up to Valitai. That was more than impressive.
For teams looking to maybe incorporate some edge mid-game playstyles themselves, this can be a masterclass. Their ability and understanding of where to be, because they were stretched almost a kilometer with their players in fairly open terrain. Their understanding of where to be, to how to position their 3-1, their 2-2 splits whenever they did transition back and forth, incredibly well played. As we see here, Na'Vi, of course, the victors of the game, from no circles yesterday to all circles today. They'll be happy as they here, I should imagine, get themselves into the grand final.
And you have to give them credit as well. Like you said, there was no need for them to play too aggressive or try to get too much, because they knew they were in a position that they should have won that game. It's difficult as it was in the end, and so they really did take their time and make sure that they did not overextend.
Exactly. We see some of these shots here from Valitai on that side. Got the... I mean, kudos to Kraken as well. Luna Galaxy, that was a road not to cross, but even in not crossing, they still managed to do a ton of damage to 4AM. Unfortunately for them, the points didn't go their way as they were given over to Na'Vi, but still phenomenal attempt to fight it through. Now let's go back to the desk and let them break down match number 1.
Born and bred to play PUBG competitively. These young guns are absolutely blasting here to get it going on Miramar. They've already had spectacular moments in Miramar on international soil before, and they're going to do it yet again here, even though it was a little bit competitive towards the end here. Valitai looking phenomenal as well in this game.
You know, we talked about it right before the show started. Valitai, how they show up in these late games and can be spoilers. We also talked about Na'Vi and how they could be the future, but they have to prove this consistency, right? When we look at just PGSs outside of Twisted Minds, they're the most consistent team. But you can't put your hat on that, because that was just 2 PGSs back-to-back. If they do it here, if they continue to be a top 3 team, not only do I say, oh man, these are an amazing team, but like they're so young. That means that they have such a long runway ahead of them. They're not burned out yet. They're not old guards who are grumpy. They have to show up for work. These guys are excited to be here. That's what you need when you talk about new spirit in a team.
Yeah, I mean, you want to have that passion for anything you're a competitor in. And so just being able to sit down at your computer, at a video game, play for 20 hours a day. We need that in our young gamers. And Na'Vi, I don't know how many hours they put in. I hope it's not 20 a day. But you need to be able to have that full focus commitment. So to have a new generation of players rise up and also just perform right off the bat this year at global stages is very exciting to see. They're definitely top 3 for me of this tournament.
Well, they're excellent and they're shaking up the status quo. Let's take a look at who the MVP is going to be here from this roster, because it's undoubtedly going to be from Na'Vi. And who is it? It's Sosed actually taking number 1 here for the roster. Not with the highest numbers, so I can only suspect that everyone was playing a part here when it came to the overall performance.
But that's what I think that I like about them. They are a new team that was put together, and I don't think enough credit goes to the fact that this team was built so well, that they work well together, they seem to enjoy each other's presence, and that they work as a team. And in that situation, I'm used to Na'Vi being such an aggressive brand in general sometimes, and these guys know when to sit back, when to play not passive, but careful. And I think that's why you see these spreads of kills from them.
And I do think we want to acknowledge that this was a very controversial roster move when it happened at the beginning of this year. I think at this point, in retrospect, we gave the organization and the coach a bit too much heat because it is performing so well almost immediately.
Oh yeah, the whole of EMEA was like, how is this going to work? No, hands down, we were very concerned.
But the questions are fair, right? Like, and that's a concern, because with a brand like Na'Vi that's been around for so long and is so important to so many different esports, like you worry about it, but them doing this means, hey, great job.
At the same time, taking a look at some of the highlights from this game, though, got to say, BB team, I think, did well rotating down towards that. I'm just very surprised that they got taken out handedly, almost instantaneously by Valitai. They played a blinder of a game.
Yeah, we almost saw something there from Luna Galaxy. I do think they probably waited a little bit too late to push, but then again, only 2 of them up, so not that many resources to use there. But yeah, Valitai, they were middle a lot yesterday. Couldn't get to the late game a lot except for that one on the roof, but here suddenly taking over, eliminating BB. We thought it was going to be them taking over Na'Vi, but then just hold at the end. It happened in about 2 seconds. I'm not even quite sure who was able to get those kills at the end, but Na'Vi still securing it. That's 4 points plus those kills. Great point grab for them.
On 19 points for Na'Vi go their way. Valitai with 10 kills, gets 16 on the board. I mean, with that, they already came in at 41 points. So they are going to basically be guaranteeing themselves a final placement off the back of this alone. Never mind that. Group C, Petrichor Road, BB team, get themselves in the top 4 here for the points that they were able to accrue. So it's a good start for Group C teams.
It's a great start for Group C teams. I think when you talk about a BB team, for instance, you know, when we talk about their regional performance, is the first time I really got to have a good look at them.
Sure.
They came out with a 19% win rate. And so my question is, because they got so many placement points to get here, if they don't get first, if they're not walking away with those high ranks, are they going to be able to still go the distance and get out of the group stages? The fact that in their first game, they're already putting up those big placement numbers, I think speaks well to what I expect from them.
I mean, they're one of the teams that is technically the most storied. If you think about individual players, a few with chips on their shoulders, Spiro obviously being previously Twisted Minds, Doozy, one of the greatest leaders in EMEA of all time, and we know what happened at a PGC. Let's not beat around the bush when it comes to question mark scenario that occurred. Besto, fantastic. Philfirst, a prodigy. There is so much potential on BB Team, Cameron.
Absolutely. And so just looking at this new surge, not just Navi, but this, let's see exactly how deep EMEA's teams go, because we were just having a conversation earlier. I'm not going to spoil like the details about it, but with the game as old as PUBG is, there's always, every couple of years, a question of like, when does the sort of generational change happen? We need people to fill the shoes of the old greats that are on the way out.
Well, Cameron, I want to stick with you and see if you've got a moment to show from it. Yes. Obviously, our eyes are on some of these teams trying to scramble towards the top, right?
Yeah. Well, we started out today, we talked a little bit about Petrichor, and I kind of called them chronically middling, and how Freaks had to have a big day. And we actually saw those teams go up against each other really early on in this match. So if we want to pull that up, it was the crash by Petrichor to dislodge Freaks. I think they were playing a little bit defensive here, but they had a good 2-2 split going. And it was the commitment by Petrichor on this push after they got those early knocks coming in that I thought was really impressive and a sign of life from Petrichor that was exciting to see.
Yeah, they ended this game with 7 points. This is the first 4. Heaven does get a one and done onto Chewy, but caught out in the open is going to get exploited by the rest of Petrichor Road. KDF are a little delayed in trying to respond, but you can't blame them too much because Petrichor Road are coming in at such high velocity. The important thing about this fight, and the reason why everyone is full committing to it, is because the amount of water that we saw in the circle at this point in the game, there is a higher chance than usual that this position, as powerful as it is, will remain in the zone throughout the mid-game.
And the Petrichor crash, the fact that they called it out, they moved in from multiple sides, and they ended it so quickly, because the danger of this crash is that if you let it last at all longer, there's a ton of teams who are like, hey, there's a great chance for me to take that spot. So Petrichor's execution, commitment, and speed was great for them. The other side of that coin, though, is it means Freaks, who are already in the danger zone coming into this, are even more so. Going out in 16th place, despite Bean having a good start, he got a kill or two to open this thing up. That is really bad news for a brand like Freaks.
Yeah, they've got to be very concerned. They've got to start really booking up their ideas here if they want to get to those top spots. But thank you very much, gentlemen. Time for a break here. When we return, we're back to the Dusty Dunes. We've got one more Miramar on the cards. We'll see you in a few here at the Esports World Cup.
It's the EWC and you want to play like a pro. Well, we've got a lesson for you. Axe on. You're fresh, ready to fight and grind those long hours. It's how it should be. Axe off. You're slow, unfocused, and lagging. Do you get it? Let's go again. To unleash your best game, you must freshen up first. Get your axe on. Spray, play, repeat. Axe and Esports World Cup.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
لا تعيش الوقت بشيء يفيده.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا، عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
All right, we've already had all of these teams mosey down to the corral and get themselves set up for the desert, but now we've got to do it yet again here.
Again?
Figure out who's going to get all the points here on Miramar. Of course, Toffees and Cameron joining me for this one. So far, so good for the likes of, I would say actually off the back of that game, Valitai and Na'Vi probably going to the final. So that's a brilliant start for them.
It's a big start for Valitai. So Na'Vi, I expect them to go to the finals, right? I'm saying it's a good start, right? It's not a surprise. Valitai is a team that this year has sort of just continued to grow, and I didn't expect it. Like, the Thai teams in general have really become very impressive in terms of their international presence. And when we talked about a region that is on a huge glow-up, that in particular, Valitai, I think, is representing that here at this event.
Yeah, and I think the Thai region specifically, regionally, it can be hard to take away how they're going to perform at the international scale because the meta in that region is so different and so unique. It's very fast-paced. It's just chaos all the time, so you can never be sure how well these players are going to translate into a global stage where the meta is a bit more on the controlled aspect side of things. But they're doing well. I was criticizing them being able to get to the middle but never hold it yesterday. I mean, we'll see if they can do it again today. It is just one game in B versus C, but already they're outperforming my expectations.
This is a really good point because Cameron brings something up that I think we used to see a lot that we don't anymore, and that's day-to-day adaptation. Like, I feel like honestly, I still see a lot of teams going back and redrawing boarding. They're saying, you know what, it just didn't work. We didn't catch our circles. Do the same thing tomorrow. Valitai, I think, has the potential that maybe they did go back. They talked it out and they said, we need to change the way that we're doing things. And I feel like I haven't seen that kind of flexibility from teams as much recently. So teams that are showing this new flexibility, like we talked about 17 yesterday, being willing to just change drops and make things work in a different way than we're used to seeing a very static 17. I kind of wonder if it's an evolution of PUBG a little bit, a return to this idea that you have to roll with the punches.
I think it's very clear that the region are hard workers. It materializes here on the international stage, and you can see it in practice. At the same time, right there, E-Arena, obviously it's one game, it's a small sample size and things like that. Not the best of starts, right? I think when you're having to drop the way they are, which, by the way, they did not drop in Valdemar because they were like, well, we've got everywhere else. They're a very reactionary squad, and we're expecting throughout the day them to be unbelievably reactionary to the playing path, right, Cameron? And that will persist through, I think, all of the battlegrounds today.
I mean, that's how they got a lot of their success at PGS4, right? Is just being able to find gaps. When we saw some struggles by the teams like Cerberus and Sonics, both of which were not, neither of them were able to really replicate their performance in PGS3 into 4. They were reacting and finding holes, finding gaps, doing a lot of E-pickups and finding these opportunities to then frag out to the mid and late game. I don't know if they're going to find those same opportunities here.
They've got a lot of expectations against them in terms of where they were in the power ranking, right? To attain 3rd on the power ranking for E-Arena, they suddenly have so many eyes on them. I would argue more eyes than ever before in the history for their PUBG careers. So you got to live up to it somehow. It's going to be difficult, I think.
More eyes than potential drop spots, and that's saying something for this team. But I think that is, when you have these eyes on you, have that pressure, you got to go out there and you got to be flexible, especially when you're dealing with teams like the top of this, Falcons, Na'Vi. I mean, these teams have support staff. They have people who can help them with analysis. EA is a smaller market team. They have to kind of do it by their own bootstraps, and I believe their flexible style is going to allow them to at least continue to be in the middle of these packs.
beyond Petrichor Road and BB team here, which other teams do you really have your eyes on for Group C? I guess coming into the second game, Cameron, here, considering we've had one, we saw a little bit of a murmur. I was happy to see Luna Galaxy get a few on the board for this first game.
Yeah, they got 3 kills, one of which was confirmed by Na'Vi after they went out. So it's not a bad start for them. Certainly, we've seen worse introductions to a global stage. Again, just going back to the lack of experience for them. But I also, again, got to throw it back to the other America's squad that just got introduced, TSM. It's only one game. We don't want to read too much into it. They didn't actually do that camp on Petrichor Road, which we didn't assume was going to happen, but there's always going to be that high probability. We'll see if they maybe pull something out.
Maybe they regret not doing it.
Maybe.
At the end of the day, I mean, we saw Sparking got a really nice shot. We saw him, the mechanic we talked about, but then they just got caught and dumped so fast. Like, it was just, that's, I think, the weakness of TSM sometimes is they get caught with when they're flat-footed and they don't have the ability to pick up and move in those fights. So I think maybe if they had camped that, maybe if they had been a little more aggressive or a little bit cheekier, it might have worked out for them.
I mean, cheekier is a good way to describe it, right? Because you do that game 1 of your group stage. That's quite a bold move to make.
It's an attack, right? Like, also, I genuinely love those kind of bold moves because it gets in the head. What, successful or not, Petrichor is going to reconsider every choice they make coming out of power going forward.
Right. The opposite side of this is that it is only 12 games to qualify. 12 games for top 16. That's not
terrifying.
Like the most. Yeah, but also it's still only 12 games. So I could see the perspective of wanting to get a couple of good ones under your belt before you go crazy. Going back to the conversation about Falcons, now that they're in first place after yesterday's games, they have the flexibility to pull out some of these things.
Well, here they are on stage right now, Purdy Curdy and the boys. Obviously, Purdy, an extreme veteran of the scene, but we move over to BB team as well. They are also veterans of the scene. We've already detailed why they have the capabilities. I mean, we made predictions at the start of this tournament, and I posed it to us, hey, I don't want everyone to pick Twisted Minds. Let's all pick someone different.
Right.
And BB team, for me, was my pick. They've technically, as previously had a lot of success on international stages. Some, again, a bit wishy-washy for reasons that we know about. But they've got the chops, they've got the potential, the ability. They're smart thinkers, smart minds.
They are smart, but I think so far they've lacked the power to close, and I want to see if they can do that. They do. Obviously, you said you've got the chip on the shoulder player joining them, and maybe that's the progressive they need to go forward. When you compare them to like the young guns of like Na'Vi and these teams that are just, I don't know, changing the way that the game is played. And I think that's what we're facing right now in PUBG. We're seeing a little bit of this old guard versus new style, right? Na'Vi wanted to go out there and be like, let's test gliders. Let's see if this is something new.
So you think, well, actually, I mean, Doozy and BB team are the guys that really kind of pioneered that forever. But anyway, well, let's see if the old dinosaurs are going to die out against some of the new ones. We have got ourselves our next Miramar on the way here for game number 2 of day 2 for the Esports World Cup.
Thank you so much, boys, on the desk. Great analysis, great breakdowns, as always, as we get set here for match number 2. This time around, Godspeed, a fairly southern plane. I feel like yesterday across the board, we had some pretty good planes to work with. This time around, down towards south we go, which should also say Circle, probably going to the same place.
I feel like fairly southern is an understatement, Toby. This is a very southern plane. As most of the teams here will likely have to find an alternate drop here, as we see Luna going very far south there towards Resort. But, you know, the desk obviously bringing up fantastic points. You know, I do kind of want to talk about TSM a little bit. You know, a team that absolutely has more than enough pedigree. I mean, Kurt has been playing this game forever, right? Basically since the start. SDK has been his home for quite a while now. You have Alo, who has also been on SDK for quite a while now. One of, you know, back in the day, kind of up-and-coming, really new, talented players. We used to call him the close-range god in our region because he was so proficient when it came to those pushes into... Oh, hold on a second. Speaking of pushes, I'll get to that point in a second. Yep.
He's going to get out of there, isn't
he?
Yeah,
he should.
Little ghost.
29 bullets with no armor. It's possible.
There's an uphill climb, but thank God that thing has a roof.
Oh.
Nah, you can continue. As you were saying.
As I was saying, yes. So, you know, Alo joining this. I mean, the core of that squad has always been, at this point, Purdy, Luke, and Alo. Sparking, I feel like, was the perfect member to add to that team. The young blood injected into that squad, and someone who himself has been looking for so long for the right team to fit his playstyle, to be able to enable his talent as we see HSSM driving past KDF.
They haven't reloaded. Oh, wait, no. Oh, there are 2 on that bike, too.
Oh, that would have
Don't
been
turn around,
devastating
HS.
for 4.
Don't. Oh, no.
Oh, this is terrible.
They're running.
That's 2
They're
knocks.
in the open, and Heaven has never had an easier time eliminating 2.
That was a disaster for 4AM. Oh, it could be even worse.
Please, guys. I mean, honestly, for Quantum Freaks, thank you for him. They needed something going their way. And if it's people running around in the open at 2 minutes 10, they'll take that any day of the week. But for 4AM, that is abysmal.
The problem for me there is I don't think 4AM was even being shot at yet when they hit that rock.
This is, you know what this is? This is the result of that plane path. This is the result of it.
Chaos incarnate.
I mean, you said teams are going to force to go elsewhere. Quantum Freaks, while they, I mean, are not unaccustomed to being, I don't think 4AM has had any trouble on these rotations previously. So for 4AM, thinking they could go past there without any issues whatsoever, I feel like that's a bit too, okay, everything's going to play out as, like, they don't take into account the what do you call them? The unpredictables of the game when they make a move like that.
I mean, that was a huge mistake by 4AM, and that cost them dearly. Half their squad is gone, and it's not even the first 5 minutes of the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's a weird case of, as you can see me now, if you have the map stream open, EWC_white_EN2, make sure to boot it up if you haven't already.
It does exist this time.
Exactly. So Quantum Freaks are up and around Minas. They wouldn't usually be all the way down the hillside, but for 4 AM, again, 2 guys on a bike, no loot at all. Goes to show they were not expecting anyone to be there. But even then, they drive around in a circle, they scout it out. If you're scouting, if you're playing it smart, you're not 2 guys on that bike.
Naked.
And that's without anything.
Naked,
they literally didn't have a gun. They hadn't looted anything yet. That is a very questionable move in my decision, or in my mind. But nonetheless, let's look at what we have to play with here.
Yeah, look at this circle.
As much as I said it was going to go south, honestly, this one has swung as hard north as it really could off of this plane path. We're effectively going similar territory, initially at least, to where we were in the previous one. And right now, well, TSM are the ones who are reaping the rewards of it.
Yeah, and significantly less water in this circle as well. TSM, as you said, are the beneficiaries of this circle. As we once again look at this again, I don't think they were even being shot at before they hit that rock. It's unfortunate, but back to the circle, we see a nice split already come out from TSM as they find themselves at the top portion of that, and we've seen Cruise Device circles before. There's a lot of high ground terrain to be played there, so teams early who are already in that area, I'm talking about Bet Boom, TSM, KDF potentially if they want to rotate past Death Road, will have the option to take that high ground and really start to punish the teams that are rotating or even dictate rotations entirely.
See Valentine as well. They go, guys, we won a game. Oh, well, we didn't win. We had a really good game in the previous one from this position. How about if we just stay and hope that the circles come back so we can play the exact same game once again? So that's where they're currently positioned, as everyone else will start making their journeys towards the northeast. Expect to see a lot of space on the northern side of this circle, simply due to the fact that it's going to take teams forever to get up there. You can see All Gamers Global, Tycon, currently the player furthest towards the north far west. They have such a long journey to go on in order to get over there. E-Arena, I would imagine, is going to pretty much backfill AGG on this rotation to go up towards the north, go Cruz de Valle as well, as we now see T1 and FaZe running into one another.
James and FaZe desperately trying to get some points here where they can. They won't be able to do so. Wait a second, Alpaca now stranded. Can James land the spray? 6 bullets. The mini comes out, and he just cannot land a shot. That's a difficult one to go, though.
That's definitely a tricky one. And again,
oh, he spins out.
Teams on a tricky position, trying to just both really get out of there.
Nice shot.
Alpaca taken down. James able to take him out. Corexius down on HP, but Gustav now immediately after finds Ian. That's yet another really tough start for T1.
T1 just, again, running into early game woes as they have not had any footing really so far in their second. I mean, they've only played 1 and not even a half games yet, but they're struggling in these early game rotations. It's been wild for them. Zenith and Reigning really the only ones left. And back to your conversation about rotations, we do see a few teams going up towards that northwest side. That's going to be Petrichor as well as Cerberus we were just with, who have now starting to occupy that space.
Also, just a quick note here. I'm not sure if my info is incorrect, but we're seeing Alphaka play instead of Deva. As far as I'm concerned,
I was expecting Deva as well.
Definitely the coach on the team. So whether we'll try and get you an update on that. How come the presumable coach is playing rather than Deva, who, in my opinion, is one of the strongest players on the team. We'll give you, of course, insights on that as the show goes on. But for now, the remaining 2 of the 4 Angry Men trying to get a rotation going. They have successfully managed to wrap around Tier 7 teams down towards the south, but I mean, as we saw before, the damage has really already been done.
Yeah, I mean, they will find themselves a really good position here, but the caveat is, as you said, they're only a duo.
Wait, we're potentially lining up for something here. I love the fact that we have AG Global.
I know exactly what you're going to say.
So, for those of you guys who don't know, there's a team called Cerberus, pretty darn decent. Him as the spearhead, used to have this guy on camera as the co-spearhead of the operation. Tycon, a phenomenal Vietnamese player. I went to talk to Tycon today coming into the match and said, yo, bro, well,
is that how you open the conversation?
You're playing Cerberus today, what's up? Even the Cerberus players were stood hanging out around Tycon, kind of shoving him a bit when he was in aim practice, you know, having a good time there. They're all still very good friends, regardless of him not being on the roster anymore. But I asked him, so you're playing against your former teammates. If you see them in the kill feed, like if you have any inkling of where they are, how do you react? He just looked at me and went, bro, I know all their stretch. If I see them, they die.
That's cold.
And I love it. I love it. Of course, I mean, Tycon has been part of that roster for many, many years. Before he was even eligible to play, Cerberus picked him up 2.5 years before. He was just sat there on the bench, watching, learning from Cerberus. So he knows everything there is to know about how Cerberus functions.
And that can be very dangerous when you have an opponent that knows all of your tendencies, your rotations, everything. And so he may very well exploit that weakness, but that remains to be seen. Meanwhile, again, Luna Galaxy, even though they lost a couple members early in that last game, I'm very impressed with the way they were salvaging that between Kraken and Haven.
Exactly. I mean, they had no right to stay alive for as long as they did on the side of the road. Everyone, I feel like part of the reason why 4AM had such a hard time closing out against Velatile was because they'd used all their util against Kraken and Haven. Now let's see here, Lil Ghost trying to get the safety against T1-2, having a hard time losing 2 players just before, but seems like Lil Ghost will be able to at least get the car, but will he get down to Sushi as well? Yeah, he should be all right.
Yeah, he should be fine, and for T1, they really need to just find some way to salvage points here, whether it's with a good position. I mean, currently they're sat in a place where the west side of the circle, if it does pull back, they will be able to somewhat hold some of those buildings, specifically Long Building as a duo is very holdable, but they're going to need points because, as we talked about yesterday, you cannot afford to have 2-3 bad games, especially when you only have 12 to play.
I feel like going all in on a spot phase 1 is too dangerous, but I like that they're staying on the edge, taking their time here. Wait phase 2 if you get a good inkling, which
that's
they
the
do
shift
here.
they need.
Now is when you take the compound. Now is when you roll the
shift
dice and go, please, 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 circles, keep coming our way.
One of the most difficult areas to play in all of Miramar is this. We call it Death Road for a reason. That trench that separates El Azahar's north and south side is just, if you get caught in there, it's very hard, and Xiao Wu will find Lucarux. VP now in a position that is not favorable.
Again, a completely unscoutable approach here. Nixie and the virtus.pro boys has to just full speed send it, 1 down on each side. Lucarux might be able to get back on his feet unless if Xiao Wu can do something about it. The issue is they were in a 2-2 split. You can see Sushu, Little Ghost as well, starting to make their way in this direction. But will they get here in time as Xiao Wu started in the open, but EB is able to take him down.
What an absolute turn! I said unfavorable. VP looked to be turning that fight around, but all of a sudden, Xiao Wu doing exactly what was necessary, getting that knock and slowing down VP, but he will go down.
Yep, Xiao Wu will fall, and that might be 17 trying to leave. The issue is I don't think they can at this point. In the meantime, T1 just cannot catch a break, and they're going to fall because of it. Sushu with a response. Sushu finds one, Lil Ghost finds the other, and virtus.pro, despite honestly timing it right, getting a good approach in the compound, realizing potentially that it was a 2-2 split, will fall to 17 Gaming.
And at the very least, 17 has 4 points and at least 2 members still alive, which they have done quite a bit with. Isef now turning his sights onto the members of 4AM. GodV will fall, and that will be a confirmed kill.
11.5 minutes in, and we are 13 players
This is
down.
Death Road. This is this circle, man. is brutal.
Absolutely insane, but also just early game rotations. Yesterday was so calculated. We have very little commotion in the early game. Of course, the Rondo game, like 15 minutes before the first elimination, that was obviously a bit of a special one. But in this case, just people stumbling over one another. And honestly, you say this area of the map, I still want to go all the way back to the plane path. There are so many rotations coming in the beginning of this game where teams are forced to rotate out of spots they're not used to coming from. So the timings, we oftentimes talk about timings in PUBG. These in-game leaders, these coaches, analysts on the team, they know, great, at 6 minutes we hear a call from there. At 12 minutes we hear a call from there. Because teams get very kind of muscle memory used to their loot patterns and everything when they get the planes the way they want them to. But when you then throw a curveball of a plane into this one, followed by an even harder curveball of a circle on top of it, those predictions, those kind of spreadsheets that you have of what teams are likely to do that you play off of, you throw that out the window and you just play off of intuition.
Well, you want to talk about timing, Toby. The timing of a rotation for 5 seconds can completely change the way a team fight will be, or even if you get to a compound slightly before, as Bobo, now the last member of 4 AM, is just looking for an opportunity to get a quick flush and point here. He will find it, James.
You can't even, I mean, you can't.
None the wiser. Yeah, I mean, that's not really his fault to expect someone up there this early. I mean, especially they probably scouted this compound and realized that it looked fairly open, but
at some point last year, a developer said, these warehouses aren't OP enough. Let's give them a high ground.
Yeah, you
where
could
they
get
can
there
just
if
sit
a
and
couple
hold
years
them.
ago. So,
and again, I mean, as you're saying, you can't really fold teams. It's a solo player left on the side of 4 AM that seeked cover there a little while back. They had no info on him being there. They hadn't seen any cars because Godby left with the car to go over the hillside on the other side. As the circle now centers up on Falcons, very comfortable in the middle of the trench.
This is also a nightmare scenario, and the reason really we talk so poorly about this circle is because getting to the north or south side of that circle, depending on the shift, can mean almost absolute death if you're not already set up.
I mean, the best comparison really is Rossock River circles. I mean, this right now, this is effectively a river.
It's just a slope of death.
There's nothing you can do. And I'm sure that if we go like way back to PUBG lore, once upon a time in the Ice Age, it was a river, just based on how the
You really went back there?
Yeah, all the way back, all the way back. But no, I mean, it's tricky. Where's Bobo going? Well, most likely nowhere.
Backwards.
Reverse all the way up to this shack. I mean, yeah, he's gonna hide, and for good reason. Try and see if you can somehow.
If he can get that shack, if he can get that shack, there's a world where he gets maybe a couple placement points, but
a shack and a couple of circles, yeah, it's not completely out of the realms, but we'll
at least
see
he's
now.
guaranteed one circle. So
one player spotted in the open to another Haven taken down. So set sees him from afar. Hekatory was up there, ready to try and deal with him, but
and I love this. I love the split from Na'Vi. They have 2 members in.
Yeah.
Up on the south side of the circle, and they're taking their time with Diffix and Ferris. There's no reason for them to go in immediately, as they can just kind of hold out and keep tabs on Luna to make sure that if they do try to push forward, they completely shut that off.
And this right here is the reason why 17 got to stay alive in this. And the fact that he not only spots an opponent, but is literally caught out with a nade in hand, gets back in behind the wall, swings over to the gun, and takes him out. Incredible early engagement there by Xiao Wu.
And this is what I was talking about, though, with Na'Vi. They have complete overview here of Luna. That's going to be a nice knock from Diffix, and this is just easy work for Na'Vi. I mean, I say easy. Obviously, they're landing really good shots, but this is just very calculated, very much this Na'Vi.
And exactly. We said it yesterday. I mean, they have a play style, and they do everything they possibly can to stick to it. They play edge. They play slow. They don't take any risks if they don't absolutely have to. And by doing so, what they're doing here is, as you said, 2 inside the circle, 2 out, making sure that no one is backfilling them. They want as much space on their side of the circle as they can possibly get. Everyone watching the games, look for any game with Na'Vi in come phase 4 and see, I mean, 9 out of 10 games, they will be the ones with the most space to maneuver.
Oh, it looks like Luna here is starting to posture here. They've realized there was only 1 member of FaZe, but the other members now coming in vehicles. Now going to be a 2-on-3 situation. At the very least, we do see Luna Galaxy landing in this compound, but they are going to have to contest now with 3 members of FaZe.
Goes to show how hard this circle is to approach from the west when you're forced to fight for a compound that's barely even inside the circle. Kraken, Hosa, what can you do in this very, very difficult 2v3?
That nade almost potentially catching the backside of Vex, who's going for the chase here. Kraken won't find the knock. A little bit of damage Not even given, though. And look at the shift. They're fighting for nothing.
And that's where your coin flip gamble comes in. Do we go north of the river? Do we go south? Well, it's swung down towards the south. And if you're 17, being able to secure your position, you are very, very satisfied.
Look, Toby, how many teams are stuck on the north side of that?
Chaos about to ensue.
We're about to lose a lot of teams here as Kraken might just fall to blue here. No, he's going to try to make the cross. Correxy will find him. As we move over to E Arena now, a team that was in a great position before to hold edge, now having to find their way into the edge. Now Petrichor as well, rotating right past TSM, and as you said, chaos ensues.
I mean, TSM trying to regroup in their position makes sense, but even they are not inside the circle yet. We can't, I mean, as much as we're giving the developers a hard time before for remaking the warehouses, they also added this road, so thank you.
They tried
thank you
to
guys
make this
for
better.
making up for tough compounds by giving us a little bit of an easier time getting up on the southern side of these hills. Petrichor trying to full speed send it. I would imagine they continue up towards 17 Gaming, but they should not know that they're located there. But you know what? They have a shack. They can chill.
Yeah, and Sparking, unfortunately, for Petrichor will pick one off. Chewy will fall. E Arena now trying to make the same run, and Falcons have had full line of sight on this, and they've done a significant amount of damage. 2 members will fall. Jacob and Larix now, just 2 members left, but no, just 1. E Arena is in shambles.
Look at the look at the tracers on the bottom right. Everyone is trying to take out Petrichor. It's just Ixlex left, but he will find one and immediately be taken down after Luke cleaning up on this side. And I guess now everyone in the circle knows there's a shack available with about 200 smokes in it.
Absolute bloodbath, this circle. And as you said, the developers tried to just give some form of cover or some options to get down that south side hill or up that south side hill, but it's still just so difficult.
Yep. And here we have the fight we've been waiting for. Cerberus against All Gamers Global. Tycon against his former team in Cerberus. Cest able to get back on his feet as this Vietnamese brawl will now pop off. 2 players on the side of Cerberus, down to low HP already. Certi pushing on forward, spotted Haisaki behind the car.
Haisaki going for a spray, but no Zest will find that. In fact, Tycon will find Duck by, and there are no trades. All Gamers with the full advantage. Certi finally goes down with Himas' answer.
Himas
and that is it.
No! Himas versus Tycon. When would you have thought you were going to get to see that? But it's going to be Sapao taking him out. And you know what? Fair play.
Clean fight.
Tycon said it. I know all their strats. I can take him out. And they just wiped them.
That was a clean fight for All Gamers Global. So now heading into the north side of the circle, well, they're somewhat safe for now. But if this continues to shift south, they are going to be in a world of trouble as we see Bestalok and Bet Boom now dealing quite handily with the team of Valley Tai. Almost a repeat of the endgame from last game, but this time Bet Boom on top of it with the circle shift as well.
And this time Bet Boom has needs.
They have utility, yes.
That does help the situation quite a bit, but they too, of course, has to worry, because right now, as you can see here, they've been able to just focus east and west, because no one on the northern side has been able to look towards the south.
What happened?
Zest, he, you know what, oftentimes it's fun, we always blame the guy that fired the bullet, but in this case, I feel like Tycon might have just stepped in front of him. But a guy that we can never forget, I was just gonna say, Popo, he's been in the shack forever, trying to get just some sort of points for the team, while placement points won't be there at least. He takes out Tycon, Cest falls as well, so a misclick with the Dragonoff causes casualties on the side of All Gamers Global.
And that feels absolutely terrible to accidentally run in front or have your teammate knock you and then you just get flushed out of nowhere. That feels pretty bad as Phil First. Mortars now starting to rain down as Phil First just trying to just finish off All Gamers and get that point, and sure enough they do. Doozy will find him.
Yep, Certi will go down and out. All Gamers Global will fall as now, I mean, the fights here continue. FaceClan will fall as well as Corexy goes down, as we only now make our way into placement points.
Which is insane. And meanwhile, the Freaks, Toby, have been very comfortable in their compound, just catching some circles, really not having to deal with very much of the chaos going out. But the problem now is they have Na'Vi just above them, and then even Valley Tai setting up there as we see Luke 12 taking shots. American violence here as Luke will finish flat. Well, actually, technically Aussie violence.
I was gonna say Australian more than American, isn't it? Luke, though, able to find the first one. A bit of a, I won't say whiff on the side of Flood, but of course caught by surprise initially. Missed a bullet or two, and that's going to allow for Luke to come out victorious in that one. Now, for the rest of Falcons, you saw they were split 2-2. They have Rello alongside Wow, my brain doesn't function right now. 2 players over towards the eastern side. Relo and Roth, that is, trying to sweep their way up that hillside, but Snakers now left alone.
I do like the split, though. They sent them earlier, realizing that Snakers could at least hold that building. He does have a little corner of that still in. I'm not sure if he has a vehicle, but he can somewhat come in later. As look at this split from BetBoom. I love the way they are taking control of this side of the circle. Meanwhile, TSM with the stranglehold of the circle on their own all the way in the west, now trying to just get rid of 17 and really just take control of the rest of the circle.
Also a player that you currently can't really see on the map here, but Soapset is still alive for Na'Vi all the way down towards the south. So Na'Vi in a 3-1 split with 3 guys focusing east, looking towards Valatai, wanting to make sure that they don't get pushed up on by Quantum Freaks, while also trying to make sure that no one from the west side pushes on over. And speaking of pushing on over, here's Roth alongside Relo, trying to again make some space, buy some time for Snakers to join them.
And Snakers does have a vehicle, fortunately. He'll find himself in the bottom part of the circle, and Falcons can play this ridge for now, so they're going to be okay. The bad news here, somewhat for, I'd say, Na'Vi, but realistically for KDF, is Na'Vi can take control of either side of this if they want to, and really start to put in damage in the bowl that KDF sits in.
I think Na'Vi waits up on the hillsides until they absolutely have to move, figure out, let the other players kind of decide where you're going to go. Snakers now well aware that he has BP team on one side, but is he aware that TSM has opted to go in the other direction from behind?
Best of luck now, trying to dodge utility here, and I don't know if they're aware of the other members of Falcons, as we see Phil first going down.
One thing is for sure, once this fight probably pops off, which should be just about now.
Oh, what a turn!
That fight, okay. Best of luck, able to stand his ground with a bit of HP to work with as well. And now I was going to say, Luke, TSM, they're going to peek on over. They're going to take the fight as soon as they can. 8 kills already.
TSM have done a great job of accumulating 8 kills through all the I mean, we saw them steal quite a few kills from the knocks going up that Falcons and other members had gotten. So that's going to be a nice boon for them.
Definitely a solid performance. Relo, Roth, again, down to just them two, trying to fend off. They were a circle sender just a couple of moments ago, but I mean, even for them, the team that had all the comfort of the compound, having to push up the hillsides into this area is so incredibly difficult.
Yeah, but now 17 starting to make their approach towards TSM. Nades coming out, and Na'Vi as well has been eyeing this side of the circle, which is bad news for TSM, as Navi's now really starting to come in. They see the damage going out. They see the knocks being traded. Alo still in the open, somehow still alive, finally goes down to Little Ghost.
The quick tap coming through, and as you're correctly saying, Na'Vi coming down here as well. As I said just before, let the opponents decide where you're going to go. Perfect third-party engagement by Na'Vi. They, I would imagine, are going to continue the sweep down here on this side. Alo down to the blow he goes, as TSM is down to just 2.
Falcons now starting to make their approach here towards BB team, but a quick spray will shut down Relo, and Roth not in a good position at all, stuck between all the members of BetBoom, sitting in that smoke. Nades coming out, utility as well, trying to dodge. The smoke is gone, and that is it for Falcons.
Yep, tough position for him to try and get out of.
I didn't expect much.
Nah, not at all. Not at all. Because of the fights, because of the way that it kind of plays out with the teams opting to go west rather than east, BP teams able to get all the people back on their feet. As Diffix now is able to take down one on the side of TSM. Sparking falls to his knees. 5 kills for him so far. Solid performance coming through. Luke also currently sat first place in damage overall with 577. As TSM looking to get into double-digit kills this game.
Yeah, and Luke doing such a good job of really kind of holding that anchor position, giving Purdy time to pick up Sparking and bring him back. Otherwise, it probably would have been another member of TSM being lost, but still they have to contend with Na'Vi on the west side. And Na'Vi is just playing this, only 3 kills, but they are playing this so perfect.
It's very similar to the playstyle of Valentine in the previous game. Obviously, terrain is different.
Yes.
But their approach to it, their understanding of where to apply pressure on the edge, where to try and force teams into each other and set up third-party opportunities for themselves. Really, really great play. They still have an issue, though. They need to get off this hill and potentially into the Freaks compound.
Yeah, I was a little worried about Freaks with Na'Vi above, but because of the way the circle shaked out, it actually gave Freaks the advantage here. But the one thing you want to talk about advantage, careful, Luke, with Na'Vi, is it's their timing. It's their timing and their understanding of the space and how much they actually control, which makes them so dangerous as a young team. As a spray comes out from Diffix, just a little bit of damage on Salute, though, and now they've realized that Na'Vi is knocking on their door.
I was gonna say, I wonder if Freaks are gonna actively try and get out here and do some damage, but as they do, Salute's gonna be found in the open. Fortunately, for Kwangdong Freaks, Hakatori is taken down in return, so Na'Vi, I was gonna say, might focus on getting him up, but they're leaving him behind.
And they have to make this set, and they realize that there's really not that much time. Human now trying to find a spray. He will find Sosed, and just 2 members now prone on the other side. The Molly will come out, another nice spray, and can he finish them off? He will! Beautifully played from Human and KDF.
What a hold from the Freaks. Their first 2 kills came in at about 1 minute 30 into the game onto 4 AM, but now they prove that they can hold their ground once more. As this one, far from the final fight, they'll have to take this game. Valitai, of course, opting to engage in this one now too. They know that the fight took place on the western side of the compound, and therefore, with all of the Kwangdong Freaks players opting to go over there, Valitai sneaks on in.
Yeah, the fact that Valitai snuck in with those 2 members while all the fighting and chaos was happening around them. Good on Valitai, still making it to an endgame. And they lost members early, so they've been a duo for quite a bit. Their adjustments and ability to survive cannot be understated, as they now find themselves in a much safer position and can potentially get second here, or maybe even win. Who knows?
TSM 3 alive still, able to get all the rests on up, but as you can see, a lot of damage has been taken. Purdy, no vest left to work with. They do still have smokes, they have nades and flashbangs as well, so pushes can be made, fights can be taken, and you'd have to imagine, Godspeed, at this point, the fight has to be against BP team, but of course, both these sides right now, look at this as the 2 semifinals for the win of this game. You have the Compound semifinal and the Hillside semifinal. Everyone is waiting those 5 seconds to see, are we going Compound way? Are we going north? What are we looking at?
And it survey says, okay, kind of both.
Kind of both, and you know what? I think this is going to lead into a split semifinal situation. BB Team TSM will fight, Kwangdong Freaks Valitai will fight, and that fight is going to start right here. Unique peeks on over, spots the first one, damage jump, but can't get the knock. Nice timing by Human from upstairs.
So there was a possibility here for Valitai to get second, but that's going to all be on the back of their last standing player. What can Latai do? I mean, Kwangdong Freaks are not really giving many opportunities. They backed off with a beautiful trade sequence there just in case they needed it. Latai now getting a little bit of damage in, but not enough. And this is going to be a monumental task.
And while they'll probably go down, Valitai is being such a nuisance to Kwangdong Freaks. They want to get the kills. They want to spread out. They want to get a lay of the land of what's happening to the north. And good for them, though, I suppose, that TSM and BP team hasn't started fighting yet. Ooh, Heaven sees him, closes the door.
No, thank you, sir.
I will not take that nade, no.
And he's got the shotgun ready and prepped. One pump. Oh, behind the deployable cover. He lost track. Ooh.
Thank you, Beam, for checking. Much appreciated.
Check your corners, man. Check your deployables.
Heaven gets the lip with a scare of that one. So first semi-final done, as BB team again here looking towards TSM. I think both of these 2 teams were hoping that the other would opt to try and somehow go in and third party that situation, but neither of them jumped on the bait. And now I think they can both comfortably sit outside the compound and go, huh, Freaks, how do you like this whole game without cover? Because we've been in this world for the last 20 minutes, and you have not.
Sucks, doesn't it? Shoes on the other foot. But that also did buy TSM some time to kind of get into the west side and settle themselves in the ridges over there. And so with that in mind, Sparking taking a little bit of a forward position, trying to find any angles that they can. Kwangdong Freaks don't even have to move. So at this point, we're just waiting for Circle 9 to start to compress these teams. As I say that, Heaven with a beautiful nade lands on Spyro.
And this, I mean, indirectly is all in favor for TSM. It's all set up by TSM. Look at their positioning. They were playing much closer to the fence line than BP team, where they had no one further north, or further south, sorry, than Spyro, which is why they force, I mean, TSM effectively forces Kwangdong Freaks to go towards the east side. They get a knock on that side, and that's now going to allow for TSM to look in the direction of BP team.
10 kills on the side of TSM. A win here would be massive for the American squad, is still trying to control as much space as possible. They're slowly starting to be pushed towards BB team, but BB team still has to get a res up, and they have to make sure that they cut off these angles. Why smokes there thrown towards the side of TSM to cut off all those. And don't forget about Freaks, though. They're now starting to make their push.
Exactly, and that's the issue for TSM. They want to fully commit to BP team, but they know that they have not dealt with Freaks, and Freaks have yet to still fully commit towards BP team too. So they have to respect the threat of the Korean team that's trying to leave the compound.
The problem, though, for TSM is they're very quickly running out of cover as this Phase 9 is starting to push them in. You heard that beep. Luke with not much of that jammer pack left. A flash coming through, maybe buying a little bit of time, a small window. But now Freaks as well starting to make their push.
BB team still has 2 nades. They have to lob them towards TSM. TSM is so
They need to
limited
get rid
where
of
they
TSM.
can currently
Yes.
be playing. They have to know that they're just up on that ridgeline. Nades now, though. Flashes make that coming the other direction. TSM knows they have to try and make a play, and here they go.
And somehow TSM is still alive through all of this. It's just now down to Luke. Sparking will fall. And so it comes down to Freaks versus BB team. Sprays coming out. Salute will fight too. What a spray!
The third almost gets the fourth as well. What a finish. What a fight. What a solid set of shots come through from the former world champion in Salute.
That was a disgusting spray transfer to get those 2 knocks onto Bet Boom.
Wow.
My goodness.
What a timing. You see them set there counting the kills. They got the first kills of the game. They got the last kills of the game. Quantum Freaks, phenomenal game. And yes, you can say, but they just got circles all game. Sure. Look at that leave from the compound. Look at them getting out of there. I tell you, 3 out of 4 teams would have lost trying to leave.
Exactly. What did they do with the circle they were given? First of all, the first kills they got were arguably the most important onto Na'Vi trying to crash them, because that could have gone completely different.
Phenomenal games here for Freaks. They did not really show us anything, to be fair, yesterday, but here they come in showing that they are indeed worthy of a grand final spot. Salute stepping up here in the final moments of the game after being taken down earlier in this match, as we see some highlights here from this one. And this nade initially to kick things off, solid play. TSM, as much as we kind of complimented them for how they were able to force Freaks to look the other way, they couldn't really make a whole lot of the position they were in.
They really couldn't, and then at the end you saw that they got completely stuck. But look at this spray transfer. He hits 3 headshots, but that is going to be it for game 2. We're going to hand it off as we get ready for our 3rd game on Tago.
Well, we asked for Freaks to get going in that previous game, and oh boy, they did. A big win coming out for them here to be able to materialize and get a lot of points on the board. Obviously, I mean, these circles going all the way up to this northeast side again, really causing these teams some problems.
Especially when you combine it with a very difficult airplane to come out of. But you got to say, Freaks bookending, literally bookending that game. First kill and last kill. They, I think, learned a lesson in that first game and turned it on. And you said, like, well, they got to get it going. Now's the time. And this was a beautiful match.
Absolutely demolishing BB team towards the end there as well. Salute starting that spray off. I mean, it does help that BB team kind of felt a little bit corralled into the space where they could potentially try and push up. But Freaks had all the cards to play.
Yeah, and it's not like Freaks was playing a compound that was difficult to push. We saw them defend one direction from Na'Vi. They had to do with Valley Tai, I believe, in the same area. It was those warehouse compounds are a bit more of an extended space, so you kind of have to let teams in and then push them later on. And so the fact that they were able to bounce from one team fight to the next, keeping, I think they had all 4 up into the late game, if I'm not mistaken, at least 3. So definitely a good job of playing off each other and just keeping everyone alive and really good teamwork.
But I think, and again, for Freaks, though, this is I talked about sort of a new roster, and they're kind of finding each other's play style. The one time you don't necessarily have to worry about that is when your back's against the wall and you're taking sort of these big fights. And so we saw that early against 4AM and at the end, where they just Salute got to do Salute things. And they went out and they played their game, and that's where they're going to get their most points.
I think one thing that helps the compound that they had is, usually speaking, one of the big vulnerabilities is the south side, the ridge line that you would then descend upon this kind of compound with, right? But they were defending well. The circle kind of favors a defensive position for this compound here, Cameron. And then everybody's coming from the north, which is far more vulnerable to a compound like this.
Yeah, but also TSM putting in a lot of frags, a team that generally likes to play on the edge, extended positions, looking to find exploitations that they can get a frags on. We saw them take it on Falcons earlier, got a fair number of points here, and this top 3 really was anyone's game amongst the 3 of them. BB doing a really good job of dismantling TSM and kicking them out in 3rd.
Yep. Well, let's take a look here as well, as TSM did pretty well for themselves, so not to say the least. But as you can see here, BB team coming in from this position, even if they'd have been allowed to somehow get a knock, breach that ridge, and be able to move forwards, it was still going to be Freaks being able to get that top spot. It will be Haven getting #1 here for this game.
I mean, I think it comes down to how well Freaks played that compound. Like you said, they played it in stages, right? They let them hold the inside of the compound until they stopped the Na'Vi push. Then they moved in and they take Valley Tai out. And they kept spreading out and were willing to play 2-1-1 to hold the ground and make sure that people like BB team couldn't have an easy crash. And I think that shows a confidence in each other that is really encouraging.
Yeah, really, I like the fact that Heaven was the one that was the MVP of the match. He's one of the players that I would consider the core in terms of positioning with this team. But Salute always going on those flanks. We saw at the very end of that match out in the blue, getting that crossfire onto BB, allowing Heaven to then follow up with the final kill of that match.
All right, well, of course, I mean, technically speaking, we wanted to talk about something, although I'm being told maybe the Telestrator is not in the best position. We'll take a look and see how that's going. But let's take a look at the match rankings whilst we're figuring this out. 21 points go the way of the Freaks, but TSM and BB, once again, Group C, big points on the board.
It's two teams that we said at the start of the day we're going to keep an eye on because Freaks has to get going. TSM is a new kind of just got sparking, like maybe this is their comeback time. They were a little weak to start, but man, they came out in this game. They played very well. They managed their space, both teams, and I think those are two teams that are showing up. 17 also getting in 4th place there with 8 points. 17 has been very consistent, and it's just old 17. Confident, they're having fun, and they're getting good top finishes.
Oof. A lot of damage coming out from Luke 12 there, and then Vestalosh as well as Spiro able to do a lot too. Vesto, for my money, one of the big damage dealers when it comes to EMEA, and he's been able to persist through that for a long time. So great stuff coming out from him here from this one.
No, we talked about this in the green room. You, big BB fan, and I think watching them play here, starting to really buy into that. The questions we have when you watch regionals is, do they have the staying power for international? Is their style going to work? And so far, especially with Vestalok playing so well, it seems like this is a team that is now competing maybe for top 5 overall when we get to the end of this.
You'd like to think so, considering the potential that they had when they were question mark. Of course, they added Spiro to that roster. And if you think about Spiro and his previous experience, he was with the Twisted Mind guys for 100 years. So it was a long time.
It was, and that was a loyalty team he's trained with, and that's a good team to get your teeth cut with.
Yeah. So do we actually have everything operational and good to go?
It was doing some weird stuff, but
that's
it fixed itself. So
we got it.
I mean, I fixed it. It's on me.
But hey, let's talk about this. The opening formative moments of this game actually had big impact on the later stages of this game.
Yeah. So we actually have a clip of the map alone to just be able to pinpoint the idea of early game dropping and how you need to react to the playing path. You can see here that TSM, they usually drop in San Martin here, but they're all the way up here to the north. And the reason why is because in order to get vehicles that are so important in the early game and mid game especially, in order to be flying all this direction, they need to find vehicles around this area. And there are some spots that have dedicated spawns, but regardless, you want to be on a road to find those positions. But we already have so many teams already fighting over it, and that was KDF's first kill of the entire round.
Exactly, and I think if you go back to that circle, because it defines 2 very specific choices. All 3 of these teams had to choose, do I fight for the car or do I not fight for the car?
Yeah.
Freaks ultimately still won the game from this position, which is shocking to me though, because 4AM lost 2 players, which means Freaks had from the moment that they hit the ground to be on their best game, whereas TSM got to load up, plan out, and get themselves into the best position. So a story of 2 traverses, but both getting to the end game, which I find absolutely fascinating.
Yeah, no, very important to try and avoid those early conflicts, right? And that's a guaranteed early conflict that you can circumnavigate. So we had our concerns in the early game, seeing this playing path. How are those teams going to get north? What are they going to do? Adaptation is unbelievably important, Cameron. But anyway, we have run out of time here for now. We're going to go to a short break. When we return, we are changing things up. We've got our middle maps ready to go here at the Esports World Cup. Join us right after this.
A big update to the clan system, some new and updated weapon attachments, and a new ranked season. All this and more as we dive into the update 31.1 patch report. First up, clans are getting a big update as we head into a full month of clan-related fun. Your clan will now have weekly clan challenges to work towards, and individual clan member missions to complete for various rewards. As your clan finishes clan challenges together, you'll start to rank up your new clan supply airplanes class. As your supply airplane improves, you'll get better rewards from the new clan loot caches you receive for completing clan member missions. Your clan airplane's class will degrade a bit each week, so make sure you keep at those missions to ensure the best possible rewards. In addition, clans will earn new clan tokens each time their clan reaches an XP milestone. These tokens can be used in the new clan token store, which lets you purchase things like new clan tag plates, sandbox mode tickets for clan members, hunter's chest tickets, and more. Finally, we've got a brand new weapon attachment coming your way. The new muzzle brake can be attached to ARs, DMRs, or shotguns, and will significantly reduce camera shake while firing, while also helping slightly with horizontal and vertical recoil. Some existing attachments have also gotten an update, so check out the patch notes to see what's new. There are also some performance improvements, improvements to Rondo's terrain, a new ranked season, and more. So make sure you check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.1 is here, so assemble the team, upgrade your supply airplane, and trick out your gunplay with the new and updated attachments. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
All right, welcome back to the Esports World Cup. It's time to Dago. We have got ourselves it on the cards here, and we've got important things to talk about because, of course, group dynamics are very important here to get things rolling. So why don't we jump right into it, Cameron? All things considered, we expected some things. Maybe they're going to have to change.
Yeah, so earlier on, before this event started, Falcons was dropping somewhere completely different, but because they're in the lead, this is what we were hinting at the beginning of the show, they're challenging T1. They have so many points, they don't need to worry about this map, and because of that, T1, they're backing away. So this map is going to be updated. T1 can go Hey Musa, Airport, or Songam. Any of these three positions, and as we discussed previously, it could be very dependent on the playing path, but regardless, this disrupts T1's game here, and this is a team that, my understanding is, they're dealing with so many hot drops today, this is only going to make it even harder for them. It's only one map, but, you know, it's just still one more into an already chaotic mix.
And that's the hard dynamic about being the team that comes in and playing, you know, the last 2 days. You're starting with against teams that have, you know, 30, 40, 50 points plus, and you're just going to have to move. It's simply not worth it in a best of 12 here in the group stage to contest any of this. So, and this is the rough thing about it is that if you're a center looting team that gets forced and pushed out to being an edge looting team, it will change the whole dynamic of how you play and how your play style is changing. This could make it really difficult for T1. So, yeah, I'm really curious how it happens here and how long this is going to be happening for.
No, absolutely. Especially since, you know, people like Toffees, for example, were saying that they have some expectations of this roster. They did technically win out their region when it came to the qualifiers overall. And again, when you look at teams like Danawa, who performed so well here and were able to be trumped by a team like T1, there should be some expectation from the players as well to do well on this international stage.
Yeah, I mean, for T1, when it comes to the players themselves, for me, it's all going to be about End. He's a very dynamic player, but sometimes I worry that he's a bit too dynamic and almost feels like you want to pull him on a leash to really drag him back because he can die first a lot, and that's something they need to worry about. And again, just going back to the drop situation, if they have to readjust their timings, that's going to make that mid-game positional where they're going to be playing at even more difficult and on the fly.
Who have you been impressed by so far, Venja?
Well, overall, Valitai comes to mind here, and it was like, this is not a team that you expected to come in and do this well, so impressed with them, of course. You have some teams above the 60 points mark, and now they're comfortable to do kind of whatever they want. I'm not expecting anyone to kind of blow out of the waters and go 100 points plus.
Sure.
But yeah, let's see what happens.
Hey, I'm outnumbered by the Americans before. They don't believe in the BB team. What are you thinking?
It's
Come
coming.
on, hey!
It's coming for sure. There's last year, 3rd place here in Riyadh, right? So they are used to be fighting here at the big stage here. But does the dynamic with no double elimination, we're going straight into a final, we're going to be having a best of 12. Does that benefit them? I think so. I think they're a great team.
You see that? Some of the players didn't even have some of the updated maps. No, it doesn't matter. They're not going to go to those places anyway. But I mean, actually, realistically speaking, so actually as a small change to that, Falcons obviously not being at the very top and almost certainly going Palace here does open a little bit up towards the top. So you could, if we get a circle up there, for example, you would know that technically a team wasn't at the very top, but you'd expect Valitai to be coming in from Boatyard.
Yeah. You're talking about like rotations up to the northern side?
Yes.
Okay. I thought you were talking about the leaderboard. I'm like, they're still
no.
Fighting for first, it's group stage. It's irrelevant. They're still on the top. But yeah, absolutely. Being aware of all those things. Generally, you want to only really pay so much attention to the teams immediately dropping around you. But any extra information, as long as it doesn't cloud you too much, is going to be useful.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. It is time to head over to the commentary team. Time to Tago, indeed. Let's get it rolling.
Thank you so much, James, Kemi, and Avenger for the phenomenal breakdown as we head on over to the second takeover of the group stage. The second final takeover, because there are only 3. I'm Toby, joined by Godspeed, and Godspeed, what was a very southern playing path last time, is this time around a very fair.
Fair. Yeah, I would say
nice.
Fair. And it is time to Tago. Indeed, that was actually a very cool throw.
You also going to hop on that one?
Yes.
I let James do it. I don't want to admit to him that I think it's also kind of cool, so when I don't say it, he doesn't.
I have a confession to make.
Oh no, what?
I really like James. I think he's...
Wait.
I hope he's not listening.
Production, can I get a new Coca?
Might be wise as we head to possibly one of the most open area maps that we've ever had in competitive PUBG.
Yeah. It's definitely up for grabs. This one for sure. Petrichor Road has locked down Buxansar for themselves. FaZe this time around not going to try and contest. Obviously, we didn't see that happen yesterday either, but since Petrichor Road didn't play yesterday. But we have seen it in previous tournaments where those two teams try and fight for Buxansar now. FaZe has opted to say no thank you. They will split loot in and around Hosan instead. Everyone's going to spread on out in the circles. Keep on surprising
They keep
us.
on delivering, don't they?
Holy moly. Now, what we can say, and for those of you guys watching the map too, you can keep track of what I'm about to tell you. One thing that's very, very different to Tago from most of the maps is that while on Erangel there is also an edge of the map that you don't want to traverse through, you can still, worst case scenario, I know it never happens, but theoretically, you can take a boat and do a wide wrap even on a terrible circle shift. Here, touch that red line, and you, my friend, are going to be in trouble. So look at what we have in terms of like just an angle of approach. We're effectively cutting out half the circle. So we're limiting teams. There's no wide rotates in and around the back of the circle. Look to see a lot of camp setups on the eastern side of Songam, on the southeastern side of Kanyong, because we really know everyone is going to try and come in from that direction.
Yeah, I'm also really kind of keeping my eyes on Petrichor and seeing, because they are looting Buxansar, if they are going to set up anything on that west side, because effectively 60%, I would say, of this circle is only playable. Actually,
it's less.
It's probably less.
It's honestly, I mean, when look at where the red lines meet on each side, it is under half the map you can rotate through.
Yeah, and as you said, the rotations really are where the teams are going to suffer. Forget the amount of playable area that they're going to have to deal with. The rotations themselves are going to be hell for these teams that are not inside the circle, and the majority of them are not.
And when you do the math, like if we were to draw green lines, red lines on this map of what's approachable, you don't want to be rotating straight through Kanyong when you're coming from the northern side, because you don't know what's happening there. So that's a red mark. You don't want to rotate through Buxansar, that's a red mark. You don't want to come in through Songam, that's dangerous. So if you look at what's not that, and what's not southeast of the actual red marks we have on our map, you are limited to about 10, maybe 20 degrees of this 360 circle.
And wisely, some of these teams that are close to that circle edge are already rotating in. You see that with FaZe, you see that with T1, you see that with Luna Galaxy. But if you're a team like E-Arena, if you're a team like KDF, Falcons, Na'Vi even, do you go for the time old strat of just waiting, taking your time, rotating in late, because there may not be room to rotate in late, or you just hope and you pray that you find an emergency pickup?
I was going to say PUBG gave you hard shifts. The devs gave you e-pickups.
But you have to find them, that's the problem.
And that's the issue, exactly. I think that's the answer to your question. If you get one, you're happy. If you don't, well, sucks for you, I suppose. Good luck rotating, my friends. Because even Circle Center, Ouyang is obviously going to be much more crammed up with players now than what we're used to seeing. But the area in and around there are so many open fields. And all the hills leading up to Buksansa, looking down towards Studio, are incredibly open. So you can't really utilize that at all either. Look at already now how cramped these positions are.
My goodness.
virtus.pro sat right next to each other, potentially looking to fight for this one.
Petrichor, virtus.pro, TSM, and now, why not? All Gamers Global, just come on in.
Keep flying, boys. Keep flying. Are they? Oh, I love this shot. I love this camera angle of All Gamers Global. Oh, look, there's a battle going on.
You think there's a tour guide on that plate? And as if you look right below you, you'll see a 3-team sandwich or jam, potentially
death.
As we see now, Ming and Summer, they know something is up here.
They're all in. They're all in at this point. They both know that they have each other here.
But again, this leads into what I was saying earlier. There's really not that much space, but even if this circle wasn't this cut out, there aren't that many compounds. This is a very open map.
The only upside to what's happening here is they can take this fight somewhat separate from everyone else. TSM is on the other side, but I don't imagine them wanting to full-on pull up on what we're seeing here. But you're already seeing Purdy look in this direction. Shots have been fired. Info has been fed across that there's a battle about to happen right here.
They may not pull up, but I tell you this, they will clean up if the opportunity is there.
Definitely. They have plenty of space to maneuver on the northern side of Ouyang, so look for TSM to engage earlier. I talked before about Petrichor FaZe having fought for Buksansa in days past, previous tournaments. TSM was usually the cleanup crew to come in and join in that party, so it would be
I'm glad tradition repeats itself.
Yeah, exactly. Would in no way be crazy should this happen. The only difference is, I guess we're swapping Buksansa for another place, and we're swapping FaZe for VP.
And the real question here is how comfortable are VP and Petrichor specifically going to be with being that close in proximity to each other? Because TSM, like you said, they don't have to do anything. They can just wait for the fight to pop off and then come in and try to third party. But Petrichor and VP need to make the decision. Is it worth just kind of laying low and just waiting, or do we try to find the opening? And it looks like Petrichor will look for the opening as they're going to find Ibiza for the first knock.
This is a solid read by them too. They heard the vehicle pull up on the building or on the rock outside, but they weren't fully sure if this is exactly where he was positioned. And I think, honestly, as we see here, this is part of the reason why VP stuck around. They wanted to bring EB back, but his approach to the compound had him separated from the rest of his teammates. They wanted to try and see if they could somehow bring him back to the rest of the roster. Now he falls. That's effectively, in this situation, kind of the anchor lifted again, or, well, the anchor chain cut off, and they can now make a run for compounds further towards north. They never wanted to be in that situation to begin with, VP. Unfortunately, EB kind of caught in an awkward position, and they lose him because of it.
And I could almost see the wheels in EB's head turning. Like, do I just take this car back? Do I try to just get out? No, there's no way. The speed won't be enough. They'll shred me from this rock. And so, yeah, that was a very difficult situation for him to be in, and he fell.
And honestly, good thing that they did leave, because look at 17. As soon as that knock came through, they were instantly up on the hillside. We talked TSM maybe engaging. 17 very much like to set up these third parties as well, and they were there, ready and waiting for a fight to pop off, which I guess good thing for Petrichor and VP. Never really happened.
And I will say, for all the rotational issues we thought we would see because of this, fortunately for the teams that were outside of the circle, because of how condensed the middle got so quick, teams not wanting to have to deal with Circle 2, Circle 3 rotations, it actually left the west edge completely open for teams like Falcons, for teams like Cerberus, who actually managed to skirt all the way to the south side of the circle, and even E-Arena to come in for free.
And also, just to go off of what we were saying, we talked about how the circle was out to maneuver too. We haven't even got into how much of the circle is actually unplayable.
What if this shifts hard east?
There's so much of this circle. This is practically a phase 2 circle in terms of the space that these players have available. A lot of that being open fields, as we talked about just before, open hills as well. So we really are looking at an initial rotation straight into a phase 2.
All I'm saying is, Lord help these teams if this hard shifts east, because there really won't be anything left to play, and we might have a 35-player alive Circle 3 at that point.
But what about a little crisp of southeast?
Okay.
Just go all the way down towards where Cerberus is at and watch the world burn. We need a 25% playable circle. That's
in Circle 2.
In Circle 2, preferably, and preferably
Yes.
in Circle 2. In the meantime, Na'Vi, while not having found an E pickup, will take the next best approach to it. Fairest up high in the sky, looking down towards the studio, will spot one of the players from All Gamers Global, so most likely will not send his troops down in that direction, at least up for now. But as I say that, we are actually seeing Diffix and Hakatori kind of roam in that area.
Yeah, and for Ferris, he's an invaluable resource right now for the team of Na'Vi, scouting pretty much all of Studio, seeing that there is an opening on the west side, and sure enough, the rest of the team go there. As he continues to just scout, he's going to see Cerberus, he's going to see other teams as well, and this just gives Na'Vi so much information to work with.
E-Arena running the gauntlet here, trying to post up on the hilltop. As I say that, I was going to say, if you get out of your cars here, that's a pretty bold move, and they will, as a matter of fact. For now, they're going to be fine. They saw Valentine approach, but I don't think they're fully aware that they have TSM in the compound just down below them. So if a fight actually pops off here, they could both be in trouble. Megalos, well aware that this push is going to come through, as he's going to try and see if he can survive this one.
Nope, and he will not salute. We'll fight him. Why not just continue off the success that he had in the last game? That's going to be an easy kill and finish for KDF as they continue to climb that leaderboard, trying to secure their spot.
Freaks have already in Korea in particular been a team that really thrive off of momentum, so great to see them get the win here before and now thrive here too. Circle will shift towards the north, but still, as you can see, that red line out by the river on the eastern side, a lot of area practically unplayable for all, or literally I should say, unplayable for all these teams. Everyone trying to sweep in, and everyone here too coming in from the south.
Yep, so many teams were betting on at least somewhat of a southern shift, and we were even talking about south or east, but we didn't talk about north, did we, Toby? The biggest issue with this circle is right above 4 a.m. The center of this circle is barren.
Yep, it's incredibly hard to play around it. Ian, yes, Fex just over the hilltop. Not able to do a whole lot with that MP5. Fex falls down, headshot connected. Gustav, though, will take him down. I love the fact that Ian didn't go for the shot when he initially saw Gustav. He's able to get one, but now they're starting to fall. T1 in trouble, as it is. They need something good happening here. But Raining gets taken down. Zenith gets taken down, and there they go once again. T1 out in 16th place.
The problem with T1 is they have not been able to keep, I mean, right here, they just get wiped in Circle 2, but they haven't been able to keep more than 2 members alive past the second shift.
15th, 16th, 16th. This is...
What is going on with this team?
Yeah, not the start that you're looking for. Falcons, in the meantime, nice timing on their part. While there are only 2 players, of course, alive, limited in what they're really able to do. They hear the shots, they see that FaZe players are taken down, and instead of going, let's pull up on this, because that probably is what they would have done had they been 4, they go, we're only 2, let's use the time that they're resting each other and getting kind of reset to send it forward.
And they will fortunately find something for themselves. I mean, this is a small enough compound where 2 can somewhat hold it, and so very lucky to be able to be in this position, especially after losing half their team at this point. So Falcons will hold true, and they'll stay there for as long as they possibly can. 4 a.m. as well, trying to cut off any rotations as we see Cerberus actually slip right past them.
Yeah, trying to maneuver around as well, not wanting to take these very edge fights. E-Arena is where our eyes takes us. They were the team the furthest from the circle initially, did not find their E pickup, and they have been running along the shoreline all the way west around Tago to now find themselves on the southern side of the circle. They have Na'Vi posted in front of them, and again, E-Arena, not really a team that likes to take these early game fights. They're going to dip. They like to play calculated. They saw opponents. They go, you know what? Let's find a new place to go in. Very similar to what we saw in Sonic's approach yesterday, in Tianpa's approach yesterday, trying to kind of bounce around the edge of the circle until you find a hole to swoop through.
And I will say, Na'Vi just being in the position they're in does not surprise me at all. They realize, you know what? Let's take control of this east side, or now the south side of the circle. Let's make sure that no one can rotate past this, and this way we have a clear path. At least we can move forward and not have to worry about our back, and that's exactly what they've done. They've pushed E-Arena away, and I just love the way that, as you stated before, they have their game plan and they make sure that they execute. They don't put themselves or let themselves get put on the back foot at all.
It's kind of a reverse split from what we've seen from them before. It usually is Soset that's on the back line, allowing for the troops to push forward. This time around, it's Diffix being the spearhead, allowing for everyone to hold behind. It's very smart that they just effectively put a big old cork in
Yeah, put a
in
roadblock on the
bottleneck.
south.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
I mean, lock it down, say we don't want people to push in from behind as this third circle. Keep in mind, this one can still stay on the edge, and somewhat edge it will stay on. 4 a.m. circle dead on top of them. We'll see how they make use of it.
I'll tell you what, if FaZe can hold that southwest edge, they are going to be in one of the best positions because then they can just start to slowly work that entire ridge line, but they are going to have to contest with E-Arena. Meanwhile, Na'Vi now getting dangerously close to 4 a.m. as TSM now rotating right past KDF as well.
Well, this looks like a field of gold, but it might end up being a field of death in just a moment as all these teams are trying to sweep on through.
Misery.
Freaks trying to run on forward. Luna Galaxy right in front of them. Purdy runs over Sparking as they make their way to a compound. And Na'Vi now trying to fend off against VP, who comes in here with an E-pickup.
Is there a chance? Oh, we've seen what a Panzer can do. Is there a chance for TSM to recover that? As now, as you said, VP coming in with that pickup, and Lucarux finds himself on top of the roof, the opportunity to get a big knock to open this fight up. As Ibiza fell early, we saw that in the early game.
Yep, Lucarux on the roof. Quest is looking forward as well. Snakers is able to get the re-knock onto Sparking as Bean falls down as well. Commotion everywhere as these teams are trying to maneuver further forward. We're seeing Summer in a parachute as well. Not sure if all of Petrichor is opting to try and go this direction too. It's just him in the air. The rest of the team is far outside the circle.
So nades are being traded here. Lucarux will fall. Gustav as well will find heaven. And that's going to be a massive fight. Luna Galaxy getting involved as well. And that is a big, big blue zone grenade. Fortunately, two members, Guman and Sloot, able to heal through it.
Yeah.
And E-Arena, look at this. They've readjusted and come back to the south, realizing that Na'Vi is no longer there.
Exactly.
I love
it makes
that.
so much sense. They saw Na'Vi in the kill feed with virtus.pro. Might as well to try and re-engage. And, well, they will reap the rewards for it in just a moment. FaZe in the meantime. Gustav up to 4 kills already. Trying to get something going here. They're sat at 37 points. But remember, this is their final day of play. They want to get at least into the high 50s. And even that might not
hopefully
be enough.
low 60s. I mean, realistically for them, the cutoff, well, might be just in the 60s.
Yeah.
But Luna Galaxy setting up in a good spot, but just too early. The problem is there's not enough space. They kind of had to make that choice, and they tried to make a car for it.
Yeah.
But it is not working as FaZe is picking them apart.
Everyone's sweeping the edges, trying to maneuver their way on through, but there's little to nothing to play, as you say. And now E-Arena from the eastern side, from a team that could not get into the circle, now have the most space in the circle as Stockmai finds one. Ixlef gets out of the car and instantly takes down Lil Ghost. What a double headshot connected, but Tycon goes to say, it's not only China that got the aim skills, we in Vietnam do too.
And AGG is feasting, but they have to be worried because FaZe now hears all these shots, and they are now turning their attention towards the west edge.
Yep, we'll see here 17, trying to reset off the loss of Lil Ghost, wanting to somehow get something off of it. Petrichor losing one as well as this fight. I mean, bound to happen, sure. Bound to continue. You'd have to, especially with the circle swinging in that direction.
You knew that this was going to be the shift with the unplayable area and that land ratio. Meanwhile, nades are coming in. Jia Wu tries to trade one. He'll go outside, but Sushu is there to hold Ming off.
Sushu able to get him down. Chui, underhand nade over the top. He knows exactly where he's positioned. That should be him down, right on his feet.
Oh, what a
300 damage as Sushi gets his knees blown out. Summer trying to sweep around, almost shoots at his teammate. Please don't do that. It is, of course, a hectic situation as these teams are trying to maneuver, ring around the Roshi in this compound. Jia Wu, the only player left alive for 17.
The only positive thing here is if Petrichor can get rid of Jia Wu, there is something for them to play just on that edge there in front of them, a little more east. So they just have to get rid of Jia Wu.
1v2, not out of the realms of possibility for a man like Jia Wu. Chui and Summer will have to play this one hand in hand in order to take him down. Running around the side. Oh, had he not shot there, he could have potentially lined it up. Actually, now Molly's behind him. I think he's completely lost track of what's happening with his opponents on the other side.
Even still, he's still being such a menace.
Yeah, definitely is.
Desperately looking for an angle. It's Jia Wu, but Chui and Summer are still left kind of confused. That is a good nade.
He's gonna vault out on it.
Oh my goodness.
They can't see him, he's practically on top of him, and finally Jia Wu is found. 17 falls in 15th place. We haven't even got into that. We've only lost 2 teams through all the commotion that we've seen so far.
2 teams, but 36 players, 35 now alive. I mean, look how many fractured teams are in the field currently as this shift has really turned its head on a lot of the rotations. Specifically, I'm looking at Bet Boom now having to deal with Valley Tide.
Oh, nice nade by James. Nate got himself, finds Vinny. That's going to be him down. Luna Galaxy down and out. And as you were saying, Valatai on the northwestern side here wanted to get towards the circle, but BP team shuts them down.
I don't even know, actually, at this point. What is that cutoff going to be? It could be even lower than 60, but...
Definitely could be. As long as everyone keeps racking up points like this, there's a world where they track down the 16th place point with him. But BB team, they get a knock. They say, you know what? Sure, we could get 2 points here, but what would that cost us with the circle already closing, and we need to get into a better position.
And the problem with this rotation here, Toby, is that they're going to run head first either into Cerberus or Na'Vi, or worse, in between both teams.
If they somehow wrap into blue, phase 4 hurts, but not that much. They could get down towards Lyrics on the southeastern side if they care to go or dare to go all the way around. We'll have to follow that rotation as we see here. AGG, All Gamers Global, Sapao is looking forward. They know that they have them on the other side, and they have in fact opted, BP team that is, to try and wrap around, and Soset finds Spiro.
As AGG, and remember, E-Arena was initially pushed off of this rotation by Na'Vi, but again, wisely deciding to come back. They realized that Na'Vi was fighting somewhere else, and now they've taken control, but oh, what is this shift?
Yep, from...
There is literally, like we say there's nothing to play in circles, but there is literally nothing to play in this circle.
If you like trees, you're going to like this one, because that's all the cover you're going to get. I guess TSM, they have themselves a shack or two that they can maneuver around, but outside of that, we are truly limited in the cover that these players have available. BP team, again, I mean, they're just continuously getting shifted away from. They were on the side of the circle that we were in before, but now due to the blue, they will not be able to maneuver the way back that they came from. Na'Vi has shut down that door. As Bobo, I don't think he's going to go up on the roof for this crate. At least that'd be pretty dicey.
This is another situation, though, kind of mirroring the first game where 4EM was in the circle. They had a somewhat favorable position to try to deny other teams' rotations to get some points. We'll see if they can do it again. This time they still have Na'Vi, so actually very much a mirror of the first game on Miramar. Can they actually stop Na'Vi from getting ahead of them, though?
Lyrics hearing the vehicles there coming in from BP team, opts to disengage, opts to leave. Smart play on his side to try and regroup with his teammates over on the hillside. And BP team, I mean, there's just nothing they can do. Caught in the open again, a few unlucky shifts. I love the rotations from them. They tried everything they could.
They really
did. When the game went against them, they rotated on through, but sometimes the game just does not want you to win. And this one sure was one of them. A 1-point game for all the efforts they put in to try and make this happen.
I'd be curious to see what their rotation distance actually was with how much they tried to shift.
Yeah.
As we still look now towards the south side, All Gamers versus E-Arena. This fight has slowed down quite significantly as we see Bobo finds a doozy in the distance. That's going to be a point. So 4EM getting some desperately needed points here.
And to stay on E-Arena for a while, credit to Sissy and Jacob for actually holding off All Gamers Global for a while. There were only 2 up here, while the remaining teammates in Lyrics and Tega were further towards the east. So them being able to, I guess, force All Gamers Global to not take the fight earlier. Maybe All Gamers Global didn't have the info that they were just to, but very, very nice that they're able to kind of fend off this position. Now regrouped, now all 4 up, and should they want to take this fight, they have the numbers advantage, but I like to think that Tyken counts for 2.
Tyken oftentimes counts for 3, Toby. He really does. As I say that, Tigger will eat a headshot there, so he'll have to heal. But again, E-Arena being very measured. They're slowing things down. They want to take the fight on their terms, and that's actually something they've been very good at dictating in the past.
Yep, Nate's coming through, shots come through. Luke finds a double as Cerberus starts to feel the heat. Him as solo player left alive, and as you're saying, if Tyken counts for 2 or 3, you know what? Himas might be a squad of his own. Let's see if he can get out of here alive. A Sparking is the first one to feel the heat.
What magic? I think that
himself?
nade hit the top of the... Yeah, it's a little risky here as this circle, as you see, is starting to chunk. He at least gets out on the other side of it.
There's 1 player inside the circle. No, wait, that's 2. The 2 solos are inside the circle. That's how brutal this one is, boys. It's going to be a tricky one. We'll see if they can make it happen as him has a Stutchin and Weaving trying to get the safety. Wants to get Sololsi back up on his feet. He's just on the edge of the circle. This nade from Purdy. Is it going to hit the tractor and bounce off? Yes, it is.
Oh, my God.
Sololsi confirmed, but him as still alive.
So he will survive. He was going for that res.
And just can't ignore him.
And straight denied. And you know something about TSM. You know they're pretty good with those nades.
Definitely are. Tycon now all the way up towards the shack. They know that Human is sat in here. Trying to stay put. Second nade comes up, but it's not going to go inside the window. Human able to stay alive. Flash now comes through, make that a double. As Tiger make that a triple. He really wants to burn this guy's eyes out as he's finally going to peek on in, take out one. And that's going to grant them a bit more space to play from. Na'Vi taken out by 4 AM as well, as we're down to 8.
I genuinely feel bad for Human. That is a rough way to go out. Multiple flashes, lots of utility, but now with that, the opportunity for Petrichor to strike. They do get Surti down just a little bit, but he's going to be able to recover at the very least.
Where's the E-Arena play on this? I think they're expecting, after the compound play came through, that there might be a swing towards the southern side, towards them. I thought that maybe they would want to try and engage in all gamers global. We did see before that field up the hillside. It's hard to push in the open, and I'm not sure what their utility situation is.
And you've seen all the teams starting to come towards this hill because realistically it's the only form of cover in this circle. As you see TSM now with a wide split trying to control Cerberus, or at least cut off a few of those heads before they get to the top of that hill to make that dog easier to fight.
Yep, James trying to help out All Gamers Global a little bit at that distance. Tygon says thanks for the knock, but I'll take the kill. Finds the double. That's Petrichor out in 8th place. It's now him as, again, I mean, solo mission, practically impossible. But for him as, he's not going to give up.
Oh, the jump shot.
I love the effort. If it happens, it's highlight worth, you know. Got to do it for the highlight reels.
TSM, though, now are going to have to contest with 4AM now that they've dealt with Cerberus. And, I mean, Himas is still alive. If they completely lose track of him, that could be a disaster for either team, but they've now postured themselves just on the other side of 4AM and have to make sure that they're not open from the angles to the southwest. That way they can just take the fight to 4AM. But then I worry about the third party. You know E-Arena is waiting for that to happen.
James falls, one of 3 snakes trying to make their way on in. We still have him as alive. He's now dead as well. As Nixie, the last of his kind, tries to make his way on through. Solo player wanting to make it into the top 4, but it demands that some of these teams are going to start fighting. And right now, they actually are, because of the way the top of this hill kind of runs down the middle of the map, they're all able to sit on each their side without having to contest one another.
For now.
Until 8 seconds from now.
We'll see what happens here, but yeah, TSM, neither 4AM, E-Arena, nobody wants to fight. As we were talking about, nobody,
where they are on the leaderboards.
No one wants to be the first one, and TSM is granted that circle. What a fortunate shift for them. But now the other, but they don't have a lot of cover.
They really don't. They really don't. I'm curious to see how All Gamers Global play this one. Are they going to swing down the northwestern side, or are they going to go back up the hillside to take the fight to E-Arena? Again, we have Nixie in play. He's a phenomenal player, but concerned of his impact in the fights to come. He might see 4AM because they have no clue whatsoever that he's still alive. If he finds 1, if he finds 2, is he going to be the enabler that allows for E-Arena to make a play? That should follow up with All Gamers Global making a play, and all of a sudden TSM can just sit back and watch everyone else go down.
And you can see them starting to pull off, if you're watching the map, just to the north side, kind of giving those teams room to fight so that they can just clean up. And now E-Arena, for all their patience, waiting for the fight to happen between the other teams, it never did.
Well, you don't have to prone behind the cars. You can stay on your knees. You can shoot back. If we prone and they don't see us, they don't know where we are.
They don't see us. Maybe they think we don't exist.
Very, very, very defensive approach here for TSM, which in all fairness, I mean, there are a couple of games in. They're set at 23 points already. Can't fault them if it works. Might as well continue what they're doing right now. All they do is find flushes off of knocked opponents. 5 kills already for the boys who had a phenomenal last game of Miramar. They want yet another one here in Takeo.
4AM already have accumulated 6 kills. They realize their position is not great. They can just get rid of this team, maybe get a few more kills. And even if they fall at that point, they've done everything they needed to. But look at this, nades trading back and forth between Larix and Bobo. And look at that, Xiaopian comes behind the rock, and he'll try to clean it up with just Zizzy left.
This is ultimate chaos. Both teams taking so much casualties in this, and Nixie able to sneak in, but HSMM takes him down, spins on a dime, deals with him, and 4AM, while losing 1 in this fight, stays with 10 kills in the game.
And that is completely worth it for this squad, as they also get a vehicle. Maybe they can get in, maybe they can make some sort of vehicle for it, and maybe Purdy the bunny can make it as he's desperately jumping to try to survive, but he will fall.
He wanted to make a play. He saw the knocks in the field, in the field up there, Purdy. I think he wanted to go up on the hillside, lob a nade on over, see if he could claim something, but not to be. And 4 AM, I mean, again, this circle just over the cusp of the hill. They knew going down on the other side, they had no util left. There's nothing for us to do. And now, All Gamers Global in a 2v3 against TSM.
And I like the idea from Purdy as well. There's no reason to stack all 4 members behind those cars, at least spread out, try to come out. Like you said, throw some utility, get a nade knock or a nade kill a flush. But at this point now, with TSM, they have spread out. Sparking has to stay alive, though. He cannot go down.
Late game level 3 gear and a Grosser for final 3v2 in Sparking hands now. That is exactly what you want to have happen. They have the dot on their side. Sepao and Tycon limited for cover. They need to find a good knock. They want to take down Sparking effectively as he's the solo player to maybe set up a push on forward, but they're running low on util. Just one smoke left to play and not in a distance from where their nades or their flashes will have a lot of impact. As I say,
Sparking taking a lot of damage here, and he just barely survives. 1 HP, Toby, 1 HP.
That nade, no, it's going to be short on the other side. They're expending all their util. It makes perfect sense. Does Sparking not have a first aid?
Wondering if the other members of TSM have an angle on Tycon. They don't.
Does he not have a first aid? I don't think he does. He's sat at 1 HP. He has still yet to heal. Is he out of meds altogether?
He might be, and that actually makes this all onto Luke and Alo to provide him enough cover to make sure he doesn't go down. Again, just 1 HP, 3 gear doesn't matter here.
1 health, literally no util.
He has no meds, no util.
Ever. They have 1 grenade, smoke grenade launcher, and that is it. That's all for cover. The vehicle comes rolling down the middle and go, yeah, I mean, if you can get here, that's something to play around. And now Sepao trying to get the off angle on the edge of the circle. It's clear that All Gamers Global are going to try and spread out and play this one through. If only they knew that's a 1 HP player. Tycon might have just found him at a distance. Let's see if the nade takes him down. No, it falls short again.
In fact, Sparking is going to find a shot through the smoke. They'll do a bit of damage. The vehicle almost crushes Alo as he's still desperately looking to get that shot onto the off-angled member of Sepao from AGG.
30 bullets almost. There's a lot more 5-5. But
there it is.
The headshot comes through from Sepao. Level 3 helmet, and not when you're set on 1 HP. There's not a lot you can do. Sparking. Oh, sorry, Tycon with a smoke trying to make the run for it. He's miles out in the open. Shots being fired. Luke is down to 4 bullets as he finds one with 2 bullets left in the chamber.
And Tycon now down to a 2v1. But a very crippled 2v1, as you said, 2 bullets.
What is this, Tycon? How do you do this? How do you get out of here alive? The burned out vehicle in front of you is going to grant you cover for at least a little while as Alo goes down to low HP. Luke now holding the angle, full HP to work with. Shots fired, finds one.
No way.
Connected.
No
Luke
way.
On the backside of the rock.
There's no way he's going to do this. Look at that. Luke is less than half HP. The sprays are coming out. Are you kidding me?
What an effort from Tycon to not give up. Him and Sepao able to venture into the open fields with a smoke 50 meters ahead. He needed Sepao to cover as hard as he possibly could, and Sepao suppressed all day long. Not only that, but he takes out Sparking as well. What a finish, and you can see it on the face of TSM. They knew this was theirs to bring home, but Tycon said no.
I cannot believe how close that was, but more importantly, the clutch factor from Tycon is just off the charts. Wow. The fact that, as you said, Sparking was on 1 HP.
What a finish. What a
No
finish.
ammo for him.
This was like a knuckle, fist fight. These guys were so battered on this side of the hill. What an end to an absolutely insane game.
I mean, don't get me wrong, TSM got a lot of points in that game, but for Tycon to be able to clutch in that position against 3 members of TSM, unbelievable. Unbelievable player.
Else bare bones as an end game comes this one. Tycon able to seal the deal, finds Alo initially and takes out Luke as well. Curious to hear with the spray as well how that one's gonna go down. But we are gonna head on over to an interview on the stage. So let's hop on over there right here.
Welcome back to the STC Arena, where I am joined by DiffX from Na'Vi. An incredible performance so far in this competition, DiffX. Yesterday, you guys had a really consistent day, and today you started with an incredible victory. Now, I just wanted to ask you a little bit about that 2-2 split you had at the end of the map. It worked out for you really, really well. What was your perspective in that opening map?
I think like very good. That was our zone, and plane was too far. And like I'm just on the first timings, I came to take this compound, and we had like a very good zone, second zone. We got on us. Then we stuck like foreign compound. We usually not doing this. We usually stay in 2-2 till third zone. But in this time we decided to go like full team in one place because the zone usually like going to this compound, you know. And like after this, like everything was going so good because zones was shifting on us, and like after we just like simply just going outside the compound and killing everyone.
Nice. I mean, let's talk a little bit about the team, like the formation, because to be quite honest, a lot of people were skeptical about the formation of your team, mainly because you guys are so young, but you've been so impressive. PGS3 and PGS4 really impressive. Did you guys click straight away as soon as you started playing together, or how has the synergy been building between you guys as players?
I think the most important thing what we have in our team, this is our coach, because the coach like is so experienced. He's on pro scene since I think 20 years, and he have a lot of experience. He won a championship, global championship before. And because of him, like he just gives us like basics, everything, like, and with him it started to be like really easy, you know. And for us, like also like every player are good with everyone, like we have good synergy, and because of this, like we're playing like this.
Great team structure and a great team behind the scenes as well. Diffx, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for joining me here on the main stage. And for now, we're going to go back to you guys at the analyst desk so you can carry on day 2.
That's right, we have got ourselves a big win though coming out from Tycon. All Games Global here. 9 kills going the way of him. We were questioning what was going to happen after leaving Cerberus, but look at that, he's still got the power behind him.
Yeah, the big concern for this team up until this point would be, can they do anything beyond just have Tycon frag out? And yeah, he does have most of the kills here, but regardless, the team is supporting him in a major way to allow him to access all of those points, and he's delivering here and now. We'll see if he can't do it further on, not just today, but also tomorrow in their second group day.
Yeah, and a very chaotic game of all, right? Such a hard circle to play, and to be able to step out like this, a little bit rough for TSM. I was hoping for TSM, of course. This split here with Sparking to go there without meds is obviously, they were low, that's rough. He should have had some, but down to 1 HP. If they had the angles, it could have worked out, but yeah, Tycon just too strong. The clutch here coming in with the, first of all, getting the knock and then having a 1 versus 1 with no hard cover. It's just some little bit of soft cover there in the end, and Tycon's just too good.
Yeah, and you can tell at this moment, Luke he doesn't give up, but he says, you know what, if I'm going to win this fight, I can't be moving. I'm going to hold this angle and hope for the best. And for Tycon, he had the hard cover with the vehicle. It was a heavy advantage even in the 1v2 at that point with the blue pushing in as it was. Still, though, good round for TSM. They're going to get a lot of points from this, even if it's not the win.
Yes, they are. Tycon will take the top spot in terms of damage coming out. As you say, for Luke 12, it's also a really big performance, but at the same time, we felt like maybe TSM could have had that under their belt here, but it will be All Games Global getting 22 points on the board. If you're not familiar with this roster, it was Roy Esports that managed to qualify on forwards and get picked up by All Games Global. But notably, they picked up this team after the club championships barrier had cut off and gone down. So even if they get top 8, they're actually not eligible for getting EWC points, which is an extreme rarity here for the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, of course, and we have to have this kind of deadline to make sure that we just don't sign a team in the very end there. We want to support the teams throughout everything here, and a very tight leaderboard at the very top, but also some jumps in. Still some teams at the very bottom. Yeah, now that we're halfway through the first day for them in Group C, they need to step up. They need to get things started here, otherwise they're going to have a very rough day 3.
Yes, they are, and I have my reservations about how E-Arena was going to come in. They've got points on the board.
They have points.
Up until this point, we got 0 points in the previous 2, so they've got a little bit here to be able to move. Start the move.
It's still not a lot to give me a lot of confidence. We were just talking about this in the green room, right? That coming into PGS4, that was a long event. those teams and players were in the PGS 3 and 4 combo a long time. So I think that E-Arena was just able to, they just lasted longer endurance-wise. So now can they replicate that here when everyone comes in more fresh? And so far, it's only been 3 matches, but 4 and 3 is not a great start.
So you're saying they're out of endurance now that they have to travel here further? Or what? I feel, of course, we've talked about this again. E-Arena is like one of the top 4 teams coming out from PGS 3 and 4 in terms of consistency and performance that we saw then. It was impressive, but was it everything that came with it? And they're here again. We need to see them continue to perform here because, of course, they're chasing not just the prize pool here, they're also chasing our PGS points that are granting them PGC action and everything.
Yeah, one thing that I think will benefit them as well as a bunch of other teams at the bottom is that because the top of the scoreboard, which we just saw a few moments ago, is so stacked, I think that the cutoff is actually going to be lower than what we've seen previously. We still have, what, like 9 games left to go, so things can change, but I think it's going to be on the lower end of that 55.
You mean higher?
You mean higher, right?
Yeah, it has to be higher because there's no sponges at the very top, right? So they're more points average. So it should be in the 60s.
Yeah,
right.
Usually.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's take a look at the MVP because we know who it's going to be. Let's be real. It is, of course, Mr. Tycon. 9 kills. But what's impressive especially about this, via 831 damage. So he was just kind of sniping things out left, right, and center.
9 kills, 6 knocks, which my understanding is the knock stat are the knocks that got revived. So that is a total of 1,500 points of damage you would assume from 100 to 0. How many of those were steals versus cleaning up the damage that is taken?
A good old last hit here and there. You know, there's a guy with 1 damage, 1 HP. There's a few other guys, but yeah, they were on the other side of that hill and they could frag and nades and everything that they could put pressure on the other guys that was at the very top. So it was hurt enemies that came over once they were hunkering down there on the other side of that.
From the angle that they were coming in to try and secure this circle, it's a pretty decent angle compared to all the other teams in the south, Avenger, that obviously really felt corralled into one another.
Yeah, they had 4 teams trying to come in and they had to fight in the end for that last spot on the high ground. And then still, once you come in over towards that open area, you just have 2 teams staring at you. Of course, here with Tycon 9 and 2 for Sapao, 1 for T, and Cest 0, but he did only take 100 damage and did nothing else than that. So maybe he dropped a little bit of util for the boys.
Why you got to do him like that?
I mean, it's pointed out there. So.
The double zeros are already on the board.
Maybe someone's only listening that they're not seeing this. We have to point it out as well.
It's not a radio broadcast.
Listen, you got to think far ahead. Radio's coming back.
You'd be surprised.
Yeah, radio is on the way back.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
Any AMers?
What are you on about? Go away. All right. In fact, we're just going to go away. All right. It's time for a break here, ladies and gentlemen. When we return, we're moving on to Rondo to watch maybe the chaos unfold once again as it did yesterday. So let's do that. Let's take that break and get back for Rondo in just a few.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
All right, let's get ready for a Royal Rondo Rumble. We've got ourselves map number 4, as all of these guys are going to take to the back. What? You like that one?
Triple R, yeah. No. We're going to keep trying until we find a good one.
No, listen, that was not bad. That's the best
Royal
we've had
Rondo
yet.
Rumble?
Nah, I think get out of your condo. It's time to Rondo. It's way better.
Nope. We
Get rid of this man. That's awful.
Listen, we
Get out of your... Even Toffees is booing you from off stage. That was...
Go away, Toffees.
That was a Lovecraftian horror. That was bad. Get out of your...
Any better suggestions come our way here. We'll review him.
Don't reinforce this man. All right, let's talk about this map, right? Because realistically speaking, we kind of had a good idea of where everybody was going to go from Group B. E-Arena kind of just does what they want.
Yeah. We got down there. We got up there.
They don't really go to these places.
Can you go and point at that one there?
This one?
Yeah.
I can barely reach it, to be fair.
Oh yeah. Whee!
That didn't work.
No, obviously they're going to be excluding here, guys, because they are kind of forced out of some of the spots they wanted to. So they're going to be pushing themselves to this edge here. And this slow play style, does it suit them? No, I don't think so. Still impressed with how they were at PGS 24, but they have to come here and show that that was just not a one-time land. One-time land. They were there for 3 weeks tournament, but one-time land.
Yeah.
And we need to see some things from them here. 3 games done, 4 points.
Yeah.
Not impressed so far.
This focuses on their reactionary style, right? The fact that technically 2 playing paths is a huge, or the potential of 2 playing paths is a huge problem potentially for some of the teams when you come to this map.
The most impactful thing about the double plane path is that you don't know where the other teams are. So you basically have to react drop because you can never guarantee that someone's not going to be contesting your position if they're going to be dropping close by.
Yeah, and we did see changes already from teams like in Group B, for example. Of course, if you think about Test Track and Neox Factory, right, we noticed Na'Vi very willing to go there. We had other teams completely go away from, like 17, for example.
Ended up back there, but...
Yeah, they did. 17 of those very willing to bail Avenger to get things going, understanding that's an important map.
Yeah, I want to see what happens here with Falcons. They have a little bit more kind of flexibility now that they know they're through. Can they make some changes? Could they do a hot drop? Because again, this is their last 3 games to kind of deny anyone the chance to go into the finals. So, and that could be definitely a case of for them to say, all right, this team is strong. We've seen them before in finals. Who do we want to kind of push out or hold out? It could be a third party. It could be a hot drop. But I doubt it'll be a hot drop. It'll more be a kind of clever third party or gatekeep.
I know what you mean, because I mean, technically this South Yulin split that is kind of a pseudo backup for them, if you like. It's not the normal go-to. Hung Shan is where they would like to be, but of course you've got BB team down there, so it's a bit difficult. But gentlemen, I'm getting word that we are ready to get things going. So once again, Rondo, Royal Rondo Rumble, not Kondo in the Rondo.
No.
I don't know where he's going, but we are heading over to the casters here to bring you all the action.
Royal Rondo Rumble. I could be down with that one. I like it quite a bit. I don't know about that. Well, don't. Okay, you're telling me you're on the Condo side of that one? Who has condoms? Oh, well, I mean.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the STC Arena with Barnstorm with the halftime show breakdown. Now, we finished our first set of games, or the first half of games, rather. Games 1, 2, and 3 were taken by Na'Vi, 9 kills, Kwangdong Freaks with 10, and AG Global with 12.
TSM have the most kills currently today with 19, and most placement points are going to Na'Vi with 13. Just 3 games remain today, and remember, Group B, this is their last chance to get points on the board, and then it's fingers crossed for tomorrow. So, in the words of Avenger, get out of your condo, it's time to rondo.
You gotta talk to Barney, man. He can't be reinforcing these terrible things that Avenger comes up.
You cannot encourage that. Okay, well, we are on to Rondo right now, and yes, we have had a little bit of a catch switch up. It is Matchroom Poro coming to hang out with you guys for the last 3 games. Playing path's going to be, I don't know, about mid on the eastern front, and then going to be ending down over into the west.
Indeed it will. And so remember now, we have seen Rondo yesterday. Tiamba ended up leaving with the victory yesterday. And now we just saw AGG taking a page out of the Falcons book and, you know, having a big win to go along with some pretty mediocre performances. But you know what? All that matters is you get to the grand final, man.
Yeah, and that's a big game for them. It's been a bit quiet here and there. I mean, that's kind of the thing, as you were talking about with Tycon, sometimes can happen. But, I mean, a big performance coming out. I mean, almost all of their points coming off of that last game. But we've had some really big contenders coming in today. TSM, 30 points that they've managed to pick up on the day so far. Almost a 10 points per average games. I really like what they're cooking.
Yeah, TSM looking real nice. And unfortunately, I guess all their dog tags looking real nice in Tycon's pouch right now. He took out all 4 of them, but
that was a super low economy game though for TSM. Sparking was chilling over there with 1 HP and a dream for how long?
What's going on with Test Track over here?
We're getting some attention. We saw that yesterday, a bit of a cluster that's been happening around the outskirts of it. Circle pops right on top of it though.
Is that 3 teams? See, I see Na'Vi, but I feel like there's another yellow team underneath that's a slightly different shade of yellow. Hey, there it is. It's 17. I knew it.
So now we've got
eyes on.
I mean, you can technically hold this one down, but these guys are playing essentially an east-west format against each other. The road going to be in between them. Looks like they have managed to make this pretty peaceful, so they're just going to do some looting for right now. With the circle landing on them as well, you might be able to see a shift from both of these teams just moving opposite direction from each other, but you can see I is still drawing that direction. If we do see a knock, though, we might see a bit of encouragement in this firefight. And a shotgun in hand for Xiao Wu might also be an encouragement.
And you can just see on the split screen there, just off to the right, you've got 4 a.m. as well. So
Navi's making a push.
Well, Navi is making a push. Well, this is kind of what I expected a little bit, just because of the fact that they are dead center circle. So they don't really have a whole lot of time to mess around here. If they think they can catch 17 slipping, now is the time to push.
Slipping with a shotgun's going to be hard to do, though. Waiting patiently, about to step around the corner. Does he have it lined up? Get some damage in. Doesn't get the knock just quite yet. The numbers advantage, though. Going to go with Navi, and they just run right on top of it.
Well done. Well played by Navi. And definitely, I mean, you talk about Na'Vi. This is a team that likes to play things really slow in the early game, typically like to play from the outside. But unfortunately for them, they end up right in the dead center, so they have to make a decision. And they made a decision extremely quickly, catch 17 before they're able to get themselves set up.
And it would have been a bit more complicated for them to move out in the east. Since they were playing that eastern side of it, 4 Angry Men are going to be playing just a little bit further to the east of them. So going and getting control over this territory, really forcing 17 out to the west is a good call.
Yeah, they had to make a decision. So see if Lilgo's getting caught out a little bit here. But 2 HP, that's 1 more HP than Sparking needed.
He's got a little HP. So looking out, we can also see that VP is maneuvering down to the south of this. Looks like they're trying to get a position in, but it's about the chase right now. 17 Gaming having to continue out. You can see cover getting to be a bit more of a scattered position for them to play from. Meanwhile, just the whole pack of Na'Vi unrelenting. They know they have the advantage, and they're just continuing to press it every step of the way. Yes, this is a pretty complicated place to play from. A lot of different terrain sections that you have to deal with, but right now it is just literal backs against the wall for 17 Gaming as they're just being forced out of this position by just brute force from Na'Vi.
Well, they got to make a decision. They got to start making things happen pretty quickly here, because you can see just off in the distance, AGG has arrived. At least 2 of them have. 4 a.m. for the meantime has kind of just hung out on that eastern side. They hear this fighting going on, but they're not kind of collecting themselves to go and push this. They're just going to stay where they're at and see if they can maybe sneak a knock.
We're down in that stage where you're just hiding in corners with shotguns. That's never a good thing, but Zhao Wu going to play this one patient, realizing he doesn't have a good pathing to deal with, so see, maybe he can listen for the footsteps, realizing they're coming through. Door's going to open, waiting patiently. They read exactly where he's at. That was clean.
Beautiful stuff from Ferris. And that's going to be Xiaowu going down. And that is another kill picked up for the boys of Navi. Now, 17 do still have 2 left. You see Xiaobei, a little ghost, and Diffix has a pretty good idea of where Xiaobei is. As you can see, a little damage come through on him. But now I think, I mean, you got to be just batting down the hatches at this point if you're 17.
This is getting a bit scarier as well, as we do have the rest of VP starting to make their rotation in. Just to the south of the mini-map, they already have one member in Lucarux that's held down that position. So this is starting to become more and more problematic. With the firefighting happening inside of this one, we could see a third-party push.
5 teams now in test track.
Yep.
And if, well, not completely, because it looks like All Gamers Global, they do have a 2-2 split, but the north part of their 2-2 split is getting pushed. So we'll have to keep an eye on there as Little Ghost again gets knocked low, but will stay alive.
Damage control now, that's all they can really do with those shots, though. That's also a signifier. Na'Vi realizing, hey, we didn't take those, so somebody else has eyes on what's going to be going on for our prize that we're going to be after. See now VP, looks like they're moving a bit more into the west. They don't seem like they want to get involved with what's going to be happening. Rello also did some scouting along this line. Looks like he's decided to stop off. Circles right now, you can see, really just kind of maneuvering in for position. Nobody wanting to really lean into the edge of this one, though.
They hear all the battling going on, but this is a tough place to play around. It's a tough place to push confidently, anyway.
Yeah.
You don't want to risk taking knocks and losing people this early in the game. I'm actually surprised that so far it's only been 17 that's lost anybody. But now that everybody's starting to crash in, everybody's starting to head down towards test track and places in and around test track, I wouldn't be surprised if we see more knocks come through.
See Luna flooding down the hillside, going to force the 2-2 split from AG to probably regroup a bit. I think that they're not in the biggest rush to run down that hillside right now. It looked like they were maneuvering for the car, but Sir T kind of stopped off for just 1 second, maybe seeing if they can defend a bit, but those shots are going to continue to harass him out. These two feel like maybe they can hold it for long enough, and Luna doesn't want to make a crash just quite yet.
Yeah, you could see a little bit earlier, AGG was in their vehicles. They were kind of running around doing circles, expecting to maybe get the crash coming through. But LG, as you said, more than content just letting them stay there, just keeping eyes on them and continuing to do their 2-1-1 split a little bit farther north. Meanwhile, Navi has looted up a little bit more, and now they're going to refocus their attention back onto this compound where 17 is hiding.
They just know at this point. They have been just sharks all around this position, slowly maneuvering through. You can see how free that they're moving right now. This lets you know that they have a ton of information on what's going to be going on. They're not necessarily peeking around every single corner. They know where their advantage is, and they know where they're wanting to push into. So here comes a stack, getting a bit more careful as they're maneuvering in. Footsteps going to be heard by 17 Gaming.
Fast, man.
Just holding it. Shot's going to be coming out, expecting from the door, going to reveal position, going to step back now. Looks like they might move to the second story. Yep, just go ahead and see if they can play along the stairwell, and that's the Panzerfaust. Could be big if they stack up.
Oh, don't do it, Navi. Don't do it. You got to be expecting it. Good flash, though. He's going to push him off a little bit. That's 2 for Xiaobei with that Panzer. You saw it coming. Now what can they do? Can they get the last kill off of it? It looks like Navi's going to try to rebound a little bit, pull away.
This is going to be hazardous. They want some vengeance back. You can see everybody starting to crawl out. 4 Angry Men getting some vision on all of this. This is just going to be more problematic. Nobody's really want to make a push in. Also, Roth, we talked about them kind of maneuvering along VP just a second ago. He's going to get spotted out. Little Ghost making play around the outside. This one going for Ferris. Doesn't quite manage to get him down, but Xiaobei is going to be able to finish it out. And tides turn as 17 Gaming survive.
Oh, Navi. Navi, they thought they had him pinned. They thought pushing with 3 would do it. It worked so well before, but they just didn't anticipate the Panzerfaust, and that flipped this whole thing on its head. Not to mention the third party from 4 AM coming in at the worst possible time, catching their trailing man.
That was such a long fight, and 4 Angry Men, I mean, AG, even VP heard that going on in different sections of it, so no surprise that a lot of eyes were drawn that direction. Luna continuing their pathing around. Moving down near the other duo of AGG now, and not too close, but AGG is going to startle them, kind of push them away from that position. You can see the Falcons now lining up against T1. This is what's going on just to the south of where we're looking at with Racetrack and Neox Factory. So, I mean, T1 holding the hillside, and it looks like Falcons still just kind of on the hunt for the nest that they want to stop at.
Actually happy to see T1 holding this hillside and playing this a little bit more slowly. They've had a pretty rough go of things so far early game. They keep running into fights that they just can't seem to win, and it's not going their way. So slowing things down here a little bit, taking this time to hold the high ground, gain some information about what's going on around them. Probably might be a remedy for what's been ailing them.
BetBoom taking a quick look at them now as they're controlling down to the southwest in a 2-2 split of their own, and I wouldn't be surprised. Yep, going to get the replay back into what's going to be going on. I mean, this was just really cleanly played from Na'Vi at the start. So much information. They just played around it. Panzerfaust's peek from Xiao Bei, though, was just so good. He managed to play around that flash. It felt like Na'Vi had all the tempo, all the control, and then it just fell apart.
One Panzerfaust, man, that's all it takes. Everybody's favorite weapon in the game, I'm sure. Well, you can see TSM getting a little bit close to T1's split there. Alpaca I have to hop in the vehicle. I'm not sure if he's going to leave. The new circle pops, and we're staying at test track.
All of what? 4 people having to maneuver into the circle right now, so pretty similar. TSM trying to get a bit more control on what's going on at the south. They're going to be lined up against T1. Falcons continuing to move around them. Might see them bump heads in just 1 second. E-Arena kind of on the outskirts of this one, but they have something they can play around. They have to be worried about BetBoom as well as Cerberus. Petrichor Road might also have a bit of vision depending on how they make some pathing.
TSM taking some fire from Falcons as they make their way west on the southern side of this new zone. BetBoom with a big split just off to the southwest as well. FaZe, meanwhile, creeping into the southern part of that Neox factory. 4 a.m. has positions, but do they have the angles? Godvi looks like he spotted out somebody. Not going to take the shots, though.
Defensive line for 4 Angry Men felt it was more leaning into that test track. They were trying to get vision on what was going on over there, and that opened up a good opportunity. FaZe just exploited it coming from the south, and now they have managed to make landfall and at least get a couple of these buildings under control. I don't know how much information they have coming into this, but this was a very good rotation for them. Oh, that's probably why they have so much information.
That'll do it. See James taking off to the wild blue yonder, and right now he's reading the fact that they are backsides, at least off to the east, pretty free and clear. Now they do have Valley Tie split off to their north, but that's north of even the Neox factory, and T1 just off to the south, but nobody really making any pushes onto their position.
We often see FaZe play this 3-1 setup with James playing a bit further out. I really like to bring the gliders into this one and really allowing him to get a bit more maneuverability, more information to work around while he's doing that anchor position. Sure, he's not necessarily an anchor like he usually is in these types of positions, but I like this. It's still a continuation. It's an evolution of what we see them do on a regular basis.
Well, it also, I mean, it's also letting him know, like, hey, we can stay in this edge of the factory. We don't have to take the risk of pushing in any further and worrying that we're going to get crashed on the backside right now. We can hold this backside and not have to be too concerned. So we'll see how long it takes, or how much longer James is flying around like a beautiful, beautiful bird, a beautiful swan.
One of the members for BetBoom did go down. E-Arena should be coming up to try to finish that one out. His best of luck should be flush in just 1 second. Yep. And that gives a very wide spread for E-Arena. They're kind of running this, just all 4 members separating down into the southwest. You can see even on the minimap, nobody else around him right now. And that kind of mirrors what we saw BetBoom doing. They were doing a 2-1-1, and E-Arena, good vision on this one, just exploits it.
Gets their 2nd kill of the day.
Okay. Double what they had before.
Yeah, it's been a tough start so far for E-Arena, but as we saw with All Gamers Global, one good game could turn that all around. They only had 5 points before getting that big 12-kill win and finding themselves 3rd place overall on the day. Maybe, just maybe, E-Arena can pull something off here magical on Rondo.
Petrichor Road running a 2-2 split as well, as that is the theme of this map, it feels like, with all of the space to work around.
Spread
so many
out.
2-2 splits. Is they're going to be the ones contending against this BetBoom lineup, as well as E-Arena, maybe even Cerberus as well. Freaks are very comfortable up to the northwest of this one, as Cerberus is just going to be down south of them. And they've got that hillside that they're kind of working around in between both of these. So it's really a lot of just hunkering around test track to see if you can get any space to deal with. And then everybody else really now exploiting the rest of that space. It's almost more comfortable to not be around test track, as everybody had the eyes that it was going to go over here. And yes, the circle still keeps test track in, but look at this. Beneficiaries for Freaks and Petrichor World, as well as Cerberus, now not having to contend with any of the mess over there.
Yeah, and FaZe actually just going to go ahead and leave the factory altogether. As they have the time, they have the space. They will take some shots from Mr. End, but try to find somewhere maybe on the edge to play with. This would be great for FaZe if they can find a position to take advantage of anybody that will be leaving test track, but can they play it safe enough until that point comes?
Let's see, Falcons moving forward. Remember, they did lose Roth pretty early in this. They're going for a very centered position. This is where they're going to stop out at. Not a lot of eyes on them at the time, but they do have Bet Boom as well as those harassing shots coming out from Petrichor Road. TSM is just going to be to the south of them as well, so wouldn't be surprised. Yes, you're going to hear all those tires pop. I wouldn't say that they're in trouble. This is just a bit scarier, but it is center position. Math should favor them.
Yeah, they just have to wait it out. I mean, I would assume that they have the smokes, they have the cover to kind of take that risk, to take that high position right there by the rock in the middle of the circle. So, you know, you would think that they can hold on to that pretty safely.
It depends on how we see everything end with Test Track right now. Also, Bet Boom depends on their rotation, as it looks like they're getting very close to this lineup. Quandong Freak's now going to be looking over into Luna and just picking them apart. Bean's going to find one, Salute on the other one, and you can see Luna's still just trying to figure out where all of these angles are coming in from, and yeah, just a quick push out, but also Falcons are hearing this. Looks like they're trying to third-party it. Human, though, just trying to shut it down as fast as humanly possible.
Oh, man. Luna Galaxy was keeping eyes on Test Track that entire time. They had AGG. They had all the information, but once that circle popped, they knew they had to try to go for somewhere more towards the center. And unfortunately for them, Quandong Freaks is absolutely ready and willing to take care of them. And now Team Falcons will turn their attention back over as they are down to 3. Roth gone again.
Trying to pick up a bit more, and looks like they've got to be a bit careful with this one. They are stretching for the time being, but yeah, that's what I was worried about. Salute's going to hit the headshot. Flood is got the rock for cover right now, but remember, Rello is pretty far back behind this one. Doesn't have a lot of covering fire that it can provide in. We also have a bit more of a dust-up happening back over in Test Track, as it does look like FaZe is going to bump into VP over there, and that's starting to pop off in the kill feed.
Yeah, FaZe not wanting to stay on the edge of Test Track, rather than going ahead and pushing directly in, but they are paying the price right now. Gustav is flushed out. Fex is knocked. Now it's just down to James and Corexy. Corexy having to stop down to do a little bit of healing, but VP still have all 4 up, and they've got a good surround on this.
Okay, VP, how are you going to navigate as, we are also going to get 4 Angry Men moving into position right now. No surprise on it, seeing if maybe they can exploit, pick up some kills as free as possible off of it. HS playing on the distance on it as they are going to start getting vision, and this high ground with the road could be a beneficiary for them. I don't think that the angles are going to provide too much for them, so I do like the fact that they're kind of opting into playing the lower ground right now. Ooh, that's a circle.
Well, you thought that everybody was going to have to leave Test Track eventually. You hoped it would be a little bit sooner, but now they get to stay in there for a little bit longer. And you see Valley Thai already sending it down. They've been controlling the northeastern side of the zone so far. Now they've got this spot that Luna Galaxy was kind of playing around before they were summarily dispatched by Quandong Freaks.
Also love the awareness coming out from 4 Angry Men, realizing how T1 was kind of wanting to move into this one. They're going to take some shots, slow him down. Just to the west of T1 is going to be TSM, and that's why we're kind of seeing T1 just prodding the circle, seeing where they can find a pathing in. And 4 Angry Men doesn't have the capabilities to take shots at all of these rotations. You can see Int has managed to make it into the zone, and with the way that that curve happens in the road, it's kind of denied out the angles, and they don't want to pick out too much further than this.
Yeah, T1 definitely trying to put themselves in a position, but unfortunately for them, it looks like Bet Boom might have a little bit of an angle here. But I love what 4AM is doing, as you said, just wanting to get involved in this, but not wanting to get fully committed, and just kind of putting themselves in a good position to take
Irina's
advantage.
got goals. Are the goals going to pay off? They are just sending it right now. It looks like they're just moving for the center of the circle. Nobody has gone down yet. This has been pretty free. Everybody was already caught up in third-party firefights. So all of these members managed to make it all the way through the circle. I would say about half of it, and managed to make it back into Test Track and find an open spot to deal with.
Jeez, Lyric's the only one that took damage off of that too, and they just sent it right down the road and right into Test Track, and they get it for free. Dead center circle too. So and why not throw in a crate as well? Let's give them a little bit of extra treatsy.
Here's a bit more fun, too. Yeah, FaZe now maneuvering over here. They're going to bump into what's going on with E-Arena and their reposition, so this is going to open up a bit more sightlines. Oh, also we have an emergency pickup. Looks like it could be coming this direction. That's going to be Cerberus making landfall. How are they going to opt into playing this? Where are they looking at? They should spot out the vehicles down below them, realizing that they don't want to go that direction. Instead, they're going to eyes right over to VP. Remember, 4 Angry Men also over here. A not good vision for 4 Angry Men to defend against this until the very end of it, though.
Oh boy, Cerberus, this was not a good call. I'm not sure if they had any better options available. They were pretty much 4 deep in a compound on the southwestern side this whole time, and just kind of had eyes on them from E-Arena, so they had no intel about what they were pushing into here, and they just decided to send it. E-Arena got lucky, Cerberus didn't.
Eyes wide right now. Solzy does manage to at least take down one. And the spins coming out. The distraction spins pay off.
He hit him with the washing machine. I love to see it. Put him on the spin cycle. But they end up getting him. They do lose one, so VP now down to 3. And 4AM is going to see that in the kill feed. They're going to realize what happens. And fortunately, Luka Ruck's immediately turning his attention back over. But now Arena having to deal with FaZe somehow. Corrects. It's the day of 1 HP.
But here's the problem. T1 is moving back in behind FaZe and not making a big move just yet. EV also aware of the firefight that's going to be going on. Circle has popped. Does have FaZe inside of it. Doesn't have VP. Doesn't have T1. Doesn't have TSM. Petrichor Road all having to make moves. AGG has shifted over into the west, leaving one of their members back behind it, just eyeing what's going on. But let's not forget, 17 is still alive and going to have to make a rotation into where all of this firefight's going on.
Gets the res back up, so Correxy back on his feet. Blues on grenade, not going to find it. Tigger will be flushed out by Ibby. The rest of E-Arena, as you said, just going to go ahead and retreat on back. Meanwhile, Freaks is just kind of pushing through the entire western side of this lobby, and Falcons are going to be the one that go down.
We saw this an extenuation of the firefight that kind of started with them poking at each other. AGG providing some covering fire into this one. You can see FaZe, though, they're in the meat grinder right on the edge of the zone. Multiple teams going to be eyeing this position, and they're already weak. And Freaks just continuing to roam. Yeah, got Valley Tie in pretty good position on the circle, but not being too much of an aggressor. Therefore, it's going to be Freaks who've just been, like you were saying, walking around over there in the west. Petrichor Road getting vision on TSM. They're trying to make their rotation and do manage to get in the circle. But Petrichor Road had eyes on that position as well, and now got the damage in. They're just trying to follow it up. Are they going to hop inside the vehicles? Push? What are they going for?
Well, they got to do something. They're outside of the zone right now. The instant knock will open up a little bit of a door, but Purdy Curdy immediately turning his attention back over in that direction. Pero not going to pull all the way in, just find themselves a little bit of a hillside to work with. They are down to about half HP, but you see the kill feed is lighting up, Matrim.
Bet Boom on the other side of TSM. Two different squads trying to make the approach, but now being distracted. It's going to be a quick pop-off between what's going on. Oh, yeah, TSM, dude. I don't know how you can handle this. So many angles coming out they're trying to defend from, and every single time they just try to find some cover from one of the squads, they just instantly lose it to a new angle from another one.
Yeah, they were hanging out on the south side. Unfortunately for them, they were the first ones to make the move in, and sometimes being the first one is the worst possible idea because that means everybody else that's waiting will just go ahead and try to pull the crash off. Pero has been controlling the southwest, much like Kwandong has been, or Freaks has been controlling the northwest. Now, Freaks took out Falcons, moved back to their previous position. Petrichor Road, meanwhile, takes out 3 out of 4 of TSM, sparking the only one remaining, and BetBoom's going to pull off of that as well. Now, Ibby and the rest of VP having to turn their attention over towards T1.
virtus.pro making the push in. T1 stalling out. Remember, FaZe is going to be directly in front of this. They have one of their members down. T1 had their eyes pushing this direction. Meanwhile, VP manages to exploit terrain. Positionals comes in after. T1, though, not going down without a fight, getting good vision and good control angles to work from. Now moving up on top of this road, getting some distance away from what's going on with VP down below it.
He's the last one up here for virtus.pro. We'd love, if nothing else, to be able to flush out those 2 kills from T1, but it looks like BetBoom is going to get an angle and steal those away, so that's points out of the pocket of VP as FaZe Clan is going to get eliminated here in the end.
T1 still just trying to hold on to that angle. EB is going to get spotted, so BetBoom going to take them down. Sparking with a ton of friends around him. They've been dancing right on top of him. Haven't spotted him just yet. You can see helmet and armor in a ton of trouble, so it's going to be very hard for him to survive.
AGG was holding on to the northern side of that test track, and they finally had to leave, and they've spread themselves out. They're taking advantage of a very beaten and bruised E-Arena, but I don't know if they are even aware of Valley Tie just off to the west. Valley Tie playing it real quiet, very split, taking up a lot of space, but they've got 3 up, and they've got Circle, and nobody really seems to be aware of them.
We've got 2 big influencing factors right now, and that is going to be BetBoom down to the south, trying to figure out how they navigate in, and then also to the north, we've got AGG. They're eyeing in this E-Arena line. That's where the harassment's coming in from the north. 17 Gaming also going to be closing in. Little Ghost already down off of it. Zhao Bei looks like he doesn't have a clean path to deal with. Surtee is going to be the north of this one, so 2 different teams got angles onto 17 Gaming. This is going to be very hard to rotate. Meanwhile, even if he does manage to make it past this, T1 will have vision, so no surprise that's going to be how that one ends. But that means that the new firefights are going to be between really T1, E-Arena, as well as AGG, and AGG has the numbers advantage in this.
Yep. BetBoom still repositioning, and they know that Petrichor Road is off to their west, just uphill. And they know that they are at full strength, so they're trying to avoid that fight for as long as they can while Petrichor Road just continues to flex out a little bit. Then they should be aware that Sparking is around there hiding somewhere. They just haven't been able to pick him out just yet. Right now, focusing all their attention over towards BetBoom.
Just trying to buy some more placement points. That's all Sparking really wants at this time, but it is Sparking. You know he also wants a kill. That's the way he plays it. AGG, though, it feels like are getting more and more control over here. BetBoom also going to collapse in. I want to know how BetBoom is going to maneuver around. They've got Petrichor Road just over in their west, making it very difficult for them to make those last couple of meters, those last couple of steps into the zone itself. They've got a doozy playing very far over next to Racetrack. He does get spotted out, and he's going to go down. That really forces BetBoom's hand more into this kind of centered position.
Summer just tiptoeing around imminent death here. Sparking, staying alive, keeping TSM in this one. Got to the top 8. They're in the placement point range. Tycon, though, is going to find Raining. His reign of terror is going to continue.
Walking forward, the weakened T1 does spot out what's going to be moving in with them, and it's going to be AGG stepping up. Tycon leading the way right now, trying to crest in, but Sparking comes alive, spots out Summer, looking down to Petrichor Road at roughly the same time. It's going to be BetBoom gets active on one side of this one, trying to get some more damage into it. Sparking just dancing around. One life finally going to go down. TSM is eliminated, but that makes it a lot harder for Petrichor Road to deal with what's going on with BetBoom.
Oh, man, Ming left with about 20 HP there. Sparking almost took that one out here. Now, see, Freaks is going to lose Salute on the southern side of that road. They did finally spot out Valley Ties. Valley Ties has finally come awake, and they are getting involved here in the late game. And now, all of a sudden, just like that, we're down to our top 4.
Oh, Freaks, how are you going to hold control over the West? All of this vision is now coming back over to you. AGG needs to step out. They've got to move into Valley Tie's position. Valley Tie's been kind of weakened specifically by Freaks. As you can see, it is going to be Heaven getting another knock, and it's just going to be Latte back up against the wall. Not even in the zone. He should go down pretty soon, as I think Zest even has vision on the other side of this one. Heaven's going to pick that one up as well. So Freaks, the only team in the circle right now, but there is not a lot of cover to be had. You just got to fight your way through it, and Heaven is loving that idea.
Well, I'm telling you what, AGG, they might not have had a great Miramar, but they have turned things on here on Rondo and Tego, as they have 4 up, 7 kills, continuing to climb the leaderboard. Freaks are doing the exact same. They've got everybody back on their feet. Petrichor Road down to just Ixlef and Ming on the south side of this road, and they should be able to survive a while here, because it looks like Freaks and AGG are just going to square off face to face.
Oh, and AGG manages to take down Ixlef, which could have been a small problem for Freak. So AGG shifting over there, realizing where the threat's going to be down to the south, trying to buy some more space off of it. It's going to be Zest trying to get the harassing on to Ming, but Ming at least manages to make it over. Shot's going to come out from Ming, though. He's trying to defend his last teammate that he still has to work around. Tycon's going to run back the rock, and now can they get the angle? Ixlef is going to go down. Salute's going to be going after Zest, and it's getting more problematic by the second. Nade's going to be landing on top of him, and AGG, you've got to hit this shot. You've got to make this one happen. You are in some trouble, and Throbble's just continuing to rain down.
And Freak's just sitting here smiling on it as they completely, I mean, Ming just destroys AGG. And it looks like Sapao should be able to get Tycon back on his feet here. If the grenades just not landing where they need to for Ming. Oh, that one does. Never mind.
So now we've got Guman right there next to Ming. The rest of the squad already in control next to the road. They know that they've got the numbers advantage. 4 members up. Just going with the throwables. Gonna hit it. Makes it look easy. Freaks fighting their way through every step of that circle. Gonna take control of the game and get the win.
That is absolutely huge for Freaks here. Their second victory of the day. And again, following that Falcons format, man. They had a couple of games where they just got no points whatsoever, but 2 big wins, 2 big kill wins are going to shoot them right up the leaderboard.
They just don't like that map, dude. That's the way it works, right? That's always the excuse players say, oh, I just don't like that map. These other maps are better.
Well, they were playing that northwestern edge, and they were doing the edge play strat the way the edge play strat is meant to be done, right? You basically area control. You have this zone. You know that this zone is safe. You know that your back is clear. You see everything in front of you. If you have a fight that you could take advantage of, like they did with Falcons, you push it, you get it done as quickly as possible, move back.
And they were playing the barren side of the circle, right?
Yeah.
There was nothing over there.
Well, it was barren because they killed everybody.
Well, no, I mean, I was just saying as far as cover goes, they didn't have compounds, they didn't have anything. They had trees, they had their vehicles. They were just maneuvering around off of their firefighting capabilities. Like, look what they're working with here. Everything that was back out to the east of this, they were just playing along this road. using that for their cover and their only bit of safety and just doing a ton of work.
Yeah, yeah, we didn't see that one, Salute, don't worry. No, I mean, AGG, I think, had to make the push there to try to go for the south side. But big win for KDF. Let's throw it over to the desk.
It's not only the Freaks taking the victory here, but it's also them pretty much bagging themselves a spot in the grand finals here after this victory. They don't look super enthused about it, but they know that the work is not complete here for the Esports World Cup.
I mean, wins are a dime a dozen for them at this point, really. I mean, come on, it's so easy for them.
Steady, steady.
All right, sorry.
But I mean, of course, like towards the end of this game as well, they're sweeping, they're trying to be able to push around, kind of finish everybody off here.
Yeah.
It seemed relatively easy for them towards the end, Martin.
Yeah, it did, but also they had to play with a little bit of cars. They had to kind of move a little bit around overall. I think this area is hard to play. It's very open.
Right.
You only have these few trees, and then you have this kind of ridge line west of the test track. Overall, it's just a hard area to play, and I think we have a lot of areas on Rondo where it requires a lot of emergency cover to be viable to play, or even a lot of cars, right? Because you have 200-300 meters of barren land with only a few trees and a few rocks. It's kind of rough to play. This was also one of these areas like we saw yesterday, and yeah, I'm hoping for a little bit more. We have some really lovely terrain on the northern side. We have some really cool and amazing areas, some really cool urban areas, and I want to see more of that. I don't want to see this flat, kind of more boring terrain that we have had here, because it makes it way harder for the teams to play and to adjust to. And it's already a curveball of a map. So I want to see more where it's kind of more fair and linear for the teams.
Well, I think that open field that KDF had earlier on, the fact that it's so open, played to their advantage, because we're seeing in these highlights, in these replays, all this fighting is on the south. We saw Petrichor Road push into TSM. We saw Cerberus actually just take an E pickup into the chest track because they didn't want to deal with all of this lack of, Circle 4, very late into the game, a lot later than you usually expect for an E pickup. And that just gives them all this space, so much space they can even get a team knock and still climb up for the victory. They're actually shocked. I'm shocked they had 11 kills because it seemed that everyone was trying to avoid their area.
But they still played it exactly how it is. You control one edge, then you, with angles, take control of another edge, and then you force everyone out. It's they're playing 4D chess, one else is playing checkers, right? And that's exactly the way to execute a late game like this, when they have that amount of control and that amount of angles here. And yeah, they might not be hyped for this. It's 21 points. It's not the finals yet. And also maybe they don't want to end in first because they want to get first in groups cursed and not win in the finals.
Oh, yeah, that must be it. Yeah, no, we got Petrichor Road getting 14 points. All Games Global with 13 yet again. And it's BB Team once again being towards the top here. They are very consistent today, Cameron.
Yeah, there were a couple of other teams that we've seen so far. I think Expendables was another one of them where they're going to be in the mix. They're getting points every single round. They're not going to have a blowout game. They're not going to have a double-digit kill victory. But if you're getting points, 6, 7, 8 points every single round, that should be enough.
Thoughts here, Maravenger?
Yeah, obviously it's nice to have 4 different teams represented here in our most damage. But again, it talks to how hot this map has been. You're going to have your kind of frontline turret. He's going to put damage down. He's going to put damage into some of these players here. But yeah, Rondo's a hard map to play, and you can definitely tell they have not mastered it yet.
Yeah.
But they mastered it due to what they see in front of them and their knowledge from other map and their the knowledge of terrain in general.
And of course, again, test track. Neox Factory becomes a focal point.
Yeah.
More chaos this time compared to our first game. Na'Vi,
also very
obviously.
central.
Well, yes, very central for this circle and things like that. But the fact that Na'Vi gets absolutely dominated by a returning 17 to this location now puts things in contention a little bit again.
Yeah, we were talking about the Falcons and their flexibility on trying to affect other people's draws. But 17, they came to the day second place. They're first place now. They've been for a while because, let's be real, the Falcons, bit of a slower day, shall we put it that way. But because of their points they're able to go back. They're upsetting Na'Vi, and I don't think Na'Vi are in that much of a trouble just yet.
Oh, they've qualified for the grand.
Yeah, they're fine. They're fine.
Yeah.
But regardless, the fact that 17 have that ability to just play with house money at this point and show us a double knock with the Panzer is always good fun.
Oh, Freaks, number 1. 73 points for them. 17 taking 69 points overall.
Nice.
And yeah, I mean, when you look at those top 5, you're expecting those to probably be guaranteed in. But I do have to agree with Cameron. It's been a slow day for Falcons, but it feels like maybe they're just kind of feeling things out a little bit more?
That's the case when you come in here. When you come at 56 points, you need, your 5 to 10 points, and you're fine. You can play exactly how you want to. You can focus a little bit out. You can see here, taking BB's spot what they want. They announced it kind of in the start of the day, and what can BB team do other than just say, sure, we're Group C, we have 0 points. We just have to back off when a team comes in. They go all in with that amount of chips. You can't do anything.
Well, let's take a look at the MVP from that game as well and see who it's going to be from.
Salute.
And it will be Salute. Okay, 5 kills going his way, 760 damage basically. That's a lot of impact on the lobby like this.
Yeah, again, the way that KDF play around each other, they do oftentimes a 1-2-1 split, we call it. And Salute is often on the wide flank with Heaven mostly being that center core. We saw that executed a little bit there. And because of the open field of this end game, they had all that space to expand out. Granted, there were a couple of moments that AGG was peeking from the high ground over, which looked a little sketchy, but Heaven landed some nice shots. The point is, though, KDF play team fights very, very well. It was just those couple of Miramars yesterday that made us a bit worried, but they've seemed to have locked in.
I saw Salute in the gym. He was doing some heavy lifting, but not necessarily having to do the heavy lifting for the freaks. It seems like across the board, everybody's kind of pulling their weight here.
Yeah, all of them are able to contribute. We know Salute, though, very mechanically skilled player. Yeah. He could do the heavy lifting. Not as heavy lifting as we see Tycon on All Gamers Global doing.
Not quite a Tycon.
That is heavy lifting. At this point here, I'd be super impressed with it for him to. It's almost, what we saw from Seoul at PGS3.
I was going to say.
That was kind of crazy as well. But if you can pull your team to finals with that, that's going to grant you a huge bag of money.
That was heavy lifting from Seoul that didn't even work.
Yeah, he tried.
Nobody needs to relive that moment. He tried, bless him. He put the whole team on his back and he started running away. And that's what we're going to do here as we go to a break. So right after this, it's the grassy pastures time. We're running off. We'll see you in a few.
중으로 되니까 해. 튀김 먹으면 끝나. 중으로 되니까 해 그냥. 오케이 가볼게. 던져 그냥 던져. 다 던져. 왼쪽 오른쪽. 나이스. 몇 킬이야? 나 5킬. 나 2킬. 나도 2.
Welcome to PUBG at the Esports World Cup. My name is Barney Banks and I've got Sizzy here from E-Arena to answer a few questions. Sizzy, what an amazing global performance you guys have had so far. I've got right here that you've got 6th at PGS3. You came 2nd at PGS4. Is this finally the time that you guys claim the top spot at an international event?
ผมคิดว่าทัวร์นี้เราคาดหวังแชมป์แน่นอนครับคือเราศึกษาทีมฝั่งตรงข้ามมาค่อนข้างที่จะดีครับคิดว่าถ้าไม่ผิดพลาดหรือว่าอะไรก็สามารถทำแชมป์ได้ครับ
Nice. Good answer. What do you think is your best quality as a team?
ผมคิดว่าเรามีการสื่อสารที่ดีแล้วก็มีทีมไฟท์ที่ดีครับ
Now, you guys didn't compete at the Esports World Cup qualifiers. Does that cause any concern that you don't just have as many reps coming into this competition?
ผมคิดว่ามันเป็นโบนัสสำหรับเรามากกว่าไม่ได้คิดว่าเป็นไม่ได้จะผ่อนหรือว่าจะหย่อนเพราะว่าเรามีการฝึกซ้อมตลอดเวลาถึงแม้ว่าเราจะได้ตั๋วมาก็ตาม
Makes sense. Definitely makes sense. Now, who would you say is your biggest rival coming into the Esports World Cup?
ผมคิดว่าเป็นแชมป์ PGS4 แล้วกันครับ Twisted Mind ครับ
Everyone's been saying that. I'm not gonna lie. Now, coming into LAN events, there's always underdog stories, and that's what we love. As production, I've got to say, we love an underdog story. Who do you think is the dark horse coming into this competition that could take it all?
Daytrade แล้ว
Daytrade Gaming. Ooh, okay. I like what I'm hearing. Everyone's saying different answers for the dark horse of the competition. I like that. Now, we always love new things coming into gaming. We love like LAN events, things switch around, so people get better, get worse, so it kind of keeps everything at a level playing field. What do you think of the new map, Rondo?
มันเป็นคำตอบที่ยากเพราะว่าใน Rondo เราค่อนข้างที่จะเล่นน้อยมากๆแต่เราก็ศึกษาข้อมูลตามที่เราคิดว่าเราจะเล่นในแมปนั้นได้โดยการฝึกซ้อมของเราน่าจะทำได้ดีในทัวร์นี้ครับ
A plan. We like a man with a plan. Now, I want to ask you something a little bit more personal, Sizzy. I want to talk a little bit about you. So, how did you become a pro player?
จากที่ผมเริ่มเข้าสู่วงการคือผมไม่ได้ตั้งใจว่าที่จะแข่งคือผมเล่นไปวันๆเหมือนเด็กติดเกมธรรมดาครับก็มีทัวร์นาเมนต์เล็กๆแล้วก็ไปแข่งแล้วก็มีแมวมองมามองเราซึ่งก็ทำให้เราค่อยๆขยับขึ้นมาในทีมนั้นๆครับ
Well, the hard work certainly pays off. We can't wait to see what you guys bring to the Esports World Cup, and best of luck.
Put it all on the line, definition of divine.
Well, things are getting freaky here for day number 2 of the Esports World Cup, as we've already had the Freaks get themselves 2 wins out of the 4, but now we move on to the grassy pastures, as you can see beautifully behind us. And we are going to talk about how all of these teams...
Yeah, you like that?
I like that. We got to talk about all these teams are going to play against one another, of course. Now, 2 teams that are definitely in the danger zone, unfortunately, is FaZe as well as Cerberus.
2 big name teams, 2 GPT teams, 2 teams that shouldn't be at this position. They're 11th and 12th going into the final 2 games for them to play, and they have to put up big numbers. They're at 42, tied at 42. So not only do they have to worry about getting numbers, they have to worry about getting better numbers than the other guy, because it's very likely only one of those teams, if they're lucky, advances.
Yeah, exactly. We're talking 10 points per game here. We need them to get into the 60 plus. And we need them, first of all, because we know what they are. They started for Cerberus, just come off a LAN win, FaZe, the legacy behind them, and these guys, they should be in a final like this here easily. So yeah, 2 games to go, and it'll be rough to see them lose out, and they would have to see their own demise tomorrow with the rest of the teams playing.
God, imagine if you were Cerberus and you had someone like Tycon getting 9 kills for you during a game. What do you think?
But the converse, though, is like Valley Tie. Like this, there are multiple teams that have just been way overperforming. There's still three teams that have only played 6 games and are better than those 2. So there is a phenomenal surprises, but also the good and the bad.
Once again, Petrichor Road is looking to take away because Twisted Minds is not here. They'll be moving towards school by the looks of things here at Avenger. So it's an opportunity once again for this very storied roster to get some points on the board.
Let's focus a little bit on Cerberus, of course. They have 2 extremely strong drops. They have the farm split, they have the military. If we see anything military, it'll be a high priority for them. But also close to the center of the map. Anything north would be rough for both of them. So if that's the case again with another Stalba or something else like that, it would be a hard case for them to come in. Anything south, anything military, good for them, and they should be getting points.
One of my favorite things actually about the drop integration of what was going on was we had Valley Tie drop their logo nicely on Gatka, and then All Gamers Global decided to just put the 4 logos around Valley Tie. So, you know, maybe there might be a little bit of contesting there. I saw a little devil logo underneath that as well, because they were feeling a bit cheeky.
I mean, I think Valley Tie is totally okay with them contesting them at this point. They've been playing so well. They're like, you want to come into my house, this is your problem now. When they started today, maybe not, but after those last 4 games, I got a question, will they still challenge them? Because that's a big risk.
I think you bring up an excellent point. I mean, an alternate great usual drop to something like that is kind of West Coast, right? You can usually use that as kind of a split drop. I mean, technically, even Quarry and things like Primos are open because BB team wanted to be a little bit further towards the center.
And also depends on playing path, right? If you see a northern one, they could have something early. There's a little bit more flexibility for them. So yeah, we'll see. I doubt that they would hot drop this. It's not the best of locations, of course. Sure, it's center. Also, we don't have that many teams, but again, is it worth it? Sure, they won a game. No, I don't see it. For a team that's already gone through, it would just be throwing away points that you still kind of need to make sure that you're going to be getting into the final, even though that All Gamers Global are going to be playing tomorrow.
And our Erangels presented difficult tasks for the teams yesterday, of course, as we have that open area north of Shelter, kind of west of prison position, and then into a Stalba finish as well. Especially, I mean, of course, we didn't get to properly see new Stalba really incorporated. I said new, it's been for a little while now. But it's a scary thing to have to deal with those hills. They're not the easiest places to play.
Exactly, and they don't fit the topography of the rest of the map. So you sort of build your style based on map, except for Stalber Mountain, where you have to sort of have a totally different game plan. So sometimes I write off bad games on that one. I'm like, yeah, you know, you get caught off guard. This one, maybe we get the opposite shift. I'd love something in the south. I'd love military, mostly because Cerberus and FaZe drop in that area.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Time to head over to the commentary team here. We have the grassy pastures, 2 of them, as we head over into the game.
2 games left for Group B, and it could be a bit scary for them, as you heard the desk talking about a couple of known contenders in some dangerous positions. We'll be trying to give you guys updates on how that's all going to be looking. Plane is up in the air, and we're going to be starting over in the north near Severny and ending just pretty much next to Fairy Pier.
Yeah, I got to throw a third one into that mix as well. 4 a.m. Much better day today than they were having yesterday, but they still haven't really kind of climbed out of that danger zone. In fact, only a few more points in the bag than Cerberus and FaZe Clan currently have at 47, while I think Cerberus and FaZe are sitting at 42. But yeah, a drop off from 5th to 6th overall, with Falcons having 62, and then 5th and 6th is 47 with 4 Angry Men. It's kind of crazy. We've had a few teams that have really kind of taken a hold and just kind of collecting a bag of points so far, but everybody else is just still just fighting for their lives right now.
It's a bit hit or miss for some of these squads, but we are on Erangel. That's at least the benefit for this group, right?
Yeah,
this is kind of like, if you're in Group B, you get to end on Erangel, and that means that you get to play the most common map that you're the most familiar with, so this should be your opportunity.
No lead? Navi?
Yeah.
Guys, what's going on here?
Fairest? I don't. What you got going on? Oh, and you don't have near on anything to work with. That is a bad loot situation to be dealing with. See, E-Arena is also kind of in a weird position, stopping out any reinforcements coming up from Navi. So Falcons just trying to hold it, but Fairest playing this really well for right now. Is he going to go for the flush? Is he going to try to hold it together? Looks like he's just going to go to try to hold it. Stepping in, waiting for somebody to step around that corner. Not going to find it just quite yet, but at least staying alive. Reinforcements, so as I was mentioning, not the easiest path. E-Arena kind of stopping them out, taking a couple of shots, maybe slowing them.
Yeah, just keeping an eye on Hackatory. Flood, his sole job right now, it seems, is to make sure that Hackatory doesn't come over here and join his teammate and provide support. Rello, he's got the pumpy in hand. He's ready to go. He wants to be done with this.
But he's not going to be done with it just quite yet. Here come the reinforcements. You can see everybody rolling down. Even Tigger does spot out what's going on over here. It looks like he's trying to get an eye and figure out what's going to be happening. But all the reinforcements now coming in for Navi means that Falcons playing this firm defended position all next to each other with low loot. They're going to be easily exploited here if they're not careful.
While all this is going on, the first circle did pop, and we are going hard to the southwest.
Yep.
Staying on the mainland, but that means this fight is going to have to come to a head, and it's going to have to be finished as quickly as possible for these guys. As Tigger just wants to get involved with that M16.
Shotgun Rello. Playing it careful. Nade's going to be coming out.
Good flashbang.
Yep, steps away from it. Now can he step back in? Numbers advantage should make this pretty clean, but yep. Soset's the one that gets spotted out, and I think that we saw a window juke come out just a moment ago. Yep, he's just dancing around everywhere right now, dude.
There is the SMG working big for him, but not going to let him escape as Snakers goes down once again, but should be resible, I believe. Hackatory back on his feet. Diffix now coming to provide some support. Flood.
7 bullets.
He's got him out in the middle of nowhere. Flood, look at him. He's so mad. I would be too. That sucks.
I mean, we just seen SMGs everywhere, and I'm loving it right now. Rello trying to step around with an AR, put in some work, but this is a super low economy fight. Not a lot of armors to be had, no helmets you can see walking around on Rello right now. That's why all these peaks just get more nerve-wracking every single step of the way. E-Arena continuing to hear this, moving into more advantageous positions to see if they can try to vulture up something, but it's going to be Raw. Spots out Diffx, does manage to take him down.
And Sizzy back on that high ground, looking down in this direction. M16's abound for E-Arena. We saw one find some success as Hackatory now the last player left up for Navi. We'll spot out Roth. He has no healing, no helmet, practically no vest. Is Sizzy almost gets reload, but Bobo, where's 4 a.m.?
4 a.m. is up on the top side of Stalber, maneuvering down just kind of the south of this position, really getting in some good angles, and it just feels like everything is getting exploited over here. All of 4 Angry Men, they don't care about the circle. They're stepping into this. E-Arena is still running a 2-2 split of some type to deal with it, but Falcons in so much trouble. Even if they survive this, Hackatory has no meds. He has no ammo. He's just trying to find something. Falcons are going to be in a similar position. Look at their economy, and they're going to have to move halfway across the map.
Oh, this is so brutal for Falcons right now, but if I'm 4 a.m., 4AM, you've got to push into this. You're running out of time at this point to really start collecting points, as they are in Group B. They don't play tomorrow, and they're just going to have to sit there and sweat. So right now, this is looking like a feastable platter here for 4AM. Meanwhile, 17 and Valley Tie getting a little bit of close to each other as Megalos going to try to escape. Xiaowu with the big shots, not going to find anything, though.
This is back over here near the Gatka area that the desk was talking about coming into it. So Petrichor Road going to navigate through. 17 Gaming. Valley Tie is running a 3-1, so Kiss with that southern position is going to try to provide some type of reinforcements. I like this coming up from Hackatory. He realizes, no, I just have to survive. If I can make this as painful as possible for my opponents, maybe there's some type of retaliation that comes through with it. But Falcons, remember the fact that this is going to be their last 2 games. They are sitting pretty good on the leaderboard right now, but every single point that they can pick up is going to make them feel more comfortable. This is not the start that they wanted to air and go.
The one good thing that they've got going for them right now is that E-Arena is going to go ahead and bail out on this. Now, whoever does come out ahead in this fight, though, is going to have to worry about AGG, who apparently is doing a little bit of a casual bridge camp just off to their west. So Hackatory still no heals. He's going to have to operate with whatever 20, 15 HP he's got left. At least he's got an AR in hand.
I mean, no lean is so hard to navigate just in general whenever you're going to be trying to leave this position. But whenever you have, 3 different teams that are trying to hold out some type of fashion, finally, E-Arena's like, okay, there's too many people involved. They're going to leave. But that means that this is still a potential 4-team dust-up. We had it at 5 just a second ago. 4 Angry Men also look like they're finally stepping away. They're going to jump in their vehicles and retreat. But AGG just pretty firmly committed right now. They think that they can get something out of this.
I'm not sure if they are even aware of that fight that's going on specifically, but they're just trying to camp whoever's coming out of Yasnaya. So that might be just AGG knowing that 4AM loots up in Yasnaya. They haven't come just yet, so they're just going to sit there and wait for them to arrive a little bit late. But we'll see what happens. Petrichor Road, meanwhile, getting a little bit close to TSM over here on the far western coast, but it looks like they should be able to bail out.
Most of our teams are going for a center position. The Falcons push finally coming out. I mean, Hackatory, I don't know what type of ammo that he managed to find inside this building, but I think last time I saw him, he had 26 bullets to work with. He's got to make every single one of these count. But you can see, still no helmets, damaged armor stepping in. They've got to make sure that they know the angle's going to be coming out from. They do spot him, finally finish that one out. But now they have the problem of rotation ahead of them.
It's going to be a problem, too, because I'm not sure if there's any vehicles really anywhere near them. So I'll have to keep an eye on them as check in with Cerberus. They have themselves a little bit of a compound to work with, and that is good news for them, as they are yet another one of our teams that really need to start producing here in these final 2 games.
17 Gaming is pretty close to the center of the circle and is our most eastern team. It's between them and Cerberus inside the circle right now. It's pretty wild. Everybody is just really leaning into the fact that this is going to pull away from the water. They know it's going to be happening in a bit, but trying to play the math and the numbers. So hard shifts right now could be very interesting for these squads to have to deal with.
We saw FaZe making their way across from Military Island. They're still hugging the coast and should find pretty free passage, as there's nobody really down on that coastline south of the road. We still have VP way off in the distance. 4AM obviously making their way down. They're going to avoid that Yasnaya bridge altogether. So AGG, they stick around for a long time, but don't find any success for it.
Yeah, they did see the rotation, I believe, because they hopped in vehicles at roughly the same time. That's going to open up a bit easier for Falcons, but the Falcons are probably going to make a move over into the west. It's going to be very peculiar to watch how they make their rotation. VP, also one of the late rotators, they're going to be making their way out of Milton in just 1 second. They should be headed to a pretty empty edge, let's be honest. Nobody around there. I mean, there's all of Everest as a gap. Right?
Falcons find an E pickup, so...
Oh, that's a scary E pickup, dude. With no helmets and no armor.
I mean, it's terrifying, but at least they got something. But hey, we talked about AG Global, how they were conducting that bridge camp earlier. They were not the only ones. KDF is hanging out around Cube, just to the north side of Stalber. So this could be bad news for AGG. The campers could be getting camped.
Okay, let's see how this one all stacks up together as we're watching the replay of what happened in this very prolonged fight. I mean, all of Circle 1 was just a duel between these two squads. Yes, Falcons do come out with the win, but how big of a win could it be is the real question, as we're going to be eyeing forward off of it. And this emergency pickup looks like they do have their eyes moving in just one moment. Also, KDF, man. KDF, what are they going to find?
You see Zest eyeballing Everest, but they don't have any idea about Cube just yet. We'll see where Falcons decide to go. At least they did manage to find some helmets and armor, at least Snakers did anyway.
2 smokes and no other throwables, just a couple of bandies. That feels real good.
It ain't great. It really ain't great.
Zest.
All right. Well, Zest, are you going to be the one that spots them? Are they going to take shots at you? No, this is bait. Nope, never mind. They are going to take shots. And Zest is going to breeze right through, but there we go. Now that is how you bridge camp.
Okay, pick up one. AGG now know that they have to go to one of the two other bridges, so we'll see. I wouldn't be surprised if they thought that that was just like a tail-end solo trying to regroup or something like that. I mean, it's a pretty late stage inside of it. They're still committed in. Circle is going to lean pretty centered, just a bit more to the west. Keeping an eye on Falcons as they are in the air. You can see going to be right over Petrichor Road now. See where they're going to drop in at. FaZe's going to do a rotation down to the south as E-Arena does have a lot of control along this road to the west. Kind of a beneficial position for them right now, but no big rotators coming in just yet.
Falcons pull the cord right above T1. So we'll see where they end up going. So far, it looks like they're mostly safe as BB Team going to spot out Cerberus in rotation. Gets them low, but doesn't get that last round in.
Cerberus now has to reposition away from that, putting them in 4 Angry Men's sight lines potentially. Emas is just going to be running right up that hillside. Going to be able to use it, though, to deny any type of vision. You can see 4 Angry Men can't quite catch the beginning of this, but the tail end that we can see coming out with Cerberus could get caught. Shots are going to come out, reveal that. Depending on how Cerberus plays this, they might be able to get a bit more distance away, but now Cerberus gets bumped to TSM. Nothing available right now.
Well, they're working the valleys right now. They're working the good driving lanes here, avoiding most of the, at least most of the full shots as they find themselves a nice little dip in valley to play in. And TSM sparking, I believe, one of the few that has eyes on it, but Chewy actually going to have a nice angle as well.
Falcons did manage to find a compound just to the west of where you saw Cerberus just a second ago. You can see them off in the distance there, and they have something to hold on to for right now, so it's actually a pretty good position. So all in all, not the best start, but at least it's far more comfortable than it was, let's say, at the 30 seconds into drop.
Well, it's definitely been a rough 11 minutes, 11 and a half minutes here on Erangel to start things off. But it's not looking like it's going to get any easier. Here's virtus.pro is going to spot out Posa at that radio tower. He is all by himself, though. The rest of his team downhill off to the north, all the way off in the radio tower as he hangs out at the observatory. But it looks like VP, they spot him. They're just going to go ahead and pull away as we check in with KDF. Making their way in on the north side. Nobody really looking in their direction just yet. Actually, no, it looks like Valley Thai might have spotted them out. AGG, meanwhile, still all the way out in the blue, right where the Freaks left them.
I mean, in God compound.
Oh, they're E-pick-upping now, too.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they're probably going to make the jump in. You can see a couple of the regroupings happen. This is a very strong compound for the circle for Petrichor Road to hold down. A lot of control over here in the shark fin position that you can see. I guess with the old tempo drop, whatever you want to call it. Very centered right now as well, so a lot of tension going to be coming this direction. There's a couple of different dips around the outside of it. A couple of teams can try to hold on to if we can see it continue to condense down here. But you can see they've got a buffer zone around them as AGG. They could be a catalyst team that might try to drop a bit close to them.
This is very scary moments here for AGG as they come in with the circle now. They should be.
See, I want to point this out there while we can see this. Look at how much field is in the circle. So that's why we're seeing everybody playing that centered area. We've got the Gatka fields. We've got that area just south of Hospital. And so that's where they're opting into the emergency pickup. They want to try to jump over all of this and find a way to kind of sneak their way in. The problem is everything outside of these field areas is where the other 52 people are going to be at. Well, 53, sorry.
You see shots coming from Luna Galaxy. Nothing landing, though. And I mean, the other thing you have to consider when you take the E-pickup is that they're not going to have a vehicle, right? Yep. So you would think that maybe dropping more towards the edge would be safe, and now they see that circle pop, and immediately they pull off.
Well, two of them do. Tycon going to be coming in the tail end of it as they are going to have T1 rotating down below them, and so yes, Petrichor Road going to be down to the south of it. Looks like they're just going to eye for this hillside. This hillside can be supported without anything. You can kind of push around it, so it's a good call. It is a bit open, but they do have a couple of teams that could try to defend. They just have to make landfall around it. It's going to be VP to the north. Petrichor Road's going to lose that vision, so they do manage to land. Tycon is going to get spotted out, and he's going to get ripped apart. So AGG trying to find some type of way to survive this one.
Yeah, Sapao gone down as well as Sir T, now the last one remaining. Is T1 going to make their move right past E-Arena's Tigger, who's the only one inside the zone right now for his squad. The rest of the boys still off to the west on the coastline. So Tigger holding down this high priority compound by himself, and it looks like it's working.
I mean, E-Arena has been very, very greedy in these circles to the north. They've tried to hold down so much of it. They've been running a full 4-man split everywhere. finally looks like they're trying to regroup. T1 just trying to find somewhere that they can navigate through. Looks like they're just going to opt into going for a very strong, I guess, it's right over there next to the tower position, so you can get some of these hillsides in play and kind of look around, get what's going on. But they do have Heaven that's just going to be on the, just I'd say about 50 or so meters to their east.
Ooh, almost gets him too. As you see now is the Kraken and Luna Galaxy squaring off with VP. The first knock and flush comes through, although Vinny is down as well. Now Quizzy is going to go down as Luca Rux and Ibby, the last two remaining alive.
Got a couple of friends wanting to hang around the outside of this one too. As you can see, 17 might be able to throw some exertion into it. FaZe making their rotation. They're going to be rolling right next to the standing line that is E Arena, so a couple of shots going to discourage one way. It's just kind of a gauntlet to see if they can catch anybody right now, but most of the gauntlet defenders not in position. Haisaki, you might want to be careful here. It is going to be Falcons taking some shots in, but this is not even in the zone. I think that Cerberus were just kind of seeing what they could get over here, maybe needing some loot. This is a peculiar play out of that. I don't know what they were thinking.
Well, the E Arena split, he couldn't defend the compound by himself. This time Zizzy's going to go down. Tigger's compound, though, still in play, still defended, so that's where Jacob and Lyrics are going to end up. So FaZe do find themselves some hard cover to work with, albeit on the very edge of the zone. Falcons, meanwhile, as you said, still outside of the circle. They need to find a place to play.
So let's look out. We've got our field team.
Did they just pop it? You heard the E pickup.
Oh, for Cerberus? They might just be trying to do it to see if they can get some attention or maybe draw something away.
Could be, yeah.
Okay, so let's see this one all together. T1 having to navigate a pretty dangerous zone right now. They do have the Freaks next to them. Field team's going to have some vision coming their direction, most notably from the south. It's going to be Luna Galaxy that could spot something out. Valentine is going to be playing the dips over into the east and Gatka proper. So anybody that goes for big heavy peaks over to the east, they might get spotted out. It's pretty much just the hill to the south with everybody in it. The swamp, it's got a couple of teams there, and then everybody else is starting to hunker down in a couple of those fields. So let's just go ahead and keep the field, the hill, and the swamp in play.
Dead center. All right, Luna Galaxy has that center compound. Looks like the Kraken going to go ahead and join him, and it looks like Cerberus, in fact, did take that E pickup. It was not bait. Instead, it was them trying to make a push into that wide open field, see if they can maybe find a ridge line to play. Keep an eye on the kill feed to see if they get away with it. Surti did get the res on his fallen teammate, but unfortunately for him, BB team rather going to go and spot him out. So now Surti, the last player alive for his squad.
Cerberus did manage to make landfall. They've got a couple of hay bales that they're playing around right now. BB team, they have a couple of gatekeepers that they might have to contend with, as you were talking about with Surti. We also do have 4 Angry Men, Petrichor Road, all having to make a rotation here in just 1 second. virtus.pro doing some harassment from their control positions that they've got right now. TSM is also going to hear that with Purdy Curdy over there, and they might make a bit of a line defense of their own along that hillside.
51 left alive here in phase 4, so it's been an active Aaron goal here is Perro getting a little bit close there with that grenade. It's 4 a.m. trying to get involved here. They've been crowding 4 deep inside the sniper tower for quite some time, so they don't really have a whole lot of intel about what's going on around them.
Also want to point out FaZe, team we've been talking about, needs points. They are not inside the circle, and they're next to the field side, so they're about to have to make a big push of their own. Petrichor Road still having to deal with 4 Angry Men. They're going to separate out, both of them eyes to the north. Still have Surti that's kind of hanging out over there, but 4 Angry Men can just shift a bit more to the north, play that kind of like, I guess, dip that's in the side of the hill there. Yeah, that's where HS is going to stop off at. That's going to make it more complicated for Petrichor Road. As you can see, the other members are now going to be playing the high side of the hill to see if they can manage to stop any movement coming up from Petrichor Road. Problem is, it's really easy. You can read it, so Petrichor Road knows exactly where to throw their throwables at. See if they can catch some damage. Doesn't get the knockdown.
Just want to point out the fact that somehow Cerberus did manage to pull off that phase 4 E pickup, and they kept all 3 alive, and they've got a spot towards the center of the circle right now. As we see Ike's left and company trying to make the push into the smokes. They do have that wild card factor of Surti just off to the west, but it doesn't look like he's going to get involved. It doesn't look like they need him to get involved because they are just running through the 4 a.m. boys.
Valentine is taking the shots in the backside of 4 Angry Men at the absolute worst moment. Distracted them. Petrichor Road exploits it, just runs directly into it, sitting at 4 kills right now. They have finally a section of the map that they can control inside the circle. 4 Angry Men, though, they've just got to cut out just 2 Angry Men at the time, as Falcons, you can see, do find themselves a spot inside the zone. Still not the most looted, but slowly getting there.
Yeah, they just yoinked a kill away from FaZe, too, as FaZe crashed onto the other E-Arena compound, and they managed to wipe them out with some well-placed grenades and a little bit of assistance from the Falcons boys. But now you see Xiaobei at an angle is going to get the knock on a Snakers. It's not Not easy spot here for Falcons to play, but it's working for the time being.
Every FaZe fan excited that the weakened Falcons are just going to be to their south. The circle moves more into the fields, so we're going to have a ton of hay bales. That position that we saw the Freaks moving into just a moment ago, that hillside, going to be very strong inside the circle, man.
Boy, I want to talk about the rich getting richer as well. Freaks, they've been playing the north for some time here, and they are just controlling pretty much all of that field. They see everything, they know everything. They've got some of their own to play with. Is Pero going to turn their attention over towards BB team? And right now they are ahead, as I believe it's just a doozy and best of luck left.
Oh, this is getting a bit more hazardous.
Never mind.
BB team trying to regroup over here, but you can see Petrichor Road back up against the wall, trying to get some more damage out. AGG CerT is back behind BBT. You can see they're trying to move in. Might be able to spot this. Aduzi wants to see if he can get something. Does go for play, but it's actually going to be CerT that goes for the shots in, finishing that one out.
Oh no. You hate to see that if you're Petrichor Road, but you love it if you're AGG. And now Aduzi has to put all his attention. It's still a 1v1 here. If he can get this flush onto CerT, and there actually it's going to be Alo that gets it. So maybe we can get some BB team revives coming in here, but TSM is crashing down.
I mean, TSM, they want every bit of that 1v1, so just couldn't get the distraction from CerT. Stopped them out. FaZe trying to make their push in. They went right exactly where Freaks were already defended up at. Does manage to get a knock in. Salute's going to have to come over and reinforce. Team still playing on the outside, trying to control more. The only member that is still up. He is not inside the zone and has no easy pathing. Look at all of the mortars just flying right now. This is so open. This is a horrible place if you are getting mortared, and it's going all into the Freaks' direction.
It started as a 2-2 trade, but then the mortars came in, and now James is just going to have to run on out of there and try to wrap around back down to the south. He does have one solo player in Roth for the Falcons that's still alive that he may run into, but KDF, they held off the charge. They get everybody back on their feet once again. They would love to. I would like to see him go and flush these kills out, at least confirm those points. Yep, there we go.
I think that they're afraid to go for a peek. T1 was kind of eyeing this line a second ago. Plus, they've got a bit of shell shock. All those mortars kind of landing down on top of them, being a bit more precarious with their approach. Valley Thai is going to be rotating up back behind this, but we have VP that's trying to gatekeep out what's going on with 17 right now while they're getting harassed by TSM. So they're going to have to relent that defensive line, maybe allowing 17 to make a bit more of a rotation as Roth does finally get spotted out.
Oh man, I hate playing these cliff sides here. It just always seems so tough. VP not even going to be the one that does the damage here. It's going to be raining. T1 just forcing 17 to have to push into to VP here, and at least the first spray will come out. Suju will find the first knock onto Ibiza.
17 just has to fight their way through. They've got T1 on one angle, and they've got VP on the other. There is just nothing that they can manage to make work. TSM, though, wanted to try to exploit anything that 17 managed to set up. They don't manage to do it. So instead, TSM's just going to hard push, directly run right up into the faces of VP. But VP is doing a great job of trying to defend everything that's been thrown at them so far. Looks back in, do manage to get the knock onto Alo. So TSM, they still need to finish this fight and walk into the circle, but VP has their own plan in mind. Sitting at 3 kills right now, 2 members still up. They have all of the control and defense.
Yeah, TSM kind of feeling themselves right now. 5 kills in the bag, and they are going to go ahead and push onto this compound. Purdy Curdy holding the line, just making sure that they can get this revive onto Alo through the smokes. He's just continuing to smoke off any of the angles that VP may have onto their revive. As Quizzy, he's got, oh no, we've seen this before.
You may have the numbers advantage for now, says my Panzerfaust. That's why they kept retreating up to the top of this. They're trying to bait out the stairwell so they can just line in with the Panzerfaust. Doesn't look like TSM's going to take the bait, but they're going to have to do something here pretty quick. The circle is condensing down right now. They've got to make some type of play. It's going to be blue zone in it. Try to force it out, but Quizzy just doesn't manage to spot him out. The smoke's going to deny. He can hear the footsteps. He's going to go for the shot. No, he gets spotted. And now VP in a lot of trouble. Just 1 member up, and it's just a ton of TSM around it.
Yeah, at this point, I think Luka Rux is just trying to waste their time 2024 as he mollies off the staircase. Will find one, but won't find anybody else. TSM going to pick up another kill. And now Luke 12, they can get him back on their feet and get back into this game. TSM just running things right now.
TSM is having a great day so far, and they're just going to
Absolutely.
throw Alo in their pocket and make a run into the zone. They're going to have high ground and a ton of information to work with, while Cerberus is going to try to hold out this Valley Tie defense. Salute also to the north. You can see flexing out, seeing if he can find an angle and what's going to be going on. This is a very interesting circle, as we have KDF up to the north of it, and then we're going to have TSM to the south, and everything else is going to be kind of in a valley point with a ton of vision for those two squads to work around.
And Cerberus pull off the ballsy circle 4 E-pickup, are now causing all types of problems for Valley Tie. The smoke wall going to slow things down for a while here, and it's going to send some utility back in return, and one of those blue zone grenades try to slow them down a little bit more. Hisaki will find one. Actually going to be Human that gets the last hit into Latte, and now Unique will go down as well, so it's just down to Kiss and Megalos.
Valley Tie cannot find a way to make that work. Harassment's already coming out from the TSM line on one angle. Salute creeping closer by the second. Valley Tie wants to take a second and reset. Cerberus wants the same thing, but it's just unrelenting right now. A shot's going to be coming out from the Freaks. They're going to go ahead and finish that one out on one side of it. Valley Tie thinks that they might have an opportunity to move forward, but while Freaks are trying to move into this firefight, Luna's going to force them onto a new angle. Valley Tie gets the time that they need to try to reset, get some of their meds back in position. Looks in. Kiss is going to be able to get the knock onto Bean, and the rest of the Freaks are kind of stalled out. Heaven's at distance, and you can see the knocks and the secondary damage is causing too big of a problem. TSM continuing to rain down those bullets.
I mean, TSM is shooting over here. Luna Galaxy is shooting over here. There just seems to be no safe angle. You got to keep those smokes refreshed. You got to keep them going back and forth here, as you see Human going to take one right to the dome from TSM. But they will get everybody back on their feet. Valley Tie now down to Kiss. Kiss going to make the push through the blue zone. What a play.
Kiss has just been holding this defense together right now. He needs to make something happen. They've got to finish this out. This is going to be a terrible rotation. They managed to spot it. Kiss wants some more, but there's just so much secondary damage coming in. He can't take the time to stop. Heaven wants to try to finish it out. Does manage to spot out Kiss. Gets the knock onto him. And this is a long-range 1v1 with everybody else from Luna and TSM just trying to feast on any kill that pops into vision.
Oh, and it looks like Megalos is just going to go ahead and lie prone. And just we're back to wasting time here. Heaven not even in zone, as the new circle has popped. It's going to go off to the left. TSM still using that high ground to their advantage. T1 is just sitting there in their compound, just magnets on their shoes for this zone. We'll see if they can maybe stop the movable object that is TSM right now.
11 kills for TSM, 7 for Freaks. The rich are getting richer by the second. 83 points with a 9-point lead over Valley Tie. So these guys neck and neck. That's why they were going for it. They want to try to get some security and trying to take out the teammates, but it was mutually assured destruction, as finally Valley Tie is going to go down. So Freaks going to at least get some points out of survival. Seven looks like he managed to get back into his vehicle, but he can't make a rotation, dude. You can see I think he's just going to feed it over the blue, maybe. Yep, that's what he's going to do. So Luna, T1, and TSM all up on top of each other, 4v4, v3.
A little low on ammo there, Kirk. Might want to stop down and get something up off of those VP boys. Is T1 going to send some more shots back in return, force them to not peek over that ridge line. But now TSM is in a little bit of a pickle here, because you got T1 looking at you, you got Luna Galaxy looking at you as well, and everybody is expecting you to push down, and here it comes. The smokes haven't even bloomed yet. Luke 12 going to try to send it. Good shots from Purdy will prevent End from just free farming onto him.
Oh, Raining was the side angle onto this. Does spot out Purdy. Curdy's going to make it more complicated. See the rest of the squad seeing if maybe they can deny out anything that's going to be going on. Raining's kind of the sacrificial pawn over here, but more of a queen. He is just making sure to hold down every single play, deny it out. Luna now moving forward, realizing the opportunity in front of them. They have to be careful. Luke 12 could have some vision in, but a good nade is going to stop anything TSM is trying to cook over here.
Just nothing they could do at the end there, as Luke 12 will hide out in the crates for as long as he can. LG, they are Luna Galaxy rather, pulled up on the high ground there, but they immediately were spotted by T1. They'll have to retreat once again, but they've got their backs against the blue. There's not really a clear path for them to get into this next zone.
Yeah, this is just very well defended right now from T1. They've got this entrenched position. They've got the walls. They've got that bit of a dip around the road, and they can exploit so much. Opposing side of this one, Luna is all having to funnel in right on top of each other. Luke's kind of the point that they're having to funnel into. T1's Raining, you can see slowly creeping out. Kraken's trying to find something. Does get the knock. That's going to be big. Can this be enough for Luna to find some way to maneuver around the zone?
Luna Getting blessed with that compound for quite some time, but you see the kills just not there, and they need more points. Only 16 on the day so far. They've still got another day to play, but they would like to get over 30 before all is said and done here today. But it's going to be tough sledding here with this last circle being the way it is. They're already now lost Heaven, raining down as well, so 2v2 essentially.
This is such a hard push coming out from Luna. They're trying to find something, but look at the defended walls, everything along those lines. They've got some cover to work around. T1 has trees, they've got cover, they've got recessed positions to play from. So trying to go for some reses and continue in. It's just an attrition battle. Every single step Luna takes is coming at a cost of health and utility. Meanwhile, TSM might want some vengeance back. Looks like they're prepped up, just waiting. Looks like, yeah, I dare you to look in here. Think that you have some cover. I dare you.
I will blind you so fast, sir. We've seen it.
Oh, and even if they step up, if Luna steps up to go after T1, it's going to be in perfect. Oh, yeah, just going to pop out, and he goes for the shots, gets a knock on one, gets the second one. Luke clings to life, 14 kills for TSM, but it's going to be multiple T1 members just running in, trying to pick up some more, but not going to find it. Valiant effort coming up from TSM, but at the end of the day, it's going to be T1 that gets the victory.
Boy, that has to feel somewhat, it has to feel good for TSM, because I cannot tell you how many times in the past years I've seen TSM get taken advantage of by the final snake in the grass like that, and now they get to be the snake in the grass this time.
Dude, TSM has got just a ton of points on the day. They've only played one day, and I think that this is going to put them really close to 60 already.
I mean, they came in here with something to prove right off the bat. You could see that they have just, they've looked fantastic so far today. No wins, but they haven't really needed it. They've been collecting kills hand over fist, despite the fact that they haven't gotten the max amount of placement points, but they still had good placement, a second and a third place in there as well.
Consistency. We've talked about that with the squad for a long time. Now bringing in Sparking, a lot of extra firepower, as this is just, this didn't feel like an Erangel game. I mean, we had no lean drop firefights. This was just all over the place. I love it.
A no-lean 4-team hot drop fight.
In Circle 1.
Just absolutely silly.
I love it. Give me more of this, but I'm assuming that we're probably going to see it settle down just a bit more, right?
Yeah, well, I don't know. we've got a couple of Group B teams that still have a lot of work to do here in the final game of the day if they want to be safe.
So moving in, can you manage to qualify? Destiny's in your hands for Group B, so let's see what we've got to look forward to moving into our last game of the day.
All right, well, it will be T1 taking the victory here. It got swampy here. I'm wading through the swamp. You can't see me. Oh, you can see me. Oh, no.
I see you now.
Anyway, that is T1 with the victory here. Yep. Admittedly, the circle kind of coming towards this compound here to be able to shut things down, but T1 holds on.
T1 holds on. You know, I think that was a good, not an easy win for them, but the end of that was an easy wipe up for everybody else. Right. I was impressed with Luke sitting inside of that and like being able to hold for so long. TSM, we'll go back to T1 in a sec. TSM has blown my mind today. We talked a little bit at PGS4 about how it was a renaissance for the team. Kurt seemed to be like a totally new man, and here we're seeing even more of that continue.
Yeah, always love a good predicate, especially after what we saw at PGS3 and 4. They did extremely well there, and so far, what they've done today in just 5 games is better what we've seen from FaZe Clan, Cerberus, and 4AM in 11 games, which is extremely impressive.
And I love it because we talk about old guard versus new guard. You know, we have a joke, Purdy 30, but I think it looks good on him. Like, it seems like this is a team that has really leaned into their maturity and their style of play. And it's nice to watch that sort of maturity and the way that they handle themselves outside of and in-game now is incredible.
I just find it weird that Martin described it as I just like a good Purdy Curdy, as if it's like some drink he's ordering. I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, well.
If he keeps playing like this, he might get to sponsor a drink.
Yeah, it's very explosive due to his nade skill.
Yeah, well, it was very impressive to see them perform the way they did. Luke salvaging it towards the end. I mean, of course, yes, T1 wins this game, but there was just impressive stuff coming from Luke here, who eventually gets cleaned up by the end. But
it was insane. And 2 kills from him, 2 points from the kills, 1 point from the placement there. That's a huge clutch towards then. I would say, I would give a shout out, as the American likes to say, to Luke here. He managed to get so much more points for that, but of course, once you survive all the way to the end here, that makes a little bit of a difference for T1. So Raining gets it for this one.
He was the one wading through the swamps. You could see him on the edge. like the creature. I don't know where I'm going with this one.
Like the creature coming from. No, but
Yeah.
and I think Poro said it in the broadcast. The T1 needed to have a really good game here because they want to finish preparing for tomorrow north of that 30 position.
Yeah.
Getting this win is absolutely massive for T1.
Well, let's talk about some of the earlier moments from this game here. Avenger, what do you have for me?
We have a little bit of a show here in terms of a little bit of a change of the drop, of course. We're going to be going into a situation where we have a little bit of a change, you know, with Falcons and Na'Vi going into the no-lean so-called compound here. They're going to be fighting out for that. The playing path was very far west. We couldn't see Falcons going to the usual drop spot, so they ended up in a little bit of a fight here. But that ended up going into another situation where we have them taking an emergency pickup. And of course, that's kind of interesting because they come from very far away and take it to the on the other side of the map, on the west side of the map. They didn't get too much out of it, but as you can see here, once we get into the other clip here, a little bit later, you can see they're going to be pulling up and they're going to be coming in with that emergency pickup here. And it was kind of far away, of course. They were able to do it as we put in the arrow here. Oh, multiple arrows, that's nice.
You've got one.
Yeah,
You've got one shot.
Got one shot.
Ta-da!
They're going to be going all the way from that western side. There's a little bit of a zoom out, but it's a long emergency pickup, and it's based on no information, right? And they were fighting for so long with them.
Right.
And they had to, of course, take emergency pickup, so it's good for them to get it. And yeah, they got into later stages of the game, but didn't get as many points as they could have. Again, it's not a day for points focus for them. It's more putting pressure on your opponents, and they still managed to get out of it, kind of.
I think that's the key to the emergency pickup. There's two types, right? There's the desperation emergency pickup, and then there's the precision emergency pickup that you use in the late game.
Yeah.
Dropping on Na'Vi made sense to me, and that was a good way to get out of it.
Yeah, and this is kind of why we were looking for when it comes to the match rankings to maybe Luke could have maybe squeaked out an MVP if the MVP wasn't coming from the winner. The fact that it's 20 points going the way of TSM, despite the second place. Luke with 7 of those. Fantastic stuff from him, but that's not to say that T1 hasn't done well with the 19 points going their way. And Freaks, as if they needed any more points, a cheeky 11.
And also, Luna gets 4. There's been a very slow start to the day for these guys. This is at least going to be something as they get ready to go into tomorrow.
That's a 6.
To get a boost. And I expect them to do well in the next one. Orangle's a better map for them.
Oh, you mean 4th place?
Yes, 4th.
Luna 15 so far. One more game to go.
Yes.
It's not going to be enough. They're going to have an insane day tomorrow. And as we know, always, when we go to the Group C, the last day, the teams with the most points, they are going to be putting pressure on the other teams to keep them out of that top 16. Luna, so far, did they impress you in Americas?
No, a little. Okay. They're the best that we've got from that region right now. Cameron and I talked about it this morning, and I said I don't really know what they're going to do. I don't have a big expectations. I do think they're better on this map, and so the fact that they're ending here and starting there tomorrow may give them the boon they need to make it to finals. But when we get to finals, I think that's the end for them.
Another question, quick for that. Do you think that for Americas and for South America in general, is the talent spread out too much, like we've seen kind of in Korea, where we have 4, 5, 6 teams where the talent is spread out? Of course, Sparking and TSM.
The problem we have down there is there's different language usages as well. Right? So it's the same thing you guys run into Europe. We're not used to that in the Americas. Everybody speaks English up there, and you can mix and match teams. So we used to talk about America's condensed talent, and they did that, right? We see now Falcons, Sonics. We've created a tighter talent pack up there in the Americas. You can't necessarily do that sometimes down in Latin American region because you have so many different variations of language. So I do think that's something that's hurting them. This is the best Brazilian roster that I believe we can put together, with the exception of the fact that Sparking is playing for TSM. And now there were some personality issues maybe that prevented him from playing with those guys, but I think this is the best that Luna can put together. They just need to develop a little better.
All right, well, thank you very much for that breakdown. We're going to go to a break ourselves, and when we return, it is the final game for the day, but most importantly, the final game for Group B. We'll break it down right after this. one final game, one final chance, one final opportunity for Group B to get points on the board. We have teams that are in the danger zone. There is no lower bracket. There is none of that here for the Esports World Cup. So let's take a look at those teams that are staring down the barrel. We have 3 especially that quite honestly so far, Avenger, do not have enough points to guarantee themselves final position.
And they are big names. Cerberus, FaZe Clans, 4AM, 46, 47, and 47. TSM have played 5 games. They have played 11 games. TSM is 7 points ahead. That is huge.
That's interesting.
Good to see, yeah. But yeah, one more game to go. And this could be the cutoff. So these 3 teams, they need to finish ahead of each other.
Right.
If they don't make it into the top 50s or even the 60s, they are very likely to be taken over tomorrow.
I was going to say, steady on, let him finish his point, but go on, Toffee.
You're so excited for TSM.
You're so excited.
Yes, TSM. I wasn't trying to cut in. I was just like, it hadn't really clicked in my head because TSM's had these big moments, but like the actual score has been such a even smooth climb.
It's been
when
very
he pointed out, I was like, oh my gosh, that really is impressive. But it is. Those 3 teams, I expect them to be better. We want our GPT teams to be the best teams in the world. And here we are saying, please guys, get to 55 so maybe you get through. Like I should not be saying that about these teams.
No, exactly.
And that makes me angry. But also TSM's performance makes me happy.
Yeah. And also Freaks, very impressive. They have now with 5 games taken over the maximum points what we saw yesterday. They're now 57 points for the day. And we saw Falcons, of course, finish on 56 yesterday. TSM 54. So it's very close. Still not, you know, our big 70+ points bangers in terms of the sponging, in terms of taking all these points away in the top. So I still predict that our cutoff is going to, unless something crazy happens tomorrow, is going to be in that, you know, high 50s, low 60s for tomorrow.
So for these 3 teams, for Cerberus, obviously, roster change. For 4AM, God V in. Is it working out? For FaZe, they were first place in EMEA, for the qualifier at least, which did provide PGC points, by the way. So still very heavily fought, very heavily contested. Is there anybody that you're really keeping your eye on out of those 3? Do you think that one of them should be able to? I mean, normally we say, hey, FaZe is coming down to the last day, blah, blah, blah.
We say that, but again, I think the FaZe legacy is sitting on their legacy. 4AM, I had some friends in the crowd yesterday who they saw God V dying and then leaning back in his chair and going to sleep. So if that's the attitude he's got, then I don't expect them to come up. So maybe my best hope is Cerberus. Cerberus has shown us many times that they can get crazy. They still got 3 big hitters on that roster. All they need is a circle that favors them and a chance to get there quickly, and maybe they pull out a win and put up a 20-point game and stay in the hunt.
I think one thing that's interesting about these group stage so far is usually, I mean, especially after PGS3 when we watched him, it does feel like Himas has been a lot more quiet than we would expect on international soil.
I feel like it's a problem with maybe acclimatizing fast enough, right? Traveling in, it's a longer travel for them as well, and it's not been a long time. It's been arrive, 2 media days straight into game. Sure, they have the practice rooms, they can do what they want. But I've not seen them in, you know, our internationals or European scrims. We've only seen Falcons and VP do that. So
All right, well, thank you very much, guys. It's heating up here. We have one final opportunity for Group B. These teams have to put up points to guarantee themselves in the final.
So many squads right on the edge of managing to make it into that next stage. Can they manage to make it to the grand final? One of them, the conversation topic repeatedly, is FaZe, and we know FaZe can, I don't know, manage to make that last push on a regular basis, but I'm getting a bit nervous right now.
Yeah, I definitely was expecting more of that squad, especially after what we saw them do in the qualifier, finishing first place. I thought they looked great, and it's just been
well. It's just not turning into points.
Yeah. I mean, it's just been a struggle, and you know, and they're not the only ones, right? Like it's unfair to really just single them out, but they're one of the big names, right? So that's why they get singled out. I mean, you could say the same thing about 4 Angry Men. You could say the same thing about, I mean, shoot, you could say the same thing about Sonics yesterday, honestly. Virtus.pro, they're kind of struggling as well. So, I mean, there's a number of teams that are having a rough time, but unfortunately for FaZe, their chances are running out.
Well, when we talk about all of these numbers, we'll just go ahead and give you guys some quick breakdowns on some math. Whenever you have a very big, heavy point sponge that's eating up everything, it makes it to where those numbers where we're talking about 60-point thresholds, they get a bit looser because the fact that all these points are going on to 1 or 2 teams, and therefore the threshold is going to drop down a bit. So whenever we see somebody like TSM just at 54 points in 5 games, holding down almost 11 points per game right now, if they have another big game, that will change the threshold. And with only, what, 12 games that each team is playing,
yeah,
that's very, very flexible.
Yeah, I mean, TSM's been siphoning up points. KDF has been siphoning up points. I mean, they've got the most points on the day so far with 57. Those 2 wins coming in huge for them. So it's just not really leaving a lot of room for FaZe to negotiate. So another hard South plane. So maybe this time we'll see them get a circle that could be a little bit more favorable.
See, T1's already playing for the Millie base. We've also got Falcons that are making a shift in rotation. I mean, Nolene's pretty far away from plane paths, so no surprise that they're going to go over there. I mean, who wants to go back to Nolene right now? If you are Na'Vi or
oh, gross.
That is spicy. I like it.
Okay, that's how you want to end your day, huh? Okay. That's not great for our teams in Group B. I mean, it might be great for FaZe. Hey,
yeah, this is a great circle for FaZe.
Yeah, I mean,
well,
look,
maybe.
Maybe. Right? Like, maybe it's the best circle ever, and maybe it's the worst thing that could ever happen. Who knows? But Na'Vi taking over the Falcons' normal looting spot over there near Milta Power, and oh no,
somewhere just getting spotted out. Cerberus. I mean, Cerberus needs points.
They do.
This is a great start to the last game for them.
They definitely do, and yeah, I mean, you talk about the slow start for Himas, and you know, maybe it is, maybe look, Duck my, he's happy about that one. I mean, that's one thing I can always love about this Cerberus team is every time you look at them, they're always laughing and they're always goofing off, they're always happy, and never seems like any amount of stress is getting to them. Right? Slow start to the day so far. Could be tilting to some teams, not to this guy.
I mean, they know that they're good. We've seen the capabilities of this squad. So I wouldn't be surprised if maybe this is the tear up, right? If you're going to really just go and have your best game of the day, this is the opportunity. This is the way to start it, and coming in with laughs and having a good time, that's what you need to see.
Well, 4 a.m., you saw them 4 deep in the Dacia. They are heading up to Yasnaya to do a little looting, probably a little late rotation into this zone, coming in from the north side now. Now the question here, though, Matchroom.
Mm-hmm.
So say you're Falcons or say you're T1. You're on Military Island. You're looting up. Falcons in particular in Novo inside the zone. Do you try to make the push to the mainland, or do you try to just secure yourself some boats and just hope for the best?
I would specifically try to find an emergency pickup at all costs. I don't care
fair.
what team I am, emergency pickups are gold in this one. And you saw the fact that dust up was about vehicles off of the control drop, so Cerberus wanting to make sure that they picked that one up. But I mean, this isn't necessarily a 50-50. It does feel like it leans a bit more into the north.
This should go north.
But this really feels like a bridge game, man.
Yeah. I mean, look, by all rights, this should go north. But that just makes me even more...
Circle 2.
Yeah,
that's the problem with Circle 2.
I think it's even more going to go south. And I forgot to mention, Luna Galaxy also looting up on the very, very south side of Military Island as well. So 3 teams over there. None of them really look like they're making moves to do any like fast looting immediately, getting to the bridge, going for the rotations before anybody has a chance to camp. It looks like they're just taking their time, getting everything that they need. TSM, we've seen them play these circles millions of times. They will take their sweet time looting up there, and they will come in there when they are darn well good and ready, even if it means eating blue until the second circle.
Well, they've got to be careful because AGG is actually also moving over to Everest as Valentine's Latte is over here. So lots of teams wanting to get information on what's going on around them. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a couple of early rotator teams and then everybody else waiting to see how the circle plays out.
I mean, AGG's going after TSM right here. There is no other reason I can think of to why they would loot up a Gatka split, get everybody together, and then go north to come camp out on Everest, hang out on Everest, or put themselves in a position maybe. TSM's going to have to have their eyes on and see this and hopefully prepare for it. Meanwhile, 17, they're going to take a spot, well, stop off rather, and just, this is just outside of the zone, so probably scouting out near Ferry Pier. Although Cerberus has already taken over hold of that.
I do like this because a bit of that peninsula kind of, well, I wouldn't say peninsula, but the area along the coast kind of makes a small peninsula where you can step out. It's just a couple of feet, but you should be able to get vision down in the low ground, and that's where Cerberus is playing. Because remember, just on the outskirts of those double barns, it's a big drop down into the coast. So 17 wanting to get some information might have to deal with BB team, though. I don't think that BB is going to stop off too much more. Yeah, they're going to stop there, figure out what's going on in front of them. So just kind of putting your back up against this coastal wall means the fact that you don't have to worry about too many traps, and nobody's really set one just quite yet, but there's the potential for a few. Looks like our Millie team is definitely hoping this goes Millie, except for Falcons. who have decided the fact that they're going to go across. They're going to lean in, and they're going to be playing right below Milta. They've already got themselves a foothold in there. They did leave Roth back behind in Novo, but he might cross in any given moment.
Uh-oh, BB team getting there just a hair too late, and 17 in perfect position.
Good trap.
To cap this out. Not sending anything just yet. They're waiting to see if BB team will just stop down, but there you go. Xiaowu going to take a few shots, and yeah, I think BB team just going to have to pull away, and yep, okay. I think they got a pretty good read on where everybody might be here.
I love them for 17 that they had Ghost hop in a vehicle and just kind of corral that. They was trying to block out the exit point for it so the other two members that were just playing to the south of them could get a very good firing line, at least slow them down, maybe make them turn.
I tell you.
Doesn't quite get it, though.
AGG, you just saw them. They are camping this bridge to the north here. They've got Surtee still on Everest, so we'll keep an eye on that as TSM still finishing up their looting. Meanwhile, 17 spreading out, seeing if they can maybe find an angle on to BB team, but nothing really presenting itself right now. I think all Xiaowu wants to do here is try to see if he can maybe get into throwables range, or at least just flush this kill.
Yeah, anything that they can get. This has stalled them. They are not moving into the circle, so that does mean that Cerberus is leapfrog ahead of them, and therefore there is an opening, but also E-Arena looks like they're on a pathing to kind of play along this coast. This is usually a safety play, so I love that 17 realized how people are going to be moving through the circle. We do have Suju that does go down in this one, so that just means it's going to be the catalyst.
Yeah, Spiro gets Suju, but immediately gets traded back. So Phil first does manage to get to a doozy. Xiaowu going to try to send it over. He spots him out and manages to land the shots on the rezzing guy. That's some good shooting there from Xiaowu. Good target selection. And now, just like that, BB team left down to best of luck.
Uh-oh, TSM making their rotation now. Looks like doesn't get read entirely by AGG, but does get some shots in. Luke is going to go down, and Sparking is going to go down as well. Last bullet going to tag him as he goes into the water. 2 members for TSM down and out, but the other 2 have already passed this gate kept position, and they're on their way to Boatyard right now, so they should still be alive for the time being. Should find some pathing, and maybe depending on how Valley Tai plays this one, but Xiaowu looks like the reses did come out on the side for 17, and it's just going to have to be relentless. I mean, BB team, what can you do at this point? You just got to have to let it happen.
Yeah, best of luck is just going to try to survive for a little bit longer. Hope for maybe E-Arena to come send it over here, but it looks like E-Arena is going to avoid this area altogether. Meanwhile, I mean, you got to give props to AGG. That was, they knew exactly what TSM does. They knew their trends, and they put themselves in a perfect position to get 2 pretty free points off of that. Now, that being said, TSM tends to hold a grudge.
Yeah, and they've got a lot of points to play with right now. I mean, pretty much qualified for the grand final already on the first day. So this is a squad you're going to have to keep an eye on moving forward. AGG, I'm going to curious to see how they make modifications around this moving out as well. E-Arena has managed to make landfall just to the south. This is going to be the 2 members for 17 who have already managed to find some type of pathing. That does open up BB team's best of luck with the potential of maybe kind of swimming over to the circle. He can at least get into it at this point. But E-Arena opening this path up, nothing around them, all the way to farm. Nobody's in farm. Nobody's along Death Road. So they're pretty comfortable in position. Don't have anything to worry about for right now. But TSM, as well as AGG, could be coming to path similar to this.
Yeah, that was real smart stuff from 17. They obviously took care of BB team for the most part, leaving best of luck by himself, but they did keep eyes on Cerberus, who was hanging out in Ferry Pier. Saw Cerberus move out. They took a position just to the north of Milta, near the crossroads, and so they knew that they had the entire coast, really, that they could work with. So working out really, really nicely for them right now.
Okay, so we can see the stack-ups now happening around Milta Power, and I've got to ask you, Poro, do you believe that Chaos is a ladder? Because most of our teams are in the north. We haven't seen Circle 2 pop just quite yet. There's a potential for some of these squads that really need points to have a big moment here.
A T1, they had an E pickup. They sent Alpaca up into it, and there it goes. Going to go north. Alpaca, I think, just using that as an opportunity to scout out what was ahead of them, and he's going to find out that Luna Galaxy is ready and waiting. So Falcon's making the right call to make the push across the water already, and that is still, I mean, that's still 50% water circle right there.
Here comes Express. We've already got VP and KDF hopping inside of vehicles. E-Arena is going to be having to path right back behind Cerberus, as it's going to be Valley Tai back behind them. 17 on the hunt for the circle just to the south of that. FaZe trying to regroup. Looks like they're going to go down to the, I guess, the repair shop that's going to be just down to the south, right along the line for the peninsula, close to where the Falcons are going to be. Team's going to be playing away from them, of course. No surprise given the way we've been seeing them play. Luna Galaxy, T1 already making crosses around the bridge. Best of luck still forever away. If they're best of luck, this is the furthest circle you could possibly get away from where you were soloed out at the time, as TSM is going to take an emergency pickup and make their way into the circle as 2 members coming in blind. Pretty scary.
We'll see what happens. I mean, this is one of those circles where you're not going to see any splits. You're going to see all teams 4-man deep in every single compound, because you can expect this to happen as E-Arena going to push right onto virtus.pro. They immediately find 2. Can they find another one? The car is flipping as they make the push in. Lucarux down to 15 HP. Only 8 bullets left in that AK. He's waiting to get crashed here.
E-Arena just cannot find a point right now. Pretty good defense coming out from VP, but Petrichor Road's going to spot out some of that defensive line already. Jacob at least manages to get in, get Nixie, get him down. VP holding the bottom part of this one. Jacob looks like he's got a good toss on that nade. Looks like a juke around. No, Lucarux doesn't quite hear it. He's going to go down. Now VP in a lot of trouble. Just 1 member up. EB playing medic right now, trying to make sure that he can get his team back together, as a lot of our focal point has managed to come into this moment. I love this. TSM actually went all the way out into the water. They're floating back into this one. T1 Airborne right above this position just to the south. I'm curious to see where they go as well, as this firefight is not quite done.
Oh man, this is so brutal for virtus.pro. They got there in time. They had all 4 members in. They had Quizzy just off to the side to be the little side angle man. And unfortunately for them, just Jacob just being a problem, as you see Quizzy will get flushed out by SoSed, as 4 angry men will play along the coast. It doesn't look like they're looking over towards ALO or Purdy Curdy. Meanwhile, T1 trying to send it to Milta Minor, but Petrichor Road 4 deep inside. They'll find Raining, but Alpaca going to find themselves on the rooftop. Zenith will try to get some shots over in there. He will get a knock on Ixlef.
There's nowhere to go. Unexpected Alpaca up on top of everything, going to go ahead and rain down the damage. There was a cost coming in for T1. He's the last one up. He at least has a safety position play for right now. Hasn't been able to spot out anything. 2 members bleeding out. And that is so hazardous to jump down and go after him. He's got himself a point to play for right now. Do you go after your teammates? And it looks like he's playing against that wall. He's just playing for safety.
I mean, T1, it's they had to go somewhere. Unfortunately, that's where they...
And here comes 4 angry men as well. They just decided, hey, we heard the firefight. We're going to go ahead and roll into this one. And you can see the Petrichor Road with their last member trying to pick up something. And Ming's got himself a way to handle maybe this 4 AM push, though.
Oh, man, again, Petrichor Road, we're 40. Now, Milta Minor, obviously, a lot harder to hold down than some of these other compounds that we see, but still really paying the price here, as Alpaca will finally drop down from the roof. Ming just going to hold the angles. As you see, 4 AM, they read that very, very well. I mean, they saw the drop coming through, they saw the kill feed light up, and they saw an opportunity, and they went for it. New Circle's going to pop, and it's still going to have a lot of water in it.
FaZe living on destiny right now, hoping they can get it. VP wants to get rid of Jacob so bad right now. They've got shotguns, they've got flashes. They can't quite make the push entirely. Just a defensive 2v1 separating this out, as we have an emergency pickup coming in from AGG. Looks like they might be heading to the coastline, as we did see TSM land in the water kind of close to over there a moment ago.
Tell you what, man, say what you will about E-Arena, and they haven't had a great day so far. Performance has been a little bit slow, but Jacob is a problem.
He is.
And he can be a problem for a lot of people, but he's not going to be a problem there at the end for Lucarux, as a VP will get their 3rd kill, but they are knocked down to 2. But they still have to defend that compound.
AGG just airdropping into this right now. Nowhere to go. Zest kind of eyeing, maybe going over to Minor as well.
He doesn't want to mess around with this at all.
This is a catastrophe. Anybody that seems to be coming in here right now, but it looks like 4 angry men already read it. Good throw. Stepping away, and it's going to be Panzerfaust on both sides. Goes for the peak, but the 4 angry men, Panzerfaust pops off first.
You think ZPN saw him coming? He saw he had the Panzerfaust in his arms too. He's like, Panzer faster than your Panzer. And he's going to replace that, I'm sure, as that Panzerfaust working out pretty well, as the push coming through from AGG, but immediately Bobo going to find the knock. But Alpaca, he finds the angle. He's going to get involved as well, and now he's got some grenades to throw back at him.
Well-cooked nade. Looks like he's just trying to see if he can get a flush out onto that one, get some more points. Just trying to play for survival at the time. 4 angry men, unexpected in that, realizing the fact that they now have to go a bit more salvage and a bit more defense. Valley Thai hears this. They've got Latte that's playing to the east of Minor, and it looks like Unique might be playing to the north. They hear this firefight, see an opportunity. Maybe they might pounce in behind this, but they've got to be careful, because Freaks are going to be just to the east of them and get in a bit of harassment of their own. So Valley Thai does look like they are going to have to commit.
I was going to say, man, this might not be the end of this train, as Valley Thai is basically going to be forced to push in here. And Freaks, as long as they keep an eye on the kill feed, they might be the next one to arrive. Here's Valitai going to lay down the smoke wall, try to survive a little bit longer. Now, Unique is still inside Milton Major, and he is looking over, but it looks like Freaks, they have their vehicles on the move, and they are getting ready to make a push.
Valitai has just been rocking right now. They're starting to get more comfortable as this goes. Alpaca, though, you can see up on top, just any points that he can manage to salvage right now is just going to make him feel that much better. Bean going to be creeping up back behind Valitai to get some more harassment in. They have left back Salute pretty far. Luna's trying to cross in over here to the west, and that's going to be bumping in right into 17 Gaming. Spray's going to come out, does manage to take down Poza almost off the get-go. The rest of the members for 17 Gaming going to be playing the hill just to the east of it, so it's all going to be on the Xiaobei to try to defend. He's got a lot of angles of moving targets around him, but he does have support from his teammates.
Well, Haven will wake up, though. He's going to get the knock on the Xiao Wu and pays the price for it. He has to retreat and heal up a little bit. Meanwhile, you can see on the map, sweet Best of Luck swimming on over from the south side as we wait and see what happens with this 17 Luna Galaxy fight. Xiao Wu hadn't been flushed, so that is resible. As you see Falcon's going to go and make the move and share the compound just off to the west of FaZe.
Dancing around 17 wants to get more. It's just as Kraken last one up. So Smoke's going to come out, get some defense. Doesn't have any good sight lines onto it, so no surprise. Maybe trying to go for a safety play, but he is going to get spotted. A couple of bullets going to be coming out. He's going to make his way over to the north, tries to make it to the Wizard Tower. He's going to get spotted out by Cerberus. Soulzy going to finish it. Meanwhile, the rest of the claps coming in. KDF is going to be making a move down to the south where TSM is going to be playing from, and Valitai could be trying to keep out anything going on with his 4 angry men. And the thorn in their side that is Alpaca, this dude just won't die. He will not let them go after him. They've got 4 members, and they have been tied up here forever. He is just stalling them out so much. And now he's shifted over. He's going to hear the footsteps. He could spray into this the moment they step onto that catwalk. Look, they're right in front of him. They don't know. They expect him to be on the top. This is so smart.
The call is coming from inside the house, 4 a.m. And look at it.
Oh, they spot him down low. Bobo played it.
They left Bobo behind to make sure that they didn't give him the okie doke, and that will go ahead and be the 3rd kill now for 4 a.m. T1. Their day is done.
That has got to be one of the most gratifying kills 4 angry men have ever got.
Well, Valitai now getting involved here as well. So 4 a.m. you got to get right back on the clock, and they immediately do spot out Kiss. But the circle is going to be pushing in right behind them here pretty quickly. Valitai already putting 3 people already on the inside zone. So Unique, the one on the backside, as Alo, he's working on his breaststroke here.
He's getting that aerobic exercise. Uh-oh, he's smiling. I never like it when you see Alo smile. That means he's got a bad idea for what's going to be going on. It's going to be TSM maybe making a push to the backside of Freaks. He's a player. He might go for it.
I mean, at this point, why not? This is how TSM's day's been going. Bobo will go down to Megalos, so Unique getting some support from his squad as he is stuck by the pipes, and Godv will be the one that finds him.
We have some support also coming out from a VP who has some sight lines into this one. So 4 angry men, all the attention that they had to put on to Alpaca means the fact that they had to surrender information and control around them, and VP and Valitai exploited that very quickly. No easy pathing coming out from them. They still have a wall that they can play from right now, but that's not really what they want to be working. They came here so they could get control over the area, and it has been 100% denied.
Yeah, they can be patient with this, though, because as you see, the zone is now finally starting to arrive. So Megalos can wait. He's going to spot out ZPon, get the first few shots in. The last headshot will do it, but he's got to pull down because Lucarux has an angle on all of this.
Yeah, we've got Na'Vi providing some, I guess, long-range support on anybody that tries to make a move. FaZe trying to fend up against Falcons. You're playing the high side circle. Shifts very hard to the west. That's
not where I expected that to go.
No. So 17 in that coastal defense. Very good position.
Unfortunately for Best of Luck, he does get spotted out by Lil Ghost Xiaobei, but it looks like they haven't been able to take care of him just yet.
Look at the pinch that's happening on Freaks.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Alo's been spotted. Okay, now Kurt coming over here, though. They did manage to get one knock, got a second one as well, as the grenade. Was that is this Call of Duty?
That was Alo's
the grenade on death?
I mean, it's TSM, dude. We know them in throwables. Kurt coming over here saying, hey,
let him know, Kurt.
Just gotta know. Make sure it's safe over there. The other members for the Freaks are going to be playing with Heaven over into the west, who's going to have to contend with AGG. Valitai still contending up against this 4 angry men push. Not forget about the fact that VP has to deal with Cerberus, so that's now made a more open angle, and that is a very angry 4 men who want to get out of this position.
Damn, they took care of that pretty effectively here. 4 kills for Godv. The old man still got it in him. As Purdycardi will loot up a little bit more utility, start trying to make his way in, but yeah, unfortunate. FaZe spots him out, and it'll be Fex that finishes off TSM. They go out in 11th place, but not before they have had one heck of a day.
56 points on the day. TSM couldn't even get to 60. What's up with that? Okay, so let's look up to the north. 4 Angry Men, still they make a move. AG has to move, but they're in front of them. Heaven's still alive. It's going to be off to the side of AGG. AGG tried to play over to the north. They get spotted. They just get instantly blown up. Cerberus is going to have to make a move. So the north and the east are where a lot of our Catalyst movements are going to be going on. 4 Angry Men having to make a path around that. They want to go for Hillside. Looks like they are aware of where AGG is going to be at. But Sir-T, this guy is a solo that is just absolutely wrecking squads. This last 2 games, he has been a menace.
Oh, I could have swore they saw him. He aimed right at him, but didn't take the shots, and they end up paying the price. They do go down, but 4 a.m., this is a heck of a game here at the end. Sir-T will get spotted out by Heaven, so the last player, 4 Freaks, will find another point. But 4 a.m., they needed to have something here in this final game. But FaZe, they also need to have something big. They've got everybody up. They're going to push right into 17.
It's 2 squads that need it. FaZe, Cerberus making a big push and big play for right now. FaZe got some control over the south. That means that 17 Gaming, you can see hopping inside their vehicle, going to shift to the north. That's a problem for Cerberus. Cerberus now going to have to contend with 17 on one side, Navi on the other. Not a lot of cover to play from. Falcons still alive, 4-man up, in control over here. That's going to be FaZe's target. That's going to be closest to them. I wouldn't be surprised if this gets a lot more quiet very, very quickly. With these squads up right now, it is just near on silence out here. Nobody's taking any shots. It's all about repositions. Just to the north, a couple of shots from 17, but that's about it.
Yeah, FaZe and Cerberus, both teams that we talked about, the Des talked about needing to have more points here. They want to give themselves a little bit more room as they do not play tomorrow. They want to make sure that they ensure themselves that top 16. And they've got some competition here. A lot of full 4-man squads left up. And Falcons, it has been an awful day for them so far here today. They did well enough yesterday that it should be okay, but they would like to probably try to pull something off here in the end just to ensure that. And Navi kind of in the same boat.
70 points for both the squads, so I mean,
Navi's had a great day so far. Well, they had a big win in game 1, and then the rest of the day has been kind of meh, but they're set up here nicely for the end here.
Falcons got themselves that Wizard Tower, and that's where we're seeing some of the jockeying around going for. Meanwhile, you can see that 17 Gaming want to make sure that they deny anything out from Cerberus. Cerberus's line of assault looks like it's going to be pretty much south. That's all they can really deal with. So a hillside, you can see playing around the Wizard Tower is also going to provide some cover on those peaks for the hillside. That's just a really dirty angle to play from for Zhao Bei. Like look at how much you have to expose yourself just to go for counter shots against him.
Yeah, that's not one you want to take there, and I think Cerberus is starting to figure that out as the zone does pop, and Cerberus has a lot of work to do. Navi as well. They just hanging out inside that compound as long as they possibly can. Cerberus, they do have vehicles. I mean, they've got 4 vehicles, really, so lay the smoke
wall. They also
wall.
have 4 teams that are looking at them.
That's true. That's true. They lay the smoke wall down. We'll see where they're wanting to go off of that cover, but Diffix smoke wall doesn't matter if you can get them before they get to it. And he will find Sololzi, but the rest of the boys have managed to make it through for now at least.
Just aiming to the south, it looks like they're just going to go for center, maybe try to find some type of a dip to play for some vehicle fortification. Looks like they did find a ridge line to play from. It doesn't feel good. FaZe is pretty much on top of them, but this is the most you can do. You're hoping that maybe some of the other squads can have some control against them, but for right now, FaZe is locked down on that hillside. But once the circle compresses in, 17 and Navi both have to move, and FaZe is going to be able to step up on that little small plateau and get a lot of vision in on specifically Cerberus's position.
Yeah, you see Falcons, it looks like they're specifically holding their compound until Navi is forced to make a move, but Navi doing their best to take shots back and not let them just have free fire over them. The smoke walls or smokes are getting dropped down. They're going to send 2. Yep, Diffix is get that heal off and get in there, and now they're going to be on the move once again. Where are they going to go, Matt? There's only so many small little dips you can play, and it doesn't feel like anywhere is safe.
Pick a tree at this point. They're just gunning it in. Looks like they might have the exact same idea on where Cerberus was going to be, but Cerberus steps out of position. They've kind of maneuvered along this hillside. They're waiting to try to catch this out, but no, it's just going to be Navi kind of moving around it. This is just problems for everyone. Duckmai still up. Moss is taking tons of damage on it. Navi does manage to try to escape in, but a good nade come out from Duckmai is going to continue to finish this one out. Hakatori now the last one up, and it is a big problem. Zimas maneuvering down the hillside should find him. 17 Gaming doesn't want to step forward due to the firing shots coming out from FaZe.
Yeah, they're trying to get over here. They would love to be able to get some of these points, but Falcons and FaZe both keeping them from making that peak. Na'Vi will go down, and Hymas, Duckmai, the last two players left for Cerberus. 17. They can still work around. They will take a knock, but they can pull back and possibly get that res. So we are down to our top 4. And it is going to be the 4v4 of Falcons at 17 versus 3 up for FaZe and 2 for Cerberus.
I mean, those couple of kills for Cerberus were big. Now sitting at 60 points, anything they get out of here is just going to make them feel better and better. Those kills coming in, big moment for them. 10 kills on the round so far, just absolutely massive. They're making sure to try to power through this last bit of the sprint, get the points they need, qualify for the grand finals, but it is not cemented yet. They want everything that could be had around them. Already weakened. Falcons going to be playing off to the north of this, kind of shifting in, trying to position around, get away from FaZe's sight lines, using these hills, but that means that they're going to moving right into Cerberus.
You can see that leaderboard on your left-hand side. Cerberus now have hit that 60-point threshold at the 60-point mark. And we're not sure what that cut line is going to be, but you got to figure it's going to be at least bare minimum above 60. So Cerberus would love to be able to get a few more points in that. FaZe, meanwhile, only 2 kills so far this game. Nothing really exposing itself to them just yet, so they would love to be able to maybe get the win, get a few more placements off of this. They'll come alive a little bit later once it opens up a little bit more.
Dude, Falcons want to step out so much. They want to try to pick up something out of that. They want to get rid of Cerberus, but it's going to be FaZe defending from the high ground. FaZe not sitting on a ton of kills yet. They're hoping to get the placements. They're hoping that this high ground control will give them the victory of the game, secure the points that they need, but also they want to take down Falcons. They want every single kill that's available, but any peak that they go for is getting punished across the way from 17 Gaming. 17 Gaming, though, starting to get more loose, starting to move forward, starting to find the angles they want this. They realize that they could deny out, going for the shots in the hillside, doing a ton of work, but Vex can't find the angles to finish out what he wants. Finally does get the shots into Flood, but now it's going to be 17 Gaming, 11 kills in control of the low ground. FaZe, what are you going to do?
They've got 17 pretty pinned on that low ground, despite the fact that they have 17 has a little bit more room to work with. We'll see how much utility they have, really. As you see the smoke starting to come out, but the shots are coming through and they are landing. The knocks aren't coming just yet. Fex, though, he's going for that wide flank, trying to see if he can get a different angle here that maybe 17 isn't expecting.
This is such a scary approach. 17 Gaming, they know exactly where FaZe has been at for so long, and this is the pathing that we saw Falcons maneuver through. So this is I guess the more eager approach on the angle, but the issue is 17 Gaming realizing the vulnerability of that, have multiple members already shifted in position, already eyeing to see if anybody's going to be creeping in over this. Vex is going to have to make some pretty big jumps, while Lil Ghost just has so much vision of what's going on with Corexy.
Yeah, Lil Ghost holding the line here as long as he can. Trying to see if he can maybe catch somebody peeking, maybe catch somebody slipping, or maybe catch somebody trying to rotate behind them. But FaZe opting instead to continue going around down south, more towards where Fex is. They're going to hold on to this high ground as long as they can, but you can see they're just outside of the new circle. So far, right now, the job for 17, just keep that smoke wall cycling.
Oh, they're making the shift down, and Lil Ghost hasn't quite spotted the shift out of position yet. So Gustav finding some opportunities to move into the circle, getting circle control. Covered from Vex, one side, Corexy on the other. Corexy still holding this high ground, just like you were talking about, going to have to make a move soon. But Lil Ghost really hasn't been able to go for a peek. He's kind of trapped up into that position right now, and that means that multiple members for 17 Gaming are all stacked up on top of each other. Gustav is moving closer and closer, and yeah, that's what I thought. He's going to be trying to prep up the nade. He needs this. This is going to be big for FaZe. If they can secure these points, that's going to give them so much better of a position to manage to make it into the grand finals. Vex finds one off to the side. It's going to be Zhao Wu that goes down, going for the flush, does manage to hit it, now lined into it, 3v3.
That was phenomenal teamwork on the part of FaZe. The grenade forced them to move, and they forced them to pull around, and that put him right into the line of sight of Fex, who read the assignment. He got the knock, he got the flush, and now FaZe acting on that initial knock. I don't know if they know about Lil Ghost, though.
Oh, dude,
you can see Gustav keeps looking over in that direction, expecting something.
He's just trying to maneuver in. He's playing stealth right now, drops down, waiting to see if anybody's going to go for the peek. He is revealed, goes for the shots onto Gustav. Gustav reads it, gets the knock on a Little Ghost. So FaZe now sitting at 5 kills, has the chance for more. Numbers advantage finally going their way, but 17 Gaming has control over the center of the circle. It is neck and neck between them, though. Jockeying around the peak of this hillside means that every single time you go for any shots, you are going to get revealed. And Suju oversteps just a bit, takes a ton of damage, but does not go down.
It was a hell of a read from Gustav to find Lil Ghost right off the bat, and then Corexy one shot away from taking out Suju. Is now FaZe 3v2. It looks like all offensive utility has been spent, and now it's just the flash party. as it continues to come over. Nope.
Playing this one more casually. Got to be nervous about it, figuring out if he can go for a move in. Yes, I know you can see the network lag, but we're also getting that in a couple of other spots.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Oh, no. What is happening?
Oh, dear.
Okay, there we go. Okay, just a reconnection.
We're right back.
It's just a spectator issue.
Okay, everybody's fine. Everything's cool, guys. Don't worry. Don't worry. All right, let's get back into it. 3v2 Flashbang Fiesta. As it looks like 17 just continuing to they're just going to flash every angle, every wrap that they might anticipate coming. They don't see anybody. They're just expecting it to come in.
Yeah, it's going to be all about being forced by the blue zone. 17 Gaming doesn't have to make the move as much as FaZe does. FaZe kind of backs right up against the blue zone. This small hill going to be it. Now, yeah, I know. I love the idea of the pan, but might not want to do it just quite yet. One day it will. I mean, goes for the peek over, spots out Suju, gets some damage in right at the tail end of this. That's going to be absolutely massive. FaZe needs to pick up just a couple more points. Steps away from them are their destiny. The potential for grand finals right ahead of them, and they just are playing so calm, so composed. They're not overstepping. They realize 17 Gaming already feeling good about the grand finals. 86 points right now. They already know what they've got. Can they deny out FaZe? Quick exchange. One down on each side. Spray's coming out. Another FaZe member down, and it's going to be Jalbei having to drop to his belly, but it's going to be Fex that reads it, picks him up, and gets the kill. FaZe takes the victory.
And you want to talk about a team that needed it. That is absolutely huge, not just for today, not just for the group stages, but for the entire rest of this tournament. FaZe turning it on in a big way here, and when it absolutely counted.
Did you see Gustav FaZe like, oh, I think he did it?
Yeah, sighs of relief everywhere after that one, because that was some scary stuff, man. But Corexi and Gustav especially, I mean, obviously Fex is just absolutely cracked, but Corexi and Gustav stepped up in a huge way there. And at the end game, when everybody, you're so used to just utility Fiesta, right? You got smokes, you got flashes. Well, everybody was spent. There was nothing left on either side, and they had to, it was just all down to quick vision, quick reaction times, and landing the shots.
I was getting so nervous with the way the position lines were coming in and the way FaZe was getting forced down there. FaZe, why do you do this in the group stage so much to us?
Hey, you know what? They delivered. They delivered. And they delivered here as we see that the grenade actually the one that does it, but that was absolutely huge for FaZe, not only FaZe, but Cerberus as well. Yeah. They needed to have a big game that last game. They also found it. So they may have made themselves safe with these performances, these two teams here, as they're going to have to sit and watch tomorrow and make sure that they make the grand final.
The entirety of the compression line coming in so much. That means that tomorrow is going to be so much more influential. I can't wait.
Arena, I've got James with me from FaZe Clan. Way to try and give everyone a heart attack in those final moments. I spoke with Gustav off stage, you know, backstage, before we came into the second half of the day, and he was like, Barney, we're going to need to do something big in the second half. I didn't know you guys were going to leave it to the very last minute. Talk us through those final moments, buddy.
I mean, I think it's just meant to be with that zone right there. Like, I don't know, this game was heartbreaking. Like, I'm so nervous right now. It's just, I'm so stressed.
Just trying to think of the words, but what were the comms like? A 3v2 at the very end there. Obviously, it was tentative, peeking over the hill. Yeah, what was the comms like, or was everyone just dead silent?
They were in the zone the whole way through, and suddenly we got network lag in the last fight versus 17, and we just threw up our headsets, and we got so angry, and we thought like the game was gonna be remade, and then they just had to put back on their headsets, and they were just like right back at it, like nothing happened.
Just locked in. I absolutely love that. Now, do you feel like you've done enough? It was quite a rough day, wasn't it, up to that point? What a time to pull it out of the bag. Do you feel like you've done enough? What does your gut tell you?
I think we're 47 points before this, and we got 18, so 90% we should be qualified, like maybe 95%. So, I don't know, whatever happens now happens, you know.
We'll be waiting with bated breath until the end of tomorrow. But James, thank you so much for joining me in this interview. You can go and chill out with your team and congratulate them. Give them a high five from us. But that's not it from us here on the main stage. We're going to go over to Sandstorm, who's got an incredible interview with another team. Enjoy.
That we do indeed, because now I am joined by Xiaobei from 17 Gaming Engine joining us to translate on the stage in the STC arena. Now, Xiaobei, you guys had an incredible performance over the 2 days. First place at the end of the group stage for you guys so far, definitely guaranteeing yourselves in the grand finals. How will you carry this momentum going into the grand finals?
首先，小北，恭喜17 Gaming 成功的拿下这个小组第一。然后呢，就想问你们现在准备如何保持这个势头进入决赛呢？
就我们现在最后一把嘛，也差点吃鸡。如果吃鸡的话，估计士气会保证很好嘛。但是第二也，我感觉我们打得很好了。
For the game just now, I mean, unfortunately, we didn't manage to get the chicken dinner. We got a second place, and we're still pretty satisfied with that, to be honest. And I think it would have been better if we have won. But right now, you know, we are feeling pretty good, and we hope that, you know, this momentum, this emotion can be carried onwards into the grand finals as well.
I hope so, because, you know, 17 Gaming, one of the strongest contenders that we have here at the tournament. But I want to ask you, when it comes to the performance today, it was a little bit of a slow start. You guys had 20 points in the first 5 games, but then, you know, when it came to the last game, it was a very high kill game for you guys. So what was the adaptation that was made? What were the changes that you guys made going into that last game?
就是第一场，昨天在第一天的时候呢，你们其实一开始的时候可以算是爆冷嘛，就是前5场总共只拿下了20分，然后在最后一场又成功了，就是完全反转过来，一场就拿下了20分，然后就想问你们战队是做出了什么样的调整呢？
当时第一把我们直接没什么节奏嘛，然后被淘汰了。当时我的队友、我的团队就说让他们一把而已。
For the first game, at least when we started off really poorly, and then we pretty much got eliminated really early on. But the team atmosphere was still pretty good. Our teammates was really literally saying like, you know what, let's just give them a game where we'll come back later on, easy peasy.
I mean, they definitely did come back at the very end of this second day for themselves, and we will definitely be seeing them in the grand finals. Thank you very much, boys, for joining me on the stage, and we're going to be heading back to our analysts.
Well, it might not be Sunday, but it may as well be, all things considered. It's a FaZe win at the very last second to get themselves the big points that they need to pretty much guarantee themselves into the finals. Joining me top is an Avenger to talk about this one. Avenger, this was kind of a banger of a match, if I'm honest.
This was such a good game.
Yeah.
With the bait circle, we wasn't sure where it's going to end. Of course, a higher chance of it going north. But so many teams already compacted, and then usually it actually ends in the compound or close to the compound where Na'Vi had to leave, right? But we saw so many southwest shifts that we have the teams here, and they were able to clean it up quite nicely. Of course, FaZe Clan managing to get out of the compound. I expect them to be held by Falcons more than did, but they managed to get a great rotation off. Of course, 17 having a good one too, but also Cerberus having quite a good game. FaZe Clan and Cerberus both getting into those 60+ points, which could very likely lead them to the finals.
We talked about what GP teams have to do, right? So they're letting us down. This is why they have it, right? Cerberus and FaZe knew they needed to have big games.
Yes.
Both of them came out when the backs were against the wall. And it was one of the most difficult endings we've ever seen. It happened. Network lag happened, right? Sometimes the backboard breaks, sometimes a sewer cover hits an F1 car. Things happen. These guys took their headsets off, they got back into the match, and they won it, and that is so much respect.
Well, we had our eyes on 3 teams, FaZe, Cerberus, and 4AM. 4AM did manage to put up 8 points as well, but the circles kept shifting away from them, despite the 8 kills on the board. I don't know if it's going to be enough, Avenger.
It could very well be that they're the 16th or the 17th team here once we get to the OL, once we're done with tomorrow. But yeah, teams that had to step up for this one here. Big name teams on the board here, guys. And I gotta say, I'm impressed with how many of our top teams that are supposed to deliver that also managed to deliver once we get to our second day here.
I mean, it really shows just the kind of the severity of the situation. Constantly, when there's kinds of moments when the chips are down, guys like FaZe are able to step up in these kinds of moments. Admittedly, maybe they should have stepped up a little earlier than this, so it doesn't get super frustrating.
But that's the experience comes in, right? This idea of they've had their back against the wall on various teams, on various rosters and various experiences, and so when the moment comes, they can handle that level of stress. Because we can't stress that enough. Like, that this is something that a lot of new teams, when they're pushed to that point, we haven't seen Na'Vi tested in that way, for instance. Can they handle that stress?
this is also a home turf circle for them, right? This is the circle that they have to get points compared to our Western Swamp circle. This is the one where they have to get double digits, otherwise it's bust.
Well, let's check in who the MVP is going to be. Probably coming from FaZe after a game like that, and it will be Fex with almost 800 damage to his name here, showing up in this very last game.
Okay, so I love Fex. We talked to him a little at PGS4 about the roster, and he's like, I just really like being told what to do. Like, I like that James bosses me around out there. And I think that that's, it's true. But, like, I think that the idea that he has found this, he feels like FaZe is in a really good place, and they're doing what they need to do. And I think Fex has really kind of come out, especially here today, and been like, okay, I need to carry this. I'm going to carry this.
Yeah, and these last game clutches, Fex is just that kind of person that will just do the right decision here. And, yeah, of course, these guys being able to step up. Admittedly, you have to win these situations, 3 versus 2, 1 trade for another trade, and you're going to be either advantageous going into the last 1 versus 1, but, of course, laid a nade down and made sure that he could over-peak a little bit. He had 20 or 25 HP left. It was an easy one for him to peek over.
I also need him here and to continue being here at these tournaments because I don't have many Brits left.
That's true.
They're leaving. Yeah. What's going on?
And he's not even sure.
He's Welsh, all right?
He's Welsh.
He's Welsh.
The Welsh Dragon.
We accept them.
Yeah. We welcome them. Take them in.
That sounds so bad.
They're representing part of Team UK, right?
Of course.
So,
The full roster's back, by the way, for PNC.
Yeah, that's
We get Michael back. Yes.
I'm very excited for you guys.
Thank you. How about you?
Yeah,
I'm like, I don't know.
we had our chance last year, and now we have to give it to James and the boys. Norway have to get a chance. Of course, we did lose both Clip and Beamy's kind of out of it as well. So I would say the roster that they're showing up with, it's good to see we have, different. Both Finland has been there. Foss didn't have his chance. Sweden never got a chance. And now it's Norway's turn.
Yeah, cycling it for the Scandies. All right, well, of course, let's take a look at the overall rankings for our first 2 days as we now have ourselves FaZe moving up into 6th place. I mean, with the 65 points overall that they got there, it was a big game for them to jump on up. It should be enough.
It's top heavy here. There's a lot of teams here. We have 7 teams that are 60 plus here, Steve. And remember, 4 AM, don't play tomorrow, 55 points. That's our cutoff point we saw from PGS 3 and 4. It was 55 and 54. It could go lower. It feels like we have a very, very kind of high top stack lobby. If we see Smunches continue tomorrow with TSM, with these guys here, it could go lower. It could go in the mid 50s.
And I think it's not what we've seen sometimes where there's 1 and 2 teams just sort of dominating the leaderboard. We're seeing such a wide spread up there from 1 to 5. It's created a weird super sponge. And then TSM, you just touched it, 56 points on the day is a huge get. And if they play, because they're going to have, they got nothing to lose tomorrow, right? They're in the same boat the Falcons is when they showed up, but maybe with a little bit of a stronger start point, and they can go out and get 40 points, and then maybe 4M's back in the conversation.
Yeah, and the pressure's on tomorrow. Sonics, 29 points only. They need to make double, even 30 plus points to be sure to get into this final here. We want to see them in the final. They are technically the defending Riyadh champions from last year, right? So we really want to see them in there, and I think other teams will realize that it's a strong opponent. It's not a team that you want to see in the grand finals as an opponent playing against you. So that could be a focus going into tomorrow now that we have that many teams that are secure.
And if Sonics doesn't make it, again, maybe the power shifts in Americas. Who knows? But we'll see as tomorrow rolls in, of course. You guys at home have been predicting as to who you think is going to be able to do well here throughout the day. And once again, it's going to be Falcons taking the top spot. However, it wasn't the greatest of days for Falcons. Let's be real about it.
And I can't. I mean, maybe I'll try to catch up with them and find out if they were how they felt about today, because they did come in with a bit of a bruiser attitude, right? They pushed T1 off of their drop, and they said we're going to push BB off of the drop. They had a little bit of a lot, whatever. We're going to go crazy, and it doesn't matter what happens. That said, though, I think that sets a bad habit for what's about to come in the finals.
You got to be on point.
It's great for them that they have the off day tomorrow. They can mentally reset. They can chill a little bit. They can wake up a little bit earlier because our finals are going to be starting quite a significant time earlier here going into that. So having that off day tomorrow is huge for some of these teams. Some of them, of course, are going to be watching nervous. 4AM is going to be one of them, watching nervously to see the games unfold tomorrow.
Well, let's take a look at the Kadia plays of the day as well here, as we have plenty of opportunity to see some great stuff coming out throughout the day. And it was, of course, Tycon taking this #1 spot. A 9-kill game coming in. This, for All Gamers Global, actually might be the catalyst to push them towards the finals.
Listen, man, at every point in their career, some band has a guy go off on a solo project. Tycon is doing it right now and showing us just how good he is. But, you know, we talked earlier about him as sort of he's been a little bit off, and I think part of that is the fact that he needs that Tycon, right? That idea of someone to take the pressure off of him at moments, and that's what they've always been good together. The fact that Tycon can do this by himself is actually phenomenally impressive.
Yeah, 46 points on the day for them. That's huge. 62 though for Freaks. What a day for them. That's been super impressive here. TSM also in the 50s. Good to see for them to step up. Multiple situations where they're clutching, where they're squeezing out more points that they were supposed to have. And again, we're kind of talking about this so often, right? You're supposed to be winning your kind of home turf circles.
Yes,
and it's been a lot of that. It's been a lot of these teams that are, you know, the 2, 3, 4 teams that are looting close to where we're ending.
Exactly.
Those are also the teams that have been winning a lot. But TSM have been pulling a little bit of rabbits out of their hats and getting more of those points here.
And here's our today's results as a whole. You can see that obviously for a lot of these teams really racking up some big points. But actually, before we finish things up, I do want to talk about the teams that have had a bit of a disaster over the last 2 days who still have a day to play. I'm thinking your Gaming Gladiators. I'm thinking your E-Arena. We came into the start of the day thinking to ourselves, can they replicate something like the PGS3, PGS4 magic? So far, it's been anything but replicating.
I mean, you heard him in the interview. He said, I'll be angry if we don't win this event. So they came in with some sort of high hopes based off of their performance at PGS. And while I do think like Jacob has been great and their team has had some great moments, they're flexible with other teams, I think Cameron might have been onto something, that maybe they had outlasted everybody else at the last couple of events, whereas here everyone's fresh and you're sort of meeting them where they are and it's just not working out. I think there's also that idea of like it's a very different comfort level out here they might not be used to.
Yeah, and 6th and 2nd at PGS 3 and 4. Very impressive with the performance from there. And also, they had to travel for that as well. The same amount of travel they had to go to here. So for me, it's a case of we don't see the same crazy emergency pickup we saw from them. Very often we saw at PGS multiple times they're hitting some really well-timed and good drops into either open compounds or compounds where they can take it away from 1 or 2 guys, right? And we've not seen that yet from them, and they just have 6 more games to do so.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Time to wrap things up for day number 2. It's been a banger of a day here as we have got ourselves probably some guaranteed names already in that grand final, but tomorrow we'll be figuring out who is going to join them, who our top 16 will be to try and crown themselves the champion here at the Esports World Cup. We'll see you tomorrow for Group Stage Day 3.
Ready, set, go.
Hello, PUBG fans. Or, I suppose in this case, PUBG clans. Because this month is all about giving you new tools to rally your clanmates, so you can rise together and survive together. Starting with Update 31.1, you'll have access to clan missions, a new clan supply airplane, clan tokens to purchase rewards from a new shop, and other clan exclusive rewards. You'll start by ranking up the new Clan Supply Airplanes class as your clan completes clan challenges together. You'll have a full week to complete challenges once they appear. Planes downgrade a bit each week, so make sure you're always contributing to keep them in top shape. As your clan upgrades your airplane, your clanmates will earn better rewards for opening the clan loot caches they earn by completing clan member missions. Rank it up and rake it in. We'll also be running clan mission events throughout the month, with ways to earn other cool rewards. Finally, in August, we'll be running the PUBG Clan Cup Summer 2024. This regional tournament is your clan's chance to shine above all others and earn some great rewards. More info about what to expect from the PUBG Clan Cup will be coming out soon, so keep your eye out for more details. Full details on all the Clan Month features can be found in the Update 31.1 patch notes and on the official website. Summer is heating up, so remember, the clan that burns together, earns together. Complete missions, rank up your supply airplane, earn cool stuff, and show the rest of your region what your clan is made of. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.